The China region, which had only just calmed down, was once again stirred by the great Xia dynasty's bidding and recruitment notices. However, Ouyang Shua, the person responsible for all this commotion, was not troubled. This was because, on the 6th month, first day, Jinan Prefecture Governor Mulanyu finally arrived in Shanghai City. Even after meeting Ouyang Shua, she was still uncertain about why she had been summoned to the city. King brother. Inside the imperial reading room, Mulanyu bowed. Among all the officials in the dynasty, only she could address Ouyang Shua in such a manner. Sit, Ouyang Shua said with a smile, feeling a cascade of emotions as he looked at the young woman before him. In just a few years, the once cute little girl had grown and was now shining brightly. Though they didn't meet often, they were like siblings. By his calculations, Mulanyu's parents should have already left Mars and were on their way to Planet Hope. After a casual conversation, Ouyang Shua got to the point. Do you want a change of environment? Mulanyu was taken aback. Then she rolled her eyes and said, Does King brother want me to work in the city? That would be great. If she worked in the city, she could see Ouyang Shua more often, so she naturally liked the idea. Ever since she became the Jinan Prefecture governor, the imperial court had ruled that officials could not leave their territories without cause, so Mulanyu had very few chances to return to Shanghai City. Her question wasn't without reason. As an experienced governor, Mulanyu was familiar with the workings of the imperial court. The imperial court was spreading the news that the cabinet was considering a role swap between officials in the court and those working in various regions. Such cross-appointments were truly beneficial to the dynasty. As for whether the cabinet's actions were under the king's instructions, outsiders would not know. Ouyang Shua smiled and said, Your news is really fresh. He paused and continued, I didn't call you here to ask you to work in the city, but because I hope you can become the provincial governor of Morocco. Are you willing to take on this responsibility for your brother? Ah. Mulanyu's eyes widened. She was completely unprepared for this. After a moment, she hesitated and said, I'm willing to work in Morocco, but I don't think I can become the provincial governor. Sister Baihua hasn't become a provincial governor yet. After hearing this, Xing-Yi couldn't help but glance at Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua smiled and said, Don't worry. Baihua has her own arrangements. Morocco province is located overseas, and I need someone I can trust there. I've thought about it, and you're the most suitable person for the role. When Mulanyu heard these words, a sweet smile appeared on her face. However, she still lacked confidence and said, Can I think about it? Ouyang Shua waved his hand decisively, What's there to think about? Don't worry, I won't let you fight alone. You know Zhaoqing Prefecture Governor Du Sijing, right? I'm planning to appoint Du Sijing as the administration director of Morocco province. Additionally, you can bring over officials from Jinan Prefecture that you trust. The fact that Ouyang Shua allowed Mulanyu to bring her own team to renew appointment showed how much he favored her. Mulanyu was filled with gratitude. She knew that Ouyang Shua was deliberately fostering her growth. Thinking about this, she decided, since brother trusts me, I'll give it a shot. Great, that's the Yu I know, Ouyang Shua replied. N. Mulanyu nodded her head solemnly. She resolved to run Morocco province well and not let Ouyang Shua down. Ouyang Shua continued, Pack up and head for Morocco province. I'll let Jiangshang accompany you. Rabat City and Shanghai City are connected, so you can return when you're free. Thank you, Brother King, for your kindness, Mulanyu said as she got up and bowed respectfully. That afternoon, accompanied by Jiangshang, Mulanyu set off toward Morocco province. At the same time, the appointment decrees for Mulanyu and Du Sijing were spread to all the provinces through the relay system. According to the imperial court's official system, a provincial governor was listed as a primary grade 3 official, while a prefecture governor was a secondary grade 5 official. Mulanyu had been promoted by 5 ranks, so it was not an exaggeration to say she was riding a rocket. Suddenly, some people felt envy, others jealousy, and some began spreading conspiracy theories. Even Bai Hua couldn't help but be affected by these sentiments. Mulanyu became the first provincial governor, skyrocketing to superstardom in the imperial court. Fortunately, Morocco was located overseas, so news was not clear. As a result, although there was some uproar, it was not enough to cause significant waves. If Mulanyu had been appointed the governor of Yuwen province, her appointment would not have passed. At the very least, the cabinet would not have approved it. After sending Mulanyu away, Ouyang Shua immediately contacted cabinet deputy Ko Yuwen, who was still in Morocco. He wrote that regarding the appointments of officials in Morocco, he wanted to listen to Mulanyu's views. Discussing these matters with Ko Yuwen would be disrespectful to Mulanyu as provincial governor. With Ko Yuwen's intelligence, he would surely understand Ouyang Shua's intentions. After arranging everything, it was already 3 p.m. Although it was still early, Ouyang Shua was ready to go home. Today was Children's Day. Although Binger had grown into a young teen, she was still at the age to celebrate this day. Early in the morning, she had been pestering Ouyang Shua. She told him that the city had a new food street, and she wanted Ouyang Shua to go out with her. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he had no reason to reject her request. Since entering the game, except for the starting stages, Ouyang Shua had been very busy and had little time to spend with Binger. As a result, he felt quite guilty. Therefore, Ouyang Shua told Xing Yi to reject all meetings for him. Today, he ended work early. Returning to the back palace, Binger had been waiting. Seeing Ouyang Shua return early, her face lit up with a wide smile. Ouyang Shua said, "Wait a moment, I'll go change." Since he was accompanying Binger to stroll the streets, Ouyang Shua did not want to draw too much attention. Therefore, he wanted to change into ordinary clothes. When the personal guards heard this, they naturally changed their attire as well. Even Binger put on some disguises. Otherwise, with her fame in the territory, she would be recognized immediately. In a short time, the group departed from the Xia Palace. As they walked the busy streets, Ouyang Shua and his entourage resembled a prince with his sister and servants out for a leisurely stroll. On such bustling streets, this was an ordinary sight. The food market Binger mentioned was located in the western part of the city, not far from the imperial district. This area, established by a player-turned-merchant, boasted a vast array of specialties from both the north and south of the Great River, and even featured international cuisines. The city of Shanghai was truly a melting pot, a place where philosophers could debate and where an open-hearted community embraced all cultures and people. This environment fostered new trends and constant innovation. Despite it being only mid-afternoon, the food street was already teeming with activity. By decree of the Shanghai City Yamen, the food street was off-limits to carriages and horses, ensuring pedestrians-only access for both officials and civilians, a policy unimaginable in the system's imperial cities. In Shanghai City, however, both the Yamen officials and the locals were accustomed to this arrangement. Ouyang Shua glanced around, taking in the various advertisements for delicacies such as Tianjin pancakes, Beijing fried liver, Hunan pepper spicy soup, and Lingnan rice noodles. The scene brought back memories of buying New Year's treats years ago. Though 3 years had passed, the memories felt as fresh as ever. Binger, perhaps caught up in nostalgia, had invited Ouyang Shua to come along. "Little girl, you've really grown up," Ouyang Shua thought to himself. It was a moment of serendipity. Just as Ouyang Shua was reminiscing, 2 women dressed in swordsman attire walked over with skewers in their hands. Upon closer inspection, they were Ouyang Shua's classmates, Meng Feifei and Tan Xiaoli. 3 years ago, in the Jiaozhou New Year market, Ouyang Shua had bumped into them while purchasing New Year goodies. What Ouyang Shua did not know was that Meng Feifei, who was usually very quiet, could sometimes disregard her image. It seemed that even girls couldn't resist the temptation of food. The 2 of them saw Ouyang Shua and his group and immediately recognized him. Tan Xiaoli wanted to greet him, But before she could speak, Meng Feifei pinched her. It was obvious what kind of commotion would ensue if Ouyang Shua's identity was revealed. Ouyang Shua smiled. What a coincidence, why don't we sit together? While speaking, he pointed at a small noodle shop. Great. Meng Feifei replied. However, when she saw Ouyang Shua looking at the skewer in her hand, she felt shy and hid her hand behind her back. What an easily shy girl. While speaking, the group walked into the noodle shop. Welcome, would you like the main hall or the small room? The waiter of the shop, noticing Ouyang Shua's aura, warmly welcomed them. Ouyang Shua said, give us the small room on the second floor. Okay. The waiter's face was covered with a wide smile as he led the way. Ouyang Shua was worried that if he sat in the main hall, he would be recognized. Seeing Meng Feifei and Tan Xiaoli, Ouyang Shua was really interested and wanted to talk to both of them. Since he obtained his high position, Ouyang Shua had distanced himself from the masses for too long. In the room on the second floor, Ouyang Shua and his group sat. The personal guards stood outside the room, flawlessly guarding it. Unlike on the bustling streets, Meng Feifei and Tan Xiaoli became cautious when they entered the room. Although the man before them used to be their classmate, he was now the king of the great Xia dynasty. Recalling how their other classmates were stopped at the door when they tried to ask him about guild matters, the two felt uneasy and unsure of what to say. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly awkward. However, Binger was undeterred by the tension and began to order her food. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua took the initiative to start a conversation. Weren't all of you training on the mountains? How do you have the time to come down? The two were core disciples of the Sword Sect, one step away from becoming direct disciples. According to sect rules, core disciples could not leave the mountain without reason. Meng Feifei explained, Elder Lin has ordered us to contact the sects and dojos in the city. As she said this, Meng Feifei felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were supposed to contact the sects and dojos, but they had come to the food street instead. While it was not wrong, Song Jia was the sect leader, and saying this in front of Ouyang Shua felt inappropriate. Ouyang Shua, naturally, did not mind and continued, how is the Dongli Sword sect doing lately? It should be developing well, right? Ouyang Shua rarely inquired about sect matters. Meng Feifei proudly replied, yes, we have nearly 5,000 disciples. Especially after the sect leader obtained the Guizhong sword manual, the reputation of the sect grew, and many people wanted to join. You have so many disciples, do you have enough space? From what Ouyang Shua recalled, the Dongli sword sect's land was not very large. Meng Feifei responded, we cannot all fit on the mountain, so Elder Lin suggested, half a year ago, to build a courtyard at the foot for the junior disciples. Only senior disciples can move onto the mountain. Recently, the sect is preparing to open courtyards on other mountains for future needs. Ouyang Shua was amazed. Lin Yu was really running the sword sect well. Using this as a topic, the girls became less frightened and started discussing some interesting events. Tan Xiaoli smiled, last month, our class gathered in the game. It's a pity you were too busy and couldn't make it. Is that so? Ouyang Shua replied, I was still abroad at the time, so my staff probably forgot to send you the invitation. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll invite everyone to Shanghai City for a visit. Tan Xiaoli smiled, that's great. If you do, everyone will definitely come. During the last gathering, only half the people showed up. Ouyang Shua nodded. After all, how long could such student friendships last? After chatting for a while, these two ladies realized Ouyang Shua had a reason for his visit, so they found a reason to leave. Ouyang Shua didn't waste any more time and continued to accompany Binger as she ate her way through the food street. That little girl had a bottomless pit for a stomach and wanted to try every delicacy she came across. Even the personal guards got lucky and were able to eat their fill. Although Binger was young, she was very kind to the palace guards, court ladies, and maidservants. No wonder everyone in the palace doted on her. Near nighttime, they quietly returned to the palace, with no one recognizing them. During dinner, Binger, who had been eating all afternoon, had no appetite, so she only drank a bowl of soup before returning to the palace to rest. On the second day of the 6th month, the envoys sent to Handan City, Blood Red City, and King City returned one by one. In response to the warning from Shanghai City, Chen conceded but argued that the Handan City squadron had made a mistake and did not recognize the flag of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chen was not willing to take any responsibility for it. Ouyang Shua did not care. Aristocrats like Chen were always focused on their interests first. As long as they did not cause any trouble, Ouyang Shua would not bother with them. Of course, Ouyang Shua would not be fooled by Chen. When the Handan City squadron grew and gained control of the Bohai Sea, his attitude would certainly change. What Ouyang Shua truly cared about was Wufu's reply from the day before. In the letter, Wufu stated that if the Great Xia Dynasty helped them build a navy, Stone City would be willing to become their vassal state. Wufu's offer was not what Ouyang Shua expected, and he specifically asked the Shanghai guards to investigate why his attitude had changed so drastically. His reply suggested that he was facing significant trouble. Being a vassal state was not an honorable position. Lords would only take this path if forced. Even as an ally, there was likely a hidden reason. The intelligence from the Shanghai guards shocked Ouyang Shua. In the 5th month, while Ouyang Shua was overseas, Handan City had put pressure on Stone City at Zhengwu Prefecture, seemingly preparing for war. The tension in Zhengwu Prefecture was palpable, with the smell of gunpowder in the air. At the same time, the Handan City squadron patrolled the Binhai Bay region, effectively blocking Stone City's trade routes. Stone City also experienced significant unrest, apparently instigated by Chen. Consequently, Stone City was faring poorly. With Handan City as a neighbor, Wufu was facing a major headache and found no peace. Reviewing the intelligence, Ouyang Shua understood Wufu's position. Being a shrewd individual, he saw that rather than continually asking for help, Wufu might consider joining forces. It appeared that the pressure from Chen had demoralized Wufu. If that was the case, Ouyang Shua felt he indeed needed to thank Chen. Stone City was the northern stronghold of the alliance, and Ouyang Shua had hoped to improve their relationship without compromising Wufu's pride. The Xuanlong Dianshui incident had made Ouyang Shua more cautious in his dealings with allies. Now that Wufu had taken the initiative to bring up the matter, Ouyang Shua welcomed it. After all, they were allies. Even though they had signed an agreement, Ouyang Shua intended to show respect. The contents of the agreement were still being drafted and would be announced shortly. Before then, Ouyang Shua needed to address the issue of how to assist Stone City in establishing the Binhai Squadron. 6th month, 3rd day morning, Xia Imperial Palace, Wuying Hall. Grand Council members, Navy Admiral Zhang He, Navy Headquarters Advisor Lu Su, Yashan Squadron Fleet Admiral Yu Dao, Chief General Kai Mao, Industrialization Director Chen Bingguang, the Shipbuilding Secretary, and other key personnel had all convened for the meeting. The topic of discussion was aiding Stone City in forming the Binhai Squadron. Seated at the head of the assembly, Ouyang Shua called out, "Admiral Zhang, please share the Navy Headquarters proposal." "Yes, my king." Zhang He stepped forward and addressed, "My king, the Navy Headquarters will dispatch a select group of elite naval officers, captains, and seasoned sailors from the Yashan Squadron to form a training unit. This unit will be led by General Kai Mao to assist Stone City." Ouyang Shua nodded, then turned his gaze to Kai Mao, who stood at the back of Yu Dao, and said, "General Kai is skilled in training, he is an excellent choice." Kai Mao was the first renowned naval general of the territory, and Zhang He's selection of him was strategic, aimed at elevating Kai Mao's status to counterbalance the influence of the East Wu Navy generals led by Zhou Yu. East Wu naval officers were prevalent across all 5 squadrons. As the admiral, Even if Zhou Yu and his comrades harbored no ulterior motives, Zhang He believed it was necessary to cultivate a countering force. Upon hearing this, Kai Mao stepped forward and bowed, "I will strive to fulfill my duties to the best of my ability." Ouyang Shua nodded and then turned his attention to Chen Bingguang, concerning the construction of warships, cannons, firearms, and other equipment. "How's the preparation by the department?" The coal transport ship matter had been settled, so Chen Bingguang was feeling really good. With the Shu Mountain Steel Corporation on the right path, there should be no issues with cannons and handguns. However, gathering a squadron's worth of warships in a short time is too challenging. Since the development of the Z-1 type warships, the shipyards have stopped building turreted warships and focused on the Z-1 type. Even the ASEAN orders were rejected by the shipbuilding division. "We only have 10 turreted warships left for the 5 squadrons to upgrade," Ouyang Shua said. "In that case, give them to Stone City for training squadrons. If the 5 squadrons have a shortfall, use the opportunity to switch to the Z-1 type warships." "Yes, my king." Chen Bingguang continued, "The industrialization department suggests teaching them how to fish instead of giving them the fish. Why not send a team of advanced shipbuilders to build a large shipyard there? This could meet the needs of the Binhai Squadron without affecting the production speed of the Z-1 type warships. The only issue is that one shipyard supplying an entire squadron would take about half a year. Considering the time needed to build the shipyard, it would take even longer." "Half a year? That's too long," Ouyang Shua shook his head. "If the entire squadron was formed, the Binhai Squadron would need at least a year to be fully trained. Di Chen and the others would not give them that much time." Thinking of this, Ouyang Shua looked at those seated and asked, "Do you guys have any ideas?" Seeing this, Lu Su stepped forward and bowed, "My king, I think we can multitask. Apart from building a large-sized shipyard, our navy can quicken the elimination of turreted warships and pass them to the Binhai Squadron." Chapter 882, Farrah's Revenge. Ouyang Shua did not immediately approve Lu Su's suggestion because he had other plans. Ouyang Shua intended to use the first batch of Z-1 type warships to form a personal squadron, temporarily named the Emperor Squadron. This unit was similar to the Guards Legion Corps of the army. Country wars would become more prevalent in the future, and Ouyang Shua would need to venture out to sea frequently. Therefore, he required a squadron that was always on alert. Hence, the Emperor Squadron did not need to reach the full 5-squadron organization. 1 squadron was sufficient for now. However, the Emperor Squadron needed a strong marine force to replace the Guards Legion. Ouyang Shua could not bring the Guards Legion Corps with him every time he went out to sea, as that would be impractical. During the voyage last year, the Voyage Squadron served as the precursor to the Emperor Squadron. Luckily, the Nanjiang Squadron had already left Beihai Bay, so the Emperor Squadron could set up camp there. Listening to the king's plan, Zhang He expressed his support. "The king is the ruler of the country. Among the navy, we do need such a squadron to protect the king's safety. Building the Emperor Squadron would elevate the navy's status in the military." As the admiral, Zhang He was naturally pleased and was the first to voice his agreement. "I agree." The officials present all nodded in agreement. After all, the Emperor's Squadron would consist of only 1 division, so it would not be a significant burden on the dynasty. Given that the king often went out to sea, having such a squadron would also enhance the dynasty's prestige. Ouyang Shua nodded in approval. Once again looking at Lu Su, "Of course, Xi Jing's plan makes sense. In my opinion, let's proceed with it. The Emperor Squadron matter can be completed by the 10th month. The turreted warships can be handed over to the Binhai Squadron to form it quickly." "Yes, my king." Zhang He asked cautiously, regarding the choice of Fleet Admiral for the Emperor Squadron, "Does the king have any specific plans?" Ouyang Shua waved his hand, "Let the Navy headquarters develop a detailed organizational plan. The squadron will be built under their jurisdiction. As for the selection of the Fleet Admiral, we will discuss it in the future. Among all the chief generals, there was none that Ouyang Shua found particularly satisfactory. Yes, my king. With the matter settled, the meeting concluded. Not long after Ouyang Shua returned to the imperial reading room, a messenger from the transmissions division, responsible for sending official documents, rushed over in a hurry. What's the rush? Ouyang Shua frowned. The messenger held a letter in his hands, bowing, My king, this is an emergency letter from Friendship City Mayor, Yuwen. It's absolutely urgent. What? Ouyang Shua stood up. According to protocol, officials were not to send letters labeled as absolute emergencies unless they involved matters of life and death. Hand it over. Yes, my king. Ouyang Shua took the letter, opened it, and his expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that anything would happen to Friendship City at this time. To trace the root cause, one must look back to the voyage of the previous year. In the 6th month, Ouyang Shua had led the voyage squadron to Somalia, stopping in Berbera port. That night, he faced a carefully planned assassination. Luckily, Ouyang Shua managed to survive. In Somalia, he led the voyage squadron and destroyed the 3 major pirate organizations, exposing the identity of the guild leader, Farrah. Using this contribution, Ouyang Shua received a reward from the Somali king and was allowed to build Friendship City, establishing a foothold in the Gulf of Aden. On the contrary, the loser of the battle, the traitor of Somalia, was forced to become the leader of the Sky Wolf pirate organization, hiding in the surrounding regions of the Gulf of Aden. This lasted for nearly a year. Under Farrah's leadership, the Sky Wolf pirate organization not only recovered but also absorbed the other 2 pirate organizations, becoming the dominant presence in the Gulf of Aden. Moreover, Farrah was given the title of Pirate King. Ouyang Shua did not expect that his mercy would come back to haunt him. Farrah naturally hated Ouyang Shua with a vengeance. Just that morning, the Sky Wolf pirate organization took advantage of the 5th Division of the Mediterranean Squadron being in Jingzhou City to launch a sudden attack on Friendship City. With no defense, Courage Port fell instantly, and many merchant ships were raided. Just as Yuwen sent the letter, 60,000 pirates had stormed into the city and were engaged in a massacre. The capital of trade was in flames. The garrison division of Friendship City, finding their numbers insufficient, had retreated into the inner city, hoping to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Under these dire circumstances, Yuwen sent a letter of utmost urgency. Strangely, when the 5th Division of the Mediterranean Squadron was in the Gulf of Aden, they never encountered the Sky Wolf pirate organization. Pirates were the local snakes. If they decided to hide, no one could find them. However, for them to leave no trace at all was too unusual. Ouyang Shua suspected that something was amiss, but he had no time to dwell on it now. Men. Present. Su Chu walked over. Ouyang Shua's face turned cold, but his heart remained calm. In the past few years, what situation had he not encountered? He said, order the Boulder Legion's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Divisions to gather at the teleportation formation. Follow me to assist Friendship City. The Boulder Legion was the 1st Legion of the Guards Corps defending the capital city, consisting entirely of heavily armored mountain barbarian infantry. Yes, my king. Urban combat was very suitable for the mountain barbarians. Seeing that the capital city had the 2nd and 3rd Legions, he could move the Boulder Legion. Moreover, the Boulder Legion could not remain idle without fighting, as that would pose a problem. In less than half an hour, Ouyang Shua, dressed in martial attire, rushed to the formation. Jia Su, Xing Yi, and the others did not follow, as it was an emergency. At the same time, the Divine Martial Guards and the 3 divisions of the Boulder Legion had arrived. They were led by Deputy Legion General Sherhu, whose eyes were filled with a fierce determination. The long period without combat had left a lot of pent-up frustration in their hearts. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua nodded in approval. The speed of their assembly and their readiness showed that, despite defending the city, the soldiers were not lax and were prepared to fight at any moment. Let's go. Ouyang Shua did not waste words and led the way into the teleportation formation. A white light shone, and Ouyang Shua appeared in Friendship City. The moment he stepped out, he heard the sounds of killing and people screaming for help not far away. The pirates were not a disciplined army and did not hesitate to harm civilians. Raising his head, Ouyang Shua saw smoke billowing from the port. It was clear the pirates had set fires. They were committing every act of violence, killing, burning, raiding, and pillaging. Farrah had vented all his hatred toward Ouyang Shua onto Friendship City, which was now in great peril. Near the teleportation formation, Gu Xiuwen had gathered the officials, waiting. Seeing the king, he bowed, "Greetings, my king. The city has been attacked, and the outer city has fallen. I am sorry, my king." Ouyang Shua waved his hand, "This is not the time for apologies. Let's first drive back the pirates." "Yes." Gu Xiuwen stepped aside. Another half an hour passed, and the 40,000 troops of the Boulder Legion finally teleported over. In that short time, the garrison division had faced severe danger, but fortunately, the pirates had not broken through. Logically, the garrison division was not weak. For them to be in such a state indicated that Farrah did have some skill, having managed to train the pirates to such a level. Ouyang Shua remained calm. "Sherhu, take your men and teach them a lesson. Show them the consequences of messing with the great Xia dynasty." Despite the teleportation formation being active in Friendship City, it was not open to the outside world. Farrah likely did not know that reinforcements had arrived. Otherwise, no matter how daring he was, he would not have dared to launch a surprise attack on Friendship City. "Yes, my king." Ouyang Shua instructed, "Remember, don't rush in blindly. Send men to block each city gate and eliminate them afterward. I want every last one to fall here." In front of the Boulder Legion, no matter how well trained the pirates were, they still stood no chance. Ouyang Shua intended to be ruthless this time. He didn't mind if the outer city was destroyed, as long as all the pirates were killed. "Don't worry, my king. If a single pirate escapes, I'll take responsibility." Sherhu led his men and departed. Ouyang Shua then turned to Su Chu, "Take the divine martial guards and head to the port. See if you can capture Farrah, preferably alive." Based on what Gu Xiuqing said, Farrah was extremely crafty and hadn't entered the city yet. "Understood." Su Chu grinned and led the 3,000 divine martial guards away. Before the Boulder Legion, the pirates were simply no match. But before the divine martial guards, they were even less of a challenge. Thus, Su Chu was confident he could handle the situation as he pleased. With that, only 200 personal guards remained on the scene. After giving his orders, Ouyang Shua looked at Gu Xiuwen and suddenly smiled, "Let's go. Take me to the city lord's manor." Gu Xiuwen felt deeply guilty. Compared to the king, he was far from calm, but he held his emotions in check and said respectfully, "My king, please." Just as Ouyang Shua and his group reached Friendship City, a conversation was taking place between the king and his officials within the Somalia imperial city of Mogadishu. The Somalia king was playing with a bunch of agate in his hand, his eyes reflecting an ambiguous intent. "The Sky Wolf pirate organization should be in Friendship City now, right?" he asked. The military official laughed, "The latest news says they have reached the outer city." "Is that so?" "Farrah actually has some ability," the king said, pausing for a moment before suddenly asking, "Has the reinforcement from the Great Xia arrived?" "There's no news yet, but given their reaction speed, they should arrive on time," the official replied. The Somalia king nodded, and the smile on his face grew wider. The military official, noticing this, let out a sinister smile. The king's wisdom is admirable for not informing Farrah about the Friendship City teleportation formation. This time, whether the Sky Wolf pirate organization crushes Friendship City or the other way around, it will benefit us. Ha ha ha. The Somalia king laughed out loud. In Friendship City, at the city lord's manor, Ouyang Shua casually strolled into the manor, overseeing the rear while the front lines engaged in intense battle. Friendship City was situated in a basin, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the remaining side facing the ocean. Sherbao led the 3rd Division of the Boulder Legion out of the south gate, splitting his forces to the east and west before advancing north. They successfully took both gates in half an hour. Sherbao left half his forces to defend the city gates while the rest continued north toward the north gate. As they passed Courageport, they were finally noticed by the pirates. Farrah was cunning and cherished his life. Even though the outer city had been attacked, nearly 10,000 pirates remained at the port, ready to retreat at any moment. Farrah didn't even leave the ship and stayed at the port, waiting. Seeing Sherbao's forces, the pirates still thought they were the garrison division and mocked, "Look at these people. Are they so afraid that they're trying to escape on a ship? It must be. What a bunch of cowards," another pirate said. "Let's go, brothers. Don't let them escape. The boss said we'll wash Friendship City in blood today." Wash Friendship City in blood. The pirates cheered as they surrounded them, showing no fear. Su Chu, traveling with Sherbao, saw this and grinned. "General Sher, go lock down the North City Gate. Leave these stragglers to us." "Okay." Sherbao understood the strength of the divine martial guards and led his troops away. Su Chu waved his machete forward and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The 3,000 divine martial guards drew their T1 type tang blades and charged forward. At that moment, the pirates realized something was wrong and muttered, "That's not right. Are they here to commit suicide? Who cares? Let's just kill them first." "Right, let's kill them. Kill." The pirates, intoxicated by their previous victories, were so overconfident that they didn't even know their own names. In a short while, both sides clashed. As soon as they made contact, the pirates were filled with regret and realized they had kicked a steel wall. Compared to the garrison division, the enemy in front of them was far too brutal. With a swing of their blades, heads would often roll. In terms of killing, they were far more brutal than the pirates. On the contrary, the pirates' counterattacks seemed comical, and their fierce attacks often could not even get close to the enemy. What they did not know was that every divine martial guard had exceptional skills and nimble bodies. In less than half an hour, the 10,000 pirates were crushed by the 3,000 divine martial guards. Some clever ones had sneaked back to the port and were preparing to leave. The pirates were feeling dejected. On the other hand, Su Chu was hesitant. Dispatching the random pirates was not much of a challenge. What Su Chu wanted was the big fish, the pirate leader. Looking out, the entire port was filled with pirates, but they could not find anyone who looked like their leader. Seeing some pirates about to leave, Su Chu grew anxious. Su Chu turned his machete and, using the back of the blade, subdued a pirate, nearly knocking him out. With his huge left hand gripping the pirate's collar, he demanded, "Speak. Where's your leader?" The pirate was pitiful. Facing a menace like Su Chu, he felt dizzy. Terrified by his loud voice, he did not dare hesitate and quickly said, "He's still on the ship." "What?" Su Chu was furious. He pushed with his left hand, forcing the pirate to sit on the ground. How could he dare to stay? He rolled to his feet and ran away, not daring to linger in such a place. Su Chu did not bother with the small fry. Looking out at the ocean, he saw only merchant ships in flames and smoke billowing. It seemed they could not be saved. On the shore, many merchants watched their blazing ships, feeling like crying, but no tears came. The most eye-catching thing on the ocean was the pirate ships. In the middle of these ships, a giant sailing boat stood out the most. It was likely the pirate flagship. Unfortunately, the divine martial guards did not know how to sail, and there was nothing they could do about it. The dejected Su Chu could only vent his anger at the pirates on the shore. While Su Chu was observing the ocean, Farrah also noticed the commotion on the shore. Through his telescope, he saw what was happening, and it sent a chill down his spine. His unease grew more intense. Looking at the Divine Martial Guard's attire, his heart turned cold. A year ago in Somalia, Farrah had seen the Divine Martial Guards, so he recognized them immediately. The presence of the great Xia dynasty's Divine Martial Guards here was a clear sign. "Damn, we've been played," Farrah said furiously. The Sky Wolf pirate organization was naturally the dominant force at sea. However, on land, the situation was different. With the cover of Friendship City, Farrah had no way to discover the teleportation formation. One small mistake could lead to total defeat. Farrah was a decisive person. He knew he couldn't stay here and needed to leave. But thinking about the hardships of the past year and the loss of everything he had built, his heart ached. "Friendship City, I will return," Farrah vowed, his eyes red with determination. He gritted his teeth and ordered the pirates to leave. As for the matter with the Somalia royal family, he would deal with it after he escaped. Su Chu, who was on the shore, was focused on the events unfolding on the ocean. Seeing the pirate flagship set sail, he realized he might not be able to complete the king's mission. The pirates on shore were not fools. Seeing their boss trying to escape, they all wished they had 4 legs as they ran faster than rabbits. Unfortunately, they were not as lucky as Farrah. With their leader fleeing, the biggest contribution was gone. Su Chu naturally needed to make up for it. If he let these small ones escape, he would not be called Su Chu. "Where are you going?" Su Chu led his men and charged to the side of the docks, turning around. "Anyone who dares to take a step will be killed." Kill. Along with Su Chu, the Divine Martial Guards spread out, their killing aura evident. When the pirates saw this, their faces turned ashen, and they knew they had no way out. In truth, they were already terrified by the Divine Martial Guards. They exchanged glances and all surrendered. "Spare us! Spare us!" In reality, pirates had no morals. As long as they could live, they would do anything. Humph. Although Su Chu was disgusted, he was not going to kill a group of surrendered people. He ordered the Divine Martial Guards to round up the remaining 5,000. When the merchants on the port saw the ferocious pirates leave, they all came out of hiding to thank the Divine Martial Guards. Su Chu could not accept it. "Do not thank us. Go see if the ships can be saved." "Yes, General." The merchants' hearts ached. After thanking the guards, they summoned their sailors to try to save the ships. As the capital of trade, Friendship City was also an important point on the maritime trade route, and hundreds of merchant ships would come to Courage Port. This time, the merchants suffered heavy losses due to the pirates. Apart from accepting it, the merchants could not find anyone to compensate them and could only blame their own luck. By the time Su Chu had dealt with the pirates, Sherbao and his troops had already secured the North City Gate. This meant all 4 gates were now locked, leaving the pirates trapped with no escape. Sherbao gave the order, "Send the signal." "Yes, General." Whoosh, a red signal flare shot into the sky. Sherhu, observing from within the city, waved his signal flag. "Push forward. Kill." The 1st and 2nd divisions of the Boulder Legion, like beasts unleashed, charged fearlessly into battle. The pirates were taken by surprise. Under the assault of the heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry, the pirates were forced to retreat. "What's happening? Where are these reinforcements coming from?" The second-in-command of the Sky Wolf pirate organization frowned and ordered, "Quickly inform the leader, the front lines have changed." "Yes." In under 20 minutes, the messenger returned. The second-in-command was furious. "Why are you back so fast?" The messenger pirate stammered, "Second leader, it's no good. The city gate is blocked." "What?" The second-in-command felt a chill in his heart. 60,000 pirates invaded Friendship City but could not last past the afternoon before surrendering. During the battle, nearly 30,000 pirates were killed and buried within the city. The outer city was left in ruins, with corpses scattered everywhere and a thick, heavy smell of blood permeating the streets. Despite the ocean breeze, the stench persisted. Mayor Yuwen of Friendship City took charge of cleaning up the city and calming the population. He organized the extinguishing of fires and assessed the personnel and financial damages, ensuring that everything was handled methodically. Gradually, the people's anxiety subsided. However, in the manner, Ouyang Shua was not satisfied with the victory. Firstly, defeating pirates was not a great accomplishment. Secondly, Farrah had escaped yet again. Additionally, there was a larger scheme at play, as if a hidden hand was manipulating events. The attack on Friendship City was no coincidence. Although the pirates were repelled, the city's reputation as a trading capital and the safety of the trade routes were severely damaged. The negative publicity would spread, and it would be difficult to restore confidence quickly. Consider this: if a territory could be attacked by pirates at any time, who would dare to obtain their resources there? In the face of such a dangerous trade route, how many merchants would dare to use it? The obvious target of this surprise attack was the commercial foundation of the Great Xia Dynasty. That afternoon, Black Snake teleported from Rabat to Friendship City. Ouyang Shua gave a straightforward order: investigate who else was involved. Based on his intuition, Ouyang Shua believed that someone in Somalia was aiding Farrah. Yes, my king. Black Snake did not dare to take this matter lightly and immediately gathered all his resources. He started by interrogating the pirates to try to find out who was behind the attack. The second leader naturally became the primary focus. Only Ouyang Shua knew that Farrah was the key person in the pirate organization, their guiding spirit. Therefore, Ouyang Shua ordered the Atlantic Squadron to have their 4th and 5th Divisions rush back to the Gulf of Aden to capture Farrah. Only by taking down Farrah and completely wiping out the Sky Wolf pirate organization could he restore the lost reputation of Friendship City and protect the prosperity of the trade route. This time, Ouyang Shua would not let anyone get away. Inside the city lord's manor, as Ouyang Shua was considering the Gulf of Aden situation, Su Chu reported, "My king, the Major General of the Garrison Division would like to see you." When Ouyang Shua heard this, his brows shot up, and he said angrily, "He still has the nerve to see me? Send my orders, no, capture him and let the Military Law Division handle him." During the battle, the Garrison Division had the geographical advantage and a city to defend. However, facing the attacks of 60,000 pirates, they lost the outer city in just 3 hours. Although the pirates were strong, the Garrison Division was too lax in their daily routines, and their command was poor. If it were another division, this would not have happened. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Shua not be furious? "Yes, my king." Su Chu rarely saw the king so angry, so he did not dare to say more. He only felt sympathy for the Major General. If he hadn't come to see the king, perhaps he would have been given a chance. However, he had put himself in that position, so no one could help him. The poor performance of the Friendship City Garrison Division led Ouyang Shua to consider the other garrison divisions. It seems the Privy Court needs to conduct a thorough evaluation of all garrison divisions, Ouyang Shua mused to himself. Poor military standards were a major concern for any dynasty. That night, Ouyang Shua personally hosted a banquet in the manor to welcome the merchants of Friendship City. Being invited by the Xia King was a significant honor for the merchants, and Ouyang Shua did this to reassure them and mitigate the impact of the recent attacks on Friendship City's trade. While Gu Xiuwen could have handled it, there was a difference in the presence of Ouyang Shua. In the grand banquet hall, Ouyang Shua raised his glass, and the room fell silent instantly. Looking around at the gathered merchants, he said, "The Imperial Court will not let this matter go unpunished. The Atlantic Squadron has already set sail and is on its way to the Gulf of Aden to eliminate the pirates. His Majesty is wise, the merchants exclaimed in relief. They frequently sailed the Mediterranean and knew the reputation of the Atlantic Squadron. With this squadron, the Sky Wolf pirate organization was sure to fall. Their anxieties began to subside. Ouyang Shuo continued, "The imperial court has a duty to protect our land. Your trust in us brings you here to dock. The damages caused by the pirates, we will compensate for in full. Tomorrow, you can visit the Lord's Manor to report your losses." This. The merchants glanced at each other. They had not expected such a generous offer. Normally, the merchants would not expect the dynasty to provide compensation, and they would accept their losses silently. Such full compensation was virtually unheard of. "Thank you, King Xia, for your kindness," the merchants said, moved to tears. Although trading voyages brought huge profits, a single robbery could have cost them everything. The imperial court's actions saved many of their futures. Ouyang Shuo nodded, preferring to spend some money to regain their trust. With such good news, the banquet was naturally a joyous affair. Ouyang Shuo won their hearts, but the next day, bad news spread again. The 4th and 5th divisions, passing through the Mediterranean, faced protests from the Mediterranean lords, which even impacted the ongoing negotiations. According to the lords, since the king has promised not to enter the Mediterranean, he should keep his word. The Atlantic Squadron's actions clearly break the agreement. "We doubt the great Xia dynasty's sincerity." Helplessly, Zi Luolan sought Ouyang Shuo's advice on how to handle the matter. When Ouyang Shuo heard the news, he was silent for a long while. This time, it truly seemed like bad luck. However, isn't the timing too coincidental? Ouyang Shuo wondered if the negotiations and the attack were connected. It was not easy for him to draw a conclusion just yet. The previous night, Ouyang Shuo had promised the merchants that he would send the Atlantic Squadron to eliminate the pirates. Failing to keep this promise would be a significant blow to his reputation. Faced with this situation, Ouyang Shuo turned his attention to the southern tip of the African continent, a place known as the Cape of Good Hope. Before the Suez Canal was opened, Ouyang Shuo's Asian trade route could only go from Western Europe to West Africa, and then south to the Cape of Good Hope, toward Asia. The Cape of Good Hope became the only oceanic trade route for Europeans heading east. After the Suez Canal opened, although it affected this route, it remained an important trade path between Asia and Europe. Some large ships could not pass through the Suez Canal and had to take this route. Speaking of the Cape of Good Hope, one must mention the famous Crusaders' Eastern expeditions. Around 1000 AD, Europe began to change, and the Roman Catholics expelled the Protestants from the Middle East. The Crusades started in 1096 and lasted for 200 years. The appearance of European armies in the Middle East initiated the development of oceanic trading. Venice and other Italian merchants used this route to transport war resources and became wealthy from the conflict. Meanwhile, the Crusader armies returned to Europe with many Middle Eastern products, which became popular commodities. This trade led to the rise of many wealthy European merchants. European nations continued to grow stronger, setting up their military and government, relying on trade taxes to maintain their operations. In the 15th century, European countries were prepared to explore the outside world. The Portuguese were the first to act. In 1400, they aimed to control the spice trade with the East, bypassing Venice and the Arabs to trade directly with the East. If they could reach Asia directly to purchase these goods, they would significantly increase their profits. The Portuguese explorers ventured to the west coast of the African continent and found a route from India to Asia. They reached the southwestern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. Compared to the Suez Canal, this was not an ideal trading route. This was because the Cape of Good Hope is where the Indian Ocean warm current meets the Antarctic cold current. The strong winds create massive waves. In addition to storms, there are also killer waves. The fronts of these waves resemble cliffs, while the backs are like gradual hills. During the winter season, there are also rotating waves. Together, these conditions make the ocean situation extremely challenging. There are also very strong shoreline currents. When the waves and currents meet, they create a chaotic situation. As a result, the Cape of Good Hope became one of the most dangerous ocean trade routes. Ouyang Shua planned for the Atlantic Squadron to go to the Cape of Good Hope and open this route to reach Somalia, as he had no other choice. Destroying the Sky Wolf pirate organization was crucial for the reputation of the Great Xia dynasty. As the king of the Xia dynasty, he felt that since he made a promise, he needed to keep it. If he did not, he would lose credibility, and losing credibility is akin to losing control over his people. Ouyang Shua's decision to open the Cape of Good Hope trading route was influenced by both strength and interest. First, the seafaring specialty granted by Mazu meant that the storms in the area would have minimal impact on the Great Xia merchant ships. Additionally, it was summer, so the ocean waves were much milder. Second, Ouyang Shua aimed to use the Atlantic Squadron to establish a new trade route for the dynasty, ensuring that if the Mediterranean trade routes were disrupted, they would have other options. Third, Africa harbored vast riches, making the risk worthwhile. Historically, from 1415, when the Spanish occupied Ceuta, European countries began their aggressive colonization of African nations. This colonization peaked in the 19th to 20th centuries, with over 95% of Africa being divided and its resources plundered. Colonizing Africa was not a casual endeavor, it was driven by economic interests. First, the vast African continent provided numerous agricultural zones and was an excellent source of raw materials. Second, Africa was rich in minerals, acting as a hidden treasure trove. South Africa, Zimbabwe, and other countries had abundant gold mines, while Congo had diamonds, and regions like the Maldives were also worth exploring. However, Ouyang Shua did not approve of the European method of colonization. He sought to collaborate in a more friendly manner to achieve a win-win situation. It was noted that Egypt and some Mediterranean nations had a less extensive history of interaction and lacked advanced Western technology. However, they had large populations, which made it challenging for them to progress in the game. Their primary engagement was in conflicts between countries and ethnic groups. As such, the Great Xia dynasty could lend them advanced agricultural technologies, borrowing their labor and natural resources to create a win-win situation. If this really happened, it would become a huge project that could not be completed in a short while. During that time, he would probably have to compete with the European and American lords. The European and American lords in the game would definitely not let go of Africa. If Somalia's Friendship City was the dynasty's first step to entering the African continent, Morocco was an important step in influencing it. How to expand the Cape of Good Hope trade route was the key to working with Africa. Thinking about that, Ouyang Shua immediately ordered Fleet Admiral Alvaro to personally lead the 4th and 5th Divisions toward the Cape of Good Hope. This trip was dangerous, so Ouyang Shua could only feel at ease with an experienced Navy general like Alvaro at the helm. Ouyang Shua really wanted to know how the Mediterranean lords would feel after learning that the Great Xia dynasty had opened a new trade route. At that time, the only chip in their hands would cease to exist. On the 5th day of the 6th month, in Friendship City, Military Affairs Minister and Grand Council member Du Ruhue rushed to Friendship City to report on his plans for the 290,000 surrendered soldiers in Morocco. The surrendered troops included 120,000 regular soldiers and 170,000 guards. The Privy Court determined that 10,000 were not suitable for service. Thus, 280,000 could be organized, which was enough for a full 4 legions. They would first create the 4 Morocco province garrison divisions, using up 54,000 troops. For this, they mainly used the top troops from the territories. Next, they would form the fighting army to be housed in the province. The reorganization plan given by the Privy Court lit up Ouyang Shua's eyes. In the Lord's Manor reading room, Du Ruhue reported, "The Privy Court suggests we create an independent Moroccan legion to handle defensive duties. The dynasty's Legion Corps titles were set, and Ouyang Shua had planned them before. Apart from the current ones, there would be the Bear Legion Corps, Eagle Legion Corps, and Palace Guards Legion Corps in the future. According to Ouyang Shua's standards, without a new god general, these 3 new Legion Corps titles would not be used. Therefore, the Privy Court was considering building independent legions outside the Legion Corps system. Du Ruhue continued, the Moroccan Legion will have 4 infantry divisions, 1 cavalry division, 1 subordinate regiment, 1 subordinate firearm squadron, 1 flying squad, 1 marine force, and 1 navy division. In total, it will comprise 100,000 troops, covering land, sea, and air. Du Ruhue had put a lot of effort into this organizational structure. If Morocco province followed the other provinces and housed a Legion Corps, the army would be too large and could overwhelm the province. However, if they only housed a regular warfighting legion, they would lack combat strength. Equipping a firearm squadron was to counter Western musketeers. Additionally, the dynasty's industrialization had advanced, allowing them to produce enough handguns. As for the flying squad, it benefited from the territory's industrialization. Since obtaining the mimicry flying device crafting technology from Atlantis, it had been researched by the No. 7 Research Institute. The manufacturing base for these devices had already been planned for Steel City. With such a land, sea, and air legion in charge, Morocco would be completely secure. Ouyang Shua nodded in approval and said, I largely agree with the Privy Court's suggestion. There is only one point, since the organization is different, we can call it the Morocco Formation. In the military system, it will be positioned between a legion and a legion corps and will primarily be utilized for overseas forces. The king is wise, Du Ruhue responded, impressed. Concerning the structure of the Morocco Formation, we do not need to rush it. With the Atlantic Squadron overseeing the region, we can assign the Z-1 type warships to the Morocco Formation's naval division to prevent the waste of resources. The Privy Court and Navy headquarters must thoroughly discuss this matter. Do not worry, my king. Du Ruhue, appointed in both the Privy Court and the Grand Council, served as a bridge, aiding the coordination among various military branches. After addressing the issue, Ouyang Shua asked, do you have anyone in mind for the position of Lieutenant General? Du Ruhue bowed and replied, I believe the king should make this decision. Ouyang Shua considered the matter and said, then let's appoint Shirdakai to the position. As the top general of the Taiping army, Shirdakai was well versed in the use of firearms and had experience in both land and naval combat. Appointing someone with such a background to command the Morocco Formation seemed fitting. The rank of the formation surpassed that of a legion, and Shirdakai's rapid promotion to a position higher than Legion General highlighted Ouyang Shua's high regard for him. Given the unique nature of an overseas formation, such a position would not be bestowed upon anyone unless Ouyang Shua truly trusted them. The vacant position of the 5th Legion General of the Tiger Legion will be filled by Xiao Chaogue, Ouyang Shua concluded. Announce Ma Yuwen as a Major General of the Morocco Formation. Yes, my king. Du Ruhue nodded solemnly, impressed and awed by the king's approach to leadership. Apart from the 4 garrison divisions and the Morocco Formation, 126,000 soldiers still needed to be organized. According to the plan from the Privy Court, they would form a Guards Legion. Of the 3 Guards Legions in the current Guards Legion Corps, the 1st Legion was stationed in the capital city, while the 2nd and 3rd Legions were cavalry. They lacked an infantry legion to rotate with the 1st Legion. The events in Friendship City led Ouyang Shua to change his mind. Ouyang Shua looked at Du Ruhue and said, follow the Morocco Formation standards to build the Somalia Formation in Friendship City. When Du Ruhue heard this, his heart shook. He felt that the king was not building this formation just to defend the city, but to send a message to the cunning Somalia king. However, this was just a guess, and he couldn't voice it. Ouyang Shua continued, move Di Qing from the 2nd Legion of the Tiger Legion to be the Lieutenant General. Fan Lihua from the 3rd Legion will replace him. Hong Ying, the Major General of the 3rd Division of the 3rd Legion, will follow Fan Lihua and become the Major General of the 1st Division of the 2nd Legion. Only Shi Wanshui, Di Qing, and Zhang Han, these 3 emperor-ranked generals, could become lieutenant generals. Du Ruhui was surprised that the king chose Di Qing over Shi Wanshui, his most trusted general. Little did he know that Ouyang Shua had other plans for this loyal general. After Di Qing left, Fan Lihua became the strongest general under Sun Bin. Ouyang Shua also took the opportunity to promote Hong Ying by half a rank. Ouyang Shua continued to reorganize, stating, Zhao Shi, who was the Major General of the 2nd Legion's 1st Division, will be promoted to 3rd Legion Legion General. With this, it was time for Zhao Shi to showcase his skills. Du Ruhui nodded, diligently recording each change. The new round of military reorganization following the Battle of Morocco, while it did not affect the 3 Legion Corps, did impact the appointments of the generals within. After creating the Somalia formation, 26,000 surrendered soldiers remained, which was just enough to build 2 divisions. To the Great Xia dynasty, this did not matter. Luckily, Ouyang Shua had a plan and said, hand over the remaining 26,000 to Atlantis. During the Battle of Morocco, Kalia had helped him a lot. Along with other prior events, Ouyang Shua owed her a great deal. He had mentioned before that he wanted to send Atlantis a big gift. The 26,000 surrendered soldiers were just part of it. In addition, Ouyang Shua planned to choose 50,000 people from Rabat to migrate there. In the future, Morocco would send grain, vegetables, meat, and other supplies to Atlantis, becoming a strong shield for them. The Great Xia dynasty's support for Atlantis City was comprehensive. While it was not much for the dynasty, it was something that Atlantis, located in the middle of the ocean, sorely needed. Du Ruhui had no objections. With such a righteous and brotherly king, what more could he ask for? After finalizing the reorganization plan, the new round of military reorganization concluded. At the same time, the cabinet's work on Morocco province was nearing completion. Upon receiving the letter, Ouyang Shua teleported to Rabat. Before the Somalia formation arrived in Friendship City, Sherhu would personally lead the defenses. In Rabat City, the provincial office had been established. Mulanyu, the first provincial governor of the dynasty, was officially appointed. With the cabinet's assistance, the provincial governor's office settled in and began its work. The first matter to address was the IOUs issued by Ouyang Shua. The first thing Mulanyu said to him was, "King brother, you have sabotaged me." Ouyang Shua avoided the direct accusation and did not respond. Instead, he turned his attention to Yuwen and said, "Old Ko, give us an update on the progress in Morocco." Yuwen bowed and began his report. He informed them that the cabinet had selected 200 officials from the imperial court and the 4 provinces to construct the provincial governor's office, the 4 magistrate offices, and the county office. Beyond that, the cabinet had also conducted a thorough investigation of the current officials in Morocco. Working alongside the Black Snake Guards, they identified and removed those who showed a clear disdain for the dynasty. In terms of appointments, decisions were made by the official ruling department. These actions were standard procedure and similar to what was done in other provinces. However, Morocco presented a unique challenge due to its racial and cultural diversity. The cabinet aimed to respect the Arab culture while also fostering the integration of Chinese civilization. To achieve this, they planned to introduce basic education programs, teaching both Chinese and Arabic languages. They intended for local officials to study at Sinan University, where they would be exposed to the dynasty's system and culture over the course of a year. For areas with a strong Arabic cultural presence, particularly in the mountainous eastern and southern regions, where small tribes were scattered across remote and sparsely populated areas, the provincial governor's office would permit the establishment of self-governing towns and villages, adopting a form of local autonomy. There were numerous other initiatives, but they were less critical to the overall strategy. However, the success of all these plans hinged on the positive sentiment of the people. If the public's mood turned negative, the plans would be put on hold. To refine and correct the grammar of the text, I'll make the necessary adjustments. For this, the provincial governor's office, in terms of implementing the dynasty's welfare system, would not levy agricultural taxes for a year and would reduce business taxes by half. As for civilians and soldiers harmed during the war, their families would receive compensation. Besides constructing various offices, the cabinet had another crucial mission: to assist the Morocco provincial governor Yuwen with its overall development. This development encompassed administrative zoning, industry support plans, infrastructure construction, port development, large-scale project planning, public welfare initiatives, and cultural integration. With the talent pool of the dynasty today, we have the capability to create such detailed development plans. In the plan, the urban planning for Ceuta City, which Ouyang Shua discussed, was naturally included. Additionally, Jingzhou City was incorporated into the jurisdiction of Morocco Province. In the coming 6 months, Morocco Province would establish 3 military harbors in Tangier, Rabat, and Agadir to serve as bases for the Atlantic Squadron. Due to commitments to the Mediterranean, the headquarters of the Atlantic Squadron was relocated from Jingzhou City to Agadir. Based on the plan, significant compensation and large-scale construction projects were involved, placing a substantial burden on the provincial governor's office. For this, the provincial governor's office was prepared to apply for a 1 million gold loan from the Four Seas Bank. After hearing Yuwen and Mulan Yu's report, Ouyang Shua was impressed. Since the establishment of the nation, a comprehensive system had gradually taken shape. Therefore, the arrangement for Morocco Province was something Ouyang Shua did not need to concern himself with. Ouyang Shua smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's proceed with your plan." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yuwen bowed, heaving a sigh of relief. Planning for Morocco Province was Yuwen's first major task since becoming the deputy of the cabinet. This version maintains the original content while improving clarity and grammatical accuracy. To handle the matter well, Yuwen spent many days sleeping less than 5 hours. He worked from morning till night, running around the 4 prefectures of Morocco. Fortunately, his hard work paid off, and the king's approval of the proposal was the greatest recognition. In the following days, Ouyang Shua began his tour of Morocco Province, accompanied by Mulan Yu, to calm the people and meet local officials. He also took time to visit the barracks and see the surrendered soldiers. Now, Ouyang Shua no longer needed to worry about a situation where the soldiers only knew their commander and not their king, since he did not personally participate in the military organization. This was because, under the privy court system, every army underwent loyalty and patriotism education to spread Ouyang Shua's prestige throughout the military. At the same time, the Privy Court worked with the Grand Council to develop a series of measures to prevent the abuse of military power. The future dynasty army would only become more professional. Just as Ouyang Shua was touring Morocco, news about Mohammed VI emerged, but it was not favorable for the dynasty. On the 10th day of the 6th month, Mohammed VI, under the protection of Guards Commander Ismail, suddenly appeared in the imperial city of Algiers in neighboring Algeria. That afternoon, Algeria publicly announced that from that moment on, the Moroccan imperial family would be under their protection. Anyone who attempted to assassinate Mohammed VI would be challenging the Algeria dynasty. The statement conveyed a strong attitude. At the same time, Mohammed VI announced that Algeria would establish a rogue state. In the announcement, he called on the Moroccan people to act and revolt. Along with the announcement of Mohammed VI's country establishment, the Algerian imperial family instantly granted a large piece of land in the core region of the imperial city to Mohammed VI. He could use this land to build the central pillar of the new rogue nation. On this land, the Moroccan rogue nation would have autonomy and power, similar to an embassy in real life. The news caused a significant uproar in the Mediterranean and Africa. The African lords, who had prepared gifts to send to Morocco to gauge the great Xia king's attitude toward Africa, cancelled their trips upon receiving the news. Some envoys who were already en route were even recalled. Mohammed VI's country establishment proclamation had altered the political landscape, leading many intelligent lords to adopt a wait-and-see approach. The discussions between the great Xia dynasty and the Mediterranean lords were also affected as a result. Luolan reported that the talks had become challenging. Speaking of which, Algeria is a country in North Africa, the largest in Africa, the Mediterranean, and the Arab world. It ranks 10th globally with a population of 3.5 million. Geographically, its north borders the Mediterranean Sea, its east borders Libya, its southeast and south regions are connected to Niger, Mali, and Mauritania, and its west borders Morocco. In reality, Algeria's economic scale is the fourth largest in Africa, trailing only South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria. Oil and natural gas are its economic pillars, and in terms of natural gas reserves, it ranks 5th globally and 14th for oil. Therefore, whether in Africa or the Mediterranean, Algeria is a country of great importance. Hence, when the King of Algeria came out to protect Mohammed VI, the Mediterranean lords and the African lords knew that the Xia king could not do anything about it. On the 12th day of the 6th month, in the city of Rabat, Morocco province, Mohammed VI's appearance in Algeria and the news of him building a rogue nation prompted Oyang Shua to cut his tour of Morocco short and return to Rabat. At the provincial governor's office, alongside Oyang Shua, newly appointed provincial governor Mulanyu returned. She presided over her first meeting in this new role, with all 4 governors and the 4 directors of the provincial governor's office bureaus in attendance. Oyang Shua listened in, which put considerable pressure on everyone present. On the way back, Oyang Shua had already discussed in detail with Mulanyu how to mitigate the impact of Mohammed VI's rogue nation on the stability of Morocco province. During the meeting, Mulanyu issued orders. Each office must increase patrols, and arrest anyone found spreading rumors immediately. We must also pay attention to the content of these rumors. We need to guide public opinion and help people understand that life under our governance is better. All relocation projects must be expedited to complete the preparatory work before the migrants arrive. This will be one of our key performance indicators for the year. Those who perform well will be rewarded, while those who do not will face replacement. Upon hearing this, the officials all responded in unison, "Yes, provincial governor." Oyang Shua nodded. Despite her youth, Mulanyu demonstrated the capability to remain calm and composed in critical situations. With a bit more experience, she would become a valuable asset to Oyang Shua. After the meeting, Oyang Shua summoned Black Snake, who hurried over. Seeing the king, Black Snake immediately sought forgiveness. "The Black Snake guards have failed in our duty. I'm sorry, my king." Oyang Shua waved him off. "This matter is not your fault." The intelligence network that the Black Snake Guards had built overseas was still quite weak and had little foundation in the eastern mountain regions of Morocco and Algeria. Thus, it was natural that they couldn't find Mohammed VI. Moreover, for Mohammed VI to reach Algeria so quickly, they must have used official relays. This meant that as soon as Mohammed VI crossed the border, the Algerian king had been aiding him. Algeria was also a significant member of the Mediterranean countries, so Oyang Shua had his doubts. He wondered if the attack on Friendship City and other related events involved the Mediterranean lords. He even suspected that the Silver Hand might be behind it. Without the Silver Hand coordinating everything, they would not have been able to formulate such a plan. The goal was simple. First, to disrupt the great Xia dynasty's strategy and affect its relationship with the Mediterranean and African lords. Second, to increase their negotiating leverage with the dynasty. In such a significant negotiation, the more leverage one had, the more likely they were to win. Another consideration was the conflict of interests between both sides regarding the colonization of Africa. If the Great Xia dynasty established a foothold in Africa, it would pose a threat to the European and American members of the Silver Hand. The Silver Hand had never ceased their efforts to restrict and suppress the Great Xia dynasty. Our enemy is hard to handle, Ouyang Shuo exclaimed. When Black Snake heard this, he nodded solemnly. Only abroad did Black Snake realize the challenges of intelligence work. Many times, the problems and obstacles they faced were not something money could solve. Especially outside of Asia, racial differences made it difficult for the Black Snake Guards to operate. For them to develop to such a scale was a testament to Black Snake's intelligence and leadership capabilities. Since Ouyang Shuo suspected Silver Hand was behind it all, he was extremely cautious toward Algeria. If he were to start a war with Algeria now, he would be falling into Silver Hand's trap. In such a scenario, the Mediterranean negotiations would cease, and the African lords would become wary and resentful of the dynasty, making any cooperation impossible. Even if we take a step back, Algeria is not as weak as Morocco. The moment a country war begins, if the African and Mediterranean lords join the fray, it would drag the Great Xia dynasty into the mud. Otherwise, why would the Algerian royal family dare to make such a proclamation? A flash of killing intent flickered in Black Snake's eyes. My king, I'll send someone to assassinate Mohammed VI. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand. He must die, but there's no need to rush. We must be patient. His high-profile actions suggest he might have set a trap, waiting for us to take the bait. Black Snake remained silent. Ouyang Shuo continued, didn't he take a group of guards with him when he left? Let's target their families in Rabat. We need to plan carefully and bait the big fish. Morocco province is stable, and we have plenty of time. The Black Snake Guards should also work with the various offices to clean up the province. With Mohammed VI out of the way, the hidden rats will likely show their true colors. I understand. Black Snake nodded. Currently, he was radiating a killing aura, as if a bloodstorm was about to sweep through Morocco province. Ouyang Shuo rubbed his forehead and rested in his chair. Go and make the plans. Tell the boys not to worry, I have faith in them. Thank you, King, for your trust. Black Snake cupped his fists, his eyes filled with emotion. Mohammed VI's appearance in Algeria had put a great deal of pressure on the Black Snake Guards, who were tasked with following him. With the king's words, they would feel much more at ease. In the large reading room, Ouyang Shuo lay in the chair, eyes closed, deep in thought. He was truly exhausted. Recently, one incident after another had been stressing him out. After a long while, Ouyang Shuo opened his eyes and muttered, this is getting more and more interesting. Though he was tired, the fight still had to continue. Ouyang Shuo mustered his fighting spirit, picked up his brush, and wrote a letter to Zi Luolan, informing her that the negotiations had to proceed. If the negotiations were to end prematurely, it would be exactly what Silver Hand wanted. In the letter, he reminded her to keep the negotiation team calm and manage the pressure. He also requested Kalia's assistance to keep the talks ongoing. Many of the Mediterranean lords were not keen on damaging their relationships. With strategic diplomacy, Ouyang Shuo believed the situation could be resolved. The key was to remain calm. Chinese wisdom often provided effective solutions to such problems. If the negotiations succeed, the credit will go to all of you, and I will bestow rich rewards and titles upon you, he wrote at the end of the letter. In the dynasty, titles were the highest honor. With such a significant reward, the negotiation team would undoubtedly give their all. The next morning, Ouyang Shuo packed his belongings and prepared to return to Shanghai City. Morocco had Mulanyu and Sherdakai in charge, so Ouyang Shuo felt at ease. If he lingered in Rabat, it might cause unease among his allies and make them suspicious. If Ouyang Shuo were to leave, the people monitoring the situation would not act rashly. Before his departure, Ouyang Shuo wrote a note to Mulanyu, calm and silence. His calligraphy had improved, and his words conveyed the sharpness of a king. He gave her these words not only to remind her how to handle Muhammad VI, but also as a lesson on the conduct of an official. As a leader, one must remain calm. When Mulanyu received the note, she smiled, "I will hang this in my reading room." Ouyang Shua pointed to his heart and smiled, "Hanging it up is useless. You need to remember it in your heart." "Thank you, Brother King, for your teachings," Mulanyu bowed. She would certainly keep her brother's advice and concern in her heart. Ouyang Shua nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation. At 10 a.m., Ouyang Shua returned to the Xia Palace. News of Muhammad VI building a rogue nation only stirred the Mediterranean and Africa. China remained largely unaffected and calm. As soon as he sat down in the reading room, Ouyang Shua said to Qing Yi, "Have Pmo and Meng Jida come here." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a short while, the two rushed into the imperial reading room. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Sit." Ouyang Shua had summoned them to discuss the migration plans. With his instructions, the matter would be done faster and would reduce the burden on Mulanyu. "Pmo, how's the progress on the Morocco migration?" Pmo's heart tightened. Although the king's words were calm, Pmo realized that the king must be unhappy with the progress. He replied carefully, "The Civil Affairs Department has already written the book introducing the province and distributed it in various imperial cities. Using the name of the dynasty, many people have registered. Currently, we are rushing the evaluation process." Ouyang Shua replied, "The migration must be quick this time. You can either loosen the conditions or increase the number of evaluators. If you don't have enough men, take them from the Jili Prefecture office or other offices. Try to complete it within this half a month." "Yes, my king." Pmo bowed and silently wiped away his cold sweat. "The aura of the Son of God is truly different. I must treat every matter carefully." Within the imperial reading room, Pmo left, leaving Meng Jida behind. Ouyang Shua began with the 1 million gold loan to Morocco province. Special things must be handled specially. The processes can be simplified to try and hand over the cash as the other side badly needs it. Meng Jida nodded, "Do not worry, Your Majesty. I will personally oversee the matter to try and get the loan approved within a week." Ouyang Shua smiled in satisfaction. He admired the way Meng Jida handled things. While historical civil servants like Pmo were skilled, they were still influenced by ancient official methods and were less straightforward and quick in their actions. Unlike players like Meng Jida, whose real-life professions focused on efficiency. However, Ouyang Shua did not ask to meet Meng Jida just for this. Instead, he had an idea he wanted to discuss. This idea came to him during the attack on Morocco and became clearer after the Friendship City incident. Ouyang Shua said, "You are aware of the compensation to merchants in Rabat City and Friendship City, right?" "Yes," Meng Jida replied. "What are your thoughts on it?" Meng Jida paused. This matter was not within the scope of his duties. However, since the king asked, he had to respond. After some thought, he said simply, "It is a short-term loss but a long-term gain." Meng Jida analyzed it from an investment perspective. Ouyang Shua revealed his intentions. "I was thinking that if the dynasty compensates merchants every time their interests are affected, they might become too dependent on us and act more recklessly." Human nature, especially that of merchants, was complex. In reality, there were numerous cases of people defrauding government subsidies, and the same could happen in the game. That was the difficult part of governing a country. The dynasty provided subsidies with good intentions. However, in the long term, these intentions might be misused. Therefore, when setting and making policies, they had to consider all aspects and not randomly implement them. Ouyang Shua did not want such a compensation method to become a habit. He was thinking about finding a better solution. Meng Jida agreed, "The king's concerns make sense. Since that's the case, can the Four Seas Bank use this as an opportunity to develop the insurance industry? We could start with ocean insurance." The concept of insurance is not exclusive to modern society. As far back as 2500 BC, the Babylonian Empire ordered clergy, village chiefs, and others to collect taxes to form emergency funds. The Egyptians and Masons established burial organizations, using member fees to cover burial costs. These early practices were early forms of insurance, gradually evolving into the insurance system we know today. With the development of trade, in 1792 BC, during the reign of the sixth king of Babylon, a system was introduced to help merchants compensate for their losses by sharing them. This system closely resembled the Great Xia dynasty's compensation system for maritime merchants. In 916 BC, on the Mediterranean island of Rhodes, to protect ocean trade, a merchant law was established stating that if a merchant incurred losses, including the ship's owner, all owners of goods on the ship would share the loss. The Great Xia dynasty had the advantage of controlling trade routes, the prosperity of maritime trade, and the substantial funds of the Four Seas Bank, providing a solid foundation for launching the ocean insurance industry. When Mengjida heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "The king's idea is brilliant." Along with the king establishing the country, the Four Seas Bank's gold has increased, and the funds are growing. Conversely, the number of people borrowing has decreased as territories merge and are occupied. The Four Seas Bank is facing an awkward situation where the money cannot be spent. Starting the insurance industry will help resolve the current situation and provide us with another avenue for profit. However, Mengjida has overlooked one point. If the industry is successfully started, it means the Great Xia dynasty is closer to modernization, and this will greatly improve voyage trading. The protection of insurance will increase the motivation and eagerness of merchants to participate in voyage trading. On this point, Europe, where insurance originated, does not have such favorable conditions. European countries have limited players, and their banks cannot absorb as much savings as the Four Seas Bank. In terms of voyage trading, they have fallen far behind the Great Xia dynasty. Looking at the entire world, apart from the American continent's Panama River, the Great Xia dynasty has completed a crucial global trade route. The Europeans and Americans can only follow behind. Ouyang Shua did not expect Mengjida to be so excited and smiled. "I only have a suggestion. The rationality and feasibility will depend on you professionals." Mengjida bowed and said emotionally, "Do not worry, my king. We will assess it in the shortest time and come up with a suitable plan." Ouyang Shua nodded, "That's great, I'll wait for your good news." In this room, after the entertainment industry, another significant development is being led by Ouyang Shua, shocking the entire world. After Mengjida left, Ouyang Shua asked Xing Yi, "How are the discussions with Stone City going?" The matter of Ouyang Shua's sudden visit to Friendship City had unfolded, and it had been 10 days since the discussions began. Before his departure, Ouyang Shua had instructed Xing Yi and the Secret Documents Pavilion to follow up on the matter. Xing Yi raised her head and handed over a document from her desk. "It's been settled for the most part, 2 days ago. Wufu has no objections, we're just waiting for your approval." Ouyang Shua took the document and smiled. "The efficiency is impressive." Xing Yi elaborated, "Wufu was eager, which made the negotiations smoother than expected." Ouyang Shua paged through the document while asking, "We didn't cheat him, did we? He did not want to upset Wufu for the sake of minor gains." Xing Yi smiled. "You gave us instructions before you left. How could we dare to do such a thing?" "That's great," Ouyang Shua said, as he examined the document. The terms were as he had wished. For Wufu to become a vassal state of the Great Xia dynasty, he needed to agree to several conditions. Firstly, to accept an official position. Wufu accepted the appointment as the governor of Fengtian Prefecture, enjoying a high degree of autonomy within his jurisdiction, under the legal framework of the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, to relinquish diplomatic powers. Stone City would align its foreign policies and viewpoints with those of the Great Xia dynasty. When necessary, the Honglu Temple would intervene. Thirdly, to make payments. Stone City would contribute 300,000 gold monthly, with the option to pay in coal. The Great Xia Dynasty, in turn, agreed to several points, the first of which was the granting of titles. The Great Xia Dynasty must grant Wufu the title of third-class marquis and assign him Fengtian Prefecture as his land. Secondly, military protection is required. In addition to assisting in the formation of the Binhai Squadron, the Great Xia Dynasty must station a warfighting legion in Stone City. Naturally, the daily expenses will be covered by Stone City. Thirdly, tax exemption. Any merchant goods entering the border will be exempt from border taxes. Similarly, goods from the Great Xia Dynasty entering Stone City will also be tax-free. Fourthly, additional assistance. The Great Xia Dynasty must provide Stone City with 100 officials, 50 generals, 100 doctors, 50 shipbuilders, and 100 ironsmiths annually. Additionally, the dynasty will invest in building steel mills, military factories, and cannon factories to support Stone City's industrialization. These are the major terms, but the agreement includes many other detailed provisions. Overall, this is a win-win situation. Stone City sacrifices some honor and autonomy in exchange for support and protection. Ouyang Shua felt a complex mix of emotions as he read the document. He recalled the bustling days when the Shanghai Alliance was formed. Over the years, the allies had gradually disappeared, with only fallen Phoenix City remaining. Times had changed. Shanghai City, once reliant on allies to stand against the Yanhuang Alliance, had grown into a formidable giant. Now, it was the Yanhuang Alliance that feared them. Ouyang Shua had shifted his focus to the broader world, where his true opponent was no longer the Yanhuang Alliance but the Silver Hand. His personal thoughts were now beyond the understanding of outsiders. From a passionate young man, he had transformed into a lone king seated on a cold, solitary throne. He no longer had any close friends to talk to. The winners survived, and the losers were eliminated. The wilderness was just so cruel. My king? Sing Yi snapped Ouyang Shua out of his daze. Ouyang Shua jolted awake, placed down the document, and said calmly, I've seen it. Let's follow this. When the time comes, hold a signing ceremony and invite the media. Since it was done, Ouyang Shua saw no need to hide it. Great. Sing Yi nodded, knowing this was not a tough task to complete. 6th month, 15th day, Shanghai City, Xia Palace, West Hall. At 10 a.m., all the prominent media outlets in China gathered to witness a glorious moment. The Great Xia Dynasty King and Stone City Lord Wufu were signing a vassal state agreement. No one expected the recently returned Xia King to drop such a significant announcement. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Shua and Wufu appeared together. With many witnesses, they signed the agreement. Afterward, Ouyang Shua and Wufu did not leave immediately. Instead, they stayed to answer a few questions from the media. The moment their words ended, the reporters all raised their hands, eager to know the inside story. Ouyang Shua smiled and called on quick daily news. Xia King, if Stone City is your vassal state, are they still a member of the Shanghai Alliance? Ouyang Shua replied, Stone City's cooperation with the Great Xia Dynasty remains within the alliance structure. It's just a closer collaboration. Someone then asked Wufu, Lord Wufu, to suddenly make the Great Xia Dynasty your suzerain state, were you forced to? What happened behind the scenes? Wufu remained calm. The Great Xia Dynasty is the top territory in the world, and the Xia King is my good friend. This cooperation is due to strategic considerations. Ouyang Shua added, if there were any insider news, why would I invite all of you here? Ha ha ha. Friendly laughter filled the hall. Whether the people truly believed those words or not, no one knew. After which, someone asked, King Xia, as the suzerain state of Stone City, what are your views on the recent conflict between Handan City and Stone City? After this person finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent as everyone looked at Ouyang Shua. The media was the most sensitive and could sense that this was the reason behind Stone City's actions. Ouyang Shua was prepared for this and said solemnly, "As the suzerain state, I have the obligation to protect the safety of Stone City. If Handan City provokes Stone City again, I would not hesitate to send troops." This was a declaration of war. All the reporters at the scene were truly excited, recording Ouyang Shua's words. What a scoop! Some reporters even thought of headlines for the next day, such as Great Xia Dynasty declares war on Handan City. Ouyang Shua answered a few more questions before the ceremony ended. The moment it concluded, the news of Stone City becoming a vassal state spread across the entire China region. More hidden currents began to move in the area. As the top territory in the world, every action by the dynasty attracted attention, especially news of this magnitude. This matter exploded on the forums, with some people saying, "The China region is about to erupt." Simultaneously, the 4th Legion of the Leopard Corps, stationed at the border of Jinan Prefecture, was ordered to teleport to Stone City to fulfill the promise. A few days earlier, the training division led by Kai Mao had boarded 10 turreted ships and set sail for Binhai Bay. Stone City had also begun its soldier recruitment drive to prepare for the establishment of the Binhai Squadron. All of this spelled bad news for Handan City. Jili Province, Handan City. After learning that the Great Xia Dynasty and Stone City had signed a suzerainty agreement, Chen was in a bad mood. For Chen, who aimed to take down the entire province, this was the worst news he could have received. The Yan-Huang alliance had tried to secure suzerain treatment from the Yunnan city-state but did not get what they wished for. Who knew the Great Xia Dynasty would be one step ahead? "It seems our actions against Stone City have backfired," Chen regretted. He did not expect Wufu to be so weak, he was unable to handle even a little pressure. What a coward! Chen fumed. His previous actions were intended to take down Stone City, but he was worried that they might attract the attention of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chen had planned to use the warm water cooking frog method to gradually weaken Stone City. However, the frog did not follow the plan and jumped into the Great Xia Dynasty's bowl instead. "That old fox has benefited from all this," Chen lamented, filled with regret. Juedai Fenghua remained silent by his side. She had warned him at the start to avoid any actions against Stone City. If they were to act, they needed to deliver a lethal blow. Unfortunately, Chen did not listen. Now the situation was dire. Stone City had aligned with the Great Xia Dynasty, worsening their position. Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Since it has reached this stage, I need to talk to my grandfather. We must expedite that matter, or that old fox will continue to exploit us." Despite its isolation, the Yan-Huang alliance had not abandoned its grand schemes. Seeing that Silver Hand did not involve himself in China's internal affairs, the 6 family elders of the Yan-Huang alliance could not stand it and convened to devise a plan. As Chen had said, if they did not come up with a significant strategy, they would be gradually dismantled and absorbed. This was a matter of their family's survival, far beyond what a young man like Chen could manage. The 6 family elders all recognized that the Great Xia Dynasty was growing stronger daily, with its roots deepening and its reputation soaring. Such an opponent was exceedingly difficult to handle. Time was running out, and the margin for error was slim. If they continued like Chen, with each plan easily thwarted, the Yan-Huang alliance would not survive. The alliance could not afford any more major setbacks. Thus, the elders used their wisdom and skills to craft a grand scheme, Plan Z. However, the plan was too ambitious, and the stakes were too high. Complicating matters further, it was a 6-sided discussion, with mutual distrust, making it impossible to finalize the plan in a short time. Initially, Chen was patient, but after this, he could no longer tolerate the delay. Juedai Fenghua's eyes lit up. Knowing about the situation, she asked curiously, handling the Feng family will be a significant challenge. Chen was confident, my grandfather will have his methods. Chen had the utmost faith in his grandfather's abilities. Hearing this, Fenghua Juedai fell silent. That afternoon, in Shanghai City at the Xia Palace, Wu Fu and Ouyang Shua used the opportunity of signing the agreement to have a discussion, which yielded promising results. At least their direction was the same. Wu Fu was not like Xuanlong Dianxue, he did not nitpick. He was pragmatic, focusing on the interests of Planet Hope. As long as he could achieve his goals, whether he held power or not did not matter. Just last night, Ouyang Shua sent letters to Feng Qiuhuang and Gong Chengshi, explaining the agreement to clear up any doubts. Among the Shanghai Alliance members, Mulan Yu and Bai Hua had merged with the Great Xia Dynasty, Xuanlong Dianxue was expelled, and Wu Fu had become a vassal. Gong Chengshi had once rushed to visit Ouyang Shua, and the two had a close relationship. There were rumors that Ouyang Shua had formed the Shanghai Alliance for ulterior motives, intending to swallow up his allies. Ouyang Shua didn't need to defend himself. The current dynasty was not something a rumor could shake. Those spreading the rumors feared the Great Xia Dynasty and did not dare to voice them openly. Why would Ouyang Shua bother with such people? However, while Ouyang Shua remained indifferent, it did not mean others felt the same. Especially Feng Qiuhuang, a strong-willed woman. As the last independent member of the alliance, some rumors would inevitably influence her judgment. Therefore, Ouyang Shua needed to explain the situation to her and outline each of their boundaries. In truth, Ouyang Shua did not plan to incorporate Fallen Phoenix City into the dynasty. Bai Hua and she were different. Although both were famous in the wilderness, their personalities were distinct. Bai Hua was strong, but she lacked the necessary capabilities. As the big sister of Consonance Studio and the former leader of a guild, Bai Hua had many hopes placed on her shoulders. Thus, she had no choice but to be strong, to act strong. Deep down, she did not truly care about power and would rather follow a strong leader. Facing everything alone was not her style. As a result, she agreed to the merger. Feng Qiuhuang was different. As her name suggested, she was a proud phoenix, with stubbornness and a desire for control ingrained in her nature. In this way, Feng Qiuhuang was similar to Wu Zetian in history. Merging Fallen Phoenix City into the system would restrict her abilities and dim her shine. Ouyang Shua had been looking forward to the day she became the first queen in the wilderness. P.S. This chapter is about the background story of the Battle of Fei River. If you do not like it or you are familiar with this part of history, you can skip it. On the 16th day of the 6th month, various media in the China region reported the Stone City vassal state matter in prominent positions or on the front page. At this moment, a system notification suddenly spread across the China region. System notification: the China region has successfully upgraded 30 Grade 2 prefectures, activating the battle map system. The 7th battle map, the Battle of Fei River, will start in 3 days. Friendly reminder: the Battle of Fei River is not a compulsory battle map quest, and only Grade 2 prefecture lords have the right to register and join. Currently, only about 50 territories remain in China, and even the lowest is a Grade 1 prefecture. Grade 2 prefecture is the average. As for Chen and others, who have been upgraded to first-class marquis, their territories have upgraded to Grade 3 prefectures. However, it is important to note that a significant gap exists between first-class marquis and the duke rank. Not to mention Chen, even Feng Qiuhuang's merit points are only at 400,000, which is less than half the requirement. It seems that the emergence of China's second capital city is still far off. Ouyang Shua felt mixed emotions about the Battle of Fei River. In his previous life, the China region did not develop so quickly. Therefore, before Ouyang Shua was revived, the Battle of Fei River was the last one. This means that in the coming battles, Ouyang Shua will no longer have an advantage. The Battle of Fei River took place in 383 AD, when the former Qin army sent out troops to engage Jin in this battle. In the end, the eastern Jin used 80,000 troops to defeat the former Qin's 1.12 million soldiers. Despite having an overwhelming advantage, the former Qin army lost, plunging their state into chaos. Various tribes broke away from their rule, forming the later Qin and later Yan regimes. Eastern Jin took advantage of this situation to advance north and push the border to the Yellow River. In the following years, Eastern Jin faced no significant external threats. To understand the Battle of Fei River, one must consider the unique historical context of the Wei, Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties. This period, also known as the Three Kingdoms, 2 Jin, 16 Kingdoms, and Northern and Southern dynasties, spanned from Chao Pai's reign to the Sui dynasty's conquest of Qin, unifying China, covering 369 years. It was a time of frequent regime changes and wars, with over 30 large and small states emerging and falling within just 300 years. The Wei and Jin Northern and Southern dynasties succeeded the Han and Jin and were succeeded by the Sui and Tang. This era was marked by significant chaos. During this period, the Wei and Jin philosophical school emerged, and Taoism and Buddhism rose in prominence. Greek and Persian cultures also began to influence China. This era also saw changes in the system of kingship, with the Sui and Tang systems developing and forming, whose impact would last until the Northern Song. In 265 AD, Sima Yan overthrew Chao Wei and established the Jin dynasty, based in Luoyang, ending the Three Kingdoms and unifying the nation. However, this unified state lasted only a short time. After the destruction of Wu, the nobles of West Jin became increasingly corrupt, leading to a dark period in politics. At this time, the aristocratic families seized control. Many nomadic tribes also moved in and were kept as slaves by these families. In Guangzhou and Liangzhou, these tribes constituted nearly half of the local population. The influx of too many people eventually led to the downfall of West Jin and the onset of chaos. In 299 AD, the War of the Eight Princes began, lasting for 7 years. This disruption allowed the people who had been brought in as slaves to join as soldiers, leading to the turmoil of the 5 northern minorities. This turmoil, which began with the fall of West Jin and continued until Northern Wei unified the north, was a significant calamity for the Han Chinese. During this period, the north and south were divided and in a state of standoff. The 5 non-Han races were the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jia, Cheng, and Di. Fu Jian, the king of former Qin, who participated in the Battle of Fei River, was from the Di race. In 357 AD, Prince of the East Sea, Fu Jian, initiated a coup, overthrew the former Qin Emperor Fu Sheng, and ascended to the throne. He changed the era name to Yongxing. Over the following 30 years, Fu Jian, with the help of Wang Meng and others, built a powerful nation and a strong military. They eliminated former Yan, former Liang, and Dai, thereby unifying the north and establishing a north-south division with the eastern Jin. Fu Jian was an exceptional ruler, unmatched by any emperor of the Jin dynasty. While conquering former Yan, former Liang, and Dai, Fu Jian did not execute the captured emperors and prime ministers. Instead, he treated them kindly. This was likely due to his magnanimous character, but also due to strategic considerations. As the Di were just a small tribal race in the north, controlling the other races posed a significant challenge. Facing this situation, he was unwilling to cause problems by killing them. Instead, he chose to manage them and even granted them power to lead troops. Notable figures included Morong Chui, Yao Cheng, and others. Ironically, after the former Qin lost the Battle of Fei River, Morong Chui escaped back to the former Yan to re-establish his rule. The Morong tribes armed themselves and caused widespread chaos, while Yao Cheng also rose up and ultimately killed Fu Jian. In 375 AD, Wang Meng died. Before his death, he told Fu Jian, "Although Jin is situated in the remote and secluded Wuyue, it is still a legitimate empire. It maintains good relations with its neighbors and is a fertile ground. I do not wish for you to attack and capture the Chong people after I am gone. I have grievances with them, but doing so would cause problems for us. Let's take our time to prepare for the future. Wang Meng's words made sense. After eliminating the former Yan, former Liang, and Dai, the former Qin had gained substantial spoils of war. Digesting all of this was not easy. The cultural differences between the races required time to blend. The small D race conquering the north was like a snake swallowing an elephant. Logically, the snake should focus on producing acids to digest the elephant. Attempting to swallow a rhinoceros before finishing the elephant was clearly a bad idea. Wang Meng was concerned about the snake's digestive capacity, which is why he gave those warnings. However, Fu Jian's rise was a story of continuous success, making him extremely confident and leading him to believe that his good fortune would not run out. Fu Jian happily thought that there would be nothing wrong with swallowing a rhinoceros. Unifying the world was a huge temptation, and it was one that Fu Jian could not resist. 7 years after Wang Meng's death, Fu Jian felt the time was right and decided to attack East Jin. In 378 AD, former Qin increased their attacks on East Jin. That year, former Qin mobilized 170,000 troops and split them into 4 groups to attack East Jin. Xiangyang city defended for a year before falling, and the East Jinyang province governor, Zhu Su, was captured. Based on how Fu Jian treated captured prisoners, Zhu Su became an official of former Qin. However, Zhu Su did not give up hope and turned into a high-level spy, causing significant damage in the Battle of Fei River. In 383 AD, the former Qin emperor, Fu Jian, decided to go all out to conquer East Jin, ordering 1/10 of his men to join the army. He also wanted all horses, whether public or private, to be provided to the army. Thus, he gathered 870,000 troops, including 270,000 cavalry. Additionally, there were 250,000 vanguard forces led by General Fu Rong, bringing the total to 1.12 million troops. At that time, East Jin had only 3 to 4 million people, and fewer than 100,000 of them were soldiers. However, compared to the million-strong army of former Qin, the 100,000 soldiers of East Jin were many times stronger. The main force of the East Jin army was the Northern House Army, which mainly recruited refugees. Why refugees? After the fall of West Jin, the northern refugees entered the south, and some settled south of the Changjiang, becoming ordinary people. However, many still lived north of the Changjiang, maintaining their own organizations and equipment. In ancient times, escape was not an easy matter and was truly dangerous. While escaping, everyone would wear their best clothing and carry their most valuable items in their bags, making them prime targets for theft. In those chaotic times, bandits were rampant, and one could easily be robbed of all their belongings and discarded to the side. Armies also preyed on refugees. Apart from bandits and such armies, even Jin officials had designs on them. For example, Prince Sima Yang of Xiang in the eastern Jin disguised his men as bandits to rob refugees in Hubei. Not only 1 or 2 of these princes engaged in such activities, it became a fairly lucrative business. Even the renowned Zhu Ti partook in this before. When Zhu Ti first arrived in Jiangnan, he was not wealthy. One day, he invited many officials to his home and displayed numerous treasures, saying, "Do not be shocked, I got lucky in Nantang yesterday." Logically, he was not a bad person. He led the army north and died in Hunan. The locals built a temple in his honor, and many people venerated him. The allure was simply too great. With a group of rich targets in plain sight, why let them go unharmed? With weapons in hand, why not rob them? The fate of the victims was not their concern. Even refugees would rob one another, and those without weapons were often the victims of other refugees. In such circumstances, refugees banded together under the leadership of a commander. No matter who dared to rob them, they would fight back with all their might. This leader became known as the refugee commander. As a result, refugees formed an independent military force. All the refugees who fled south had survived turmoil and quickly learned to fight, displaying remarkable combat skills. Not deploying them in battle was a huge waste. In 377 AD, Chen gathered large numbers of refugees and formed the Northern House Army. Under Chen's leadership, the army trained rigorously for many years and rapidly became the most elite force in eastern Jin, and indeed the strongest in all of China. 6 years after Chen established the Northern House Army, the Battle of Fei River began. Discussing it in a neutral manner, Fu Jian sent 1/10 of his men into battle. At the time, this ratio was not unusually high, higher ratios were not uncommon. However, Fu Jian deployed this ratio across the entire former Qin territory, from Hebei to Sichuan and Shandong to Gansu, creating a significant issue. They had no iron roads or carts and very few carriages for the soldiers. Thus, they could only rely on their own feet. In such conditions, an unburdened person could walk 40 kilometers in 8 hours a day. However, as soldiers, they carried equipment, and the paths were not always direct. According to historical records, Alexander the Great's army could cover 25 kilometers a day, and the Roman army could also walk 25 kilometers, or up to 30 kilometers if they moved quickly. The former Qin army, however, lacked professional training, so it was rare for them to manage even 20 kilometers a day. It was a chaotic period, and the paths were poorly maintained. Encountering a river made the journey even more challenging, as they had to use ferries without bridges. Even disregarding these obstacles, it would take a soldier about 2 months to reach the Zhuanghe region. The primary issue was that Fu Jian rushed his war preparations. He issued his orders in the 7th month. Logically, it would take a month for the orders to reach the various regions of the state, plus additional time for the local officials to act on these instructions. However, Fu Jian believed that time waited for no one. On the 2nd day of the 8th month, Fu Jian dispatched the Yongping Duke, Fu Rong, to assemble 250,000 cavalry from Zhanghao, Morong Chue, and others as the vanguard. He also commanded the Yenzhou provincial governor, Yao Cheng, to assume the role of dragon commander. On the 8th day of the 8th month, Fu Jian departed from Chang'an to journey to the battlefield, with his main forces following. By the 9th month, he led the 250,000-strong vanguard to the Huai River region, while his middle troops reached Xiang City, and the Liangzhou army arrived at Xianyang. Zitong prefect Pei Yuanlu led 70,000 navy troops eastward from Sichuan. The armies of Yuzhou and Jizhou also arrived at Peng City. At this juncture, the war officially commenced. However, considering the timing, it is evident that the various territorial forces had not yet reached their battlefields. Historical records indicate that when Fu Jian arrived at Xiang City, Gansu's troops were just reaching Xianyang. All the forces were still en route to the assembly area, but the war had already begun. Ironically, even before they arrived, the Battle of Fei River had concluded. They merely expended vast quantities of grain and clogged the various routes. One might say that Fu Jian's defeat was a result of not heeding the advice of Wang Meng and ignoring the objections of his officials, his confidence having swelled excessively. When he sent the country's troops toward Jin, he had already lost. The defeat of former Qin in the Battle of Fei River was not by luck. Regarding the Battle of Fei River, why was Fu Jian so anxious and did not wait for the entire army to gather before setting off? It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. With the ancient technological standards, gathering 1 million people in one place was a daunting task. Even if one walked on a relatively wide road that could accommodate 20 people at once, the entire army would stretch over 50 kilometers. This was a terrifying and uncontrollable situation. If the 1 million troops proceeded together, resources would not meet the demand. The only solution was to split up. Fu Jian's strategy was to divide the 1 million troops into several groups. When the first group fell, the second would replace it. He aimed to use a human sea tactic to overwhelm the Eastern Jin army. Fu Jian once claimed that his troops were so numerous that their horse whips, if thrown into the river, could halt its flow. However, reality proved that before his second group even had a chance, the war was already over. In contrast to the former Qin, riddled with issues, the Eastern Jin before the Battle of Fei River presented a different scenario. When news of Fu Jian's southern campaign reached Jiankang, the Eastern Jin imperial court was alarmed. At the time, Eastern Jin was divided into two major military powers, the Hengchong Army in Jingzhou and the Northern Army defending Zunnan, led by Xie Shi and Xie Shen. Given the direction of Fu Jian's attack, the Northern Army took the primary responsibility. Xie Shen was genuinely anxious and sought help from the most influential person in Eastern Jin, Xian. Though Xian was a respected minister, he did not have any feasible solutions. As such, he could only try to cover up by saying, "The imperial court has other plans." In truth, there were no other plans, and Xie Shen could only rely on himself. Heng Cheng was also really anxious and sent 3,000 elite guards to Jiankang. In the end, Xian said to them, "It's already settled here, go back to defend the west." When Heng Cheng heard this, he sighed, "We are finished." Seeing that the imperial officials were all going to become prisoners of war, they could not take it and went to look for Xie and had no way to handle all of them, so he left to tour. During the day, he did not show himself in Jiankang. Some people lavished praise on Xian, saying he played an instrumental role in defeating Fu Jian. In truth, this was just people saying random things and was far from the truth. Xian was already leaving it to the heavens at this rate. Luckily, if he were a prisoner, he would not be at any life-threatening risk. Treating prisoners well was a tradition for Fu Jian, and he had sent word that after he destroyed East Jin, he would give Xian a good position. In Chang'an City, Fu Jian had already built a mansion for him in advance. Xian only knew how to act and could not provide any help. Xie Shi and Xie Shen could only gather all the troops they had and go for an all-out battle with Fu Jian's army. In the 10th month, Fu Jian's vanguard forces crossed the Huai River and attacked Shouyang City. Fu Rong planned to destroy the surrounded Jin army and sent out another 50,000 troops to Luojian in the east to prevent East Jin reinforcements. At that point, Fu Jian's main force was still being assembled, and Fu Jian himself was with a portion of his troops in Xiang City. The surrounded Jin army sent a letter to Xie Xian for help, but Fu Rong intercepted it. Fu Rong felt elated, believing the end of the Jin army had arrived, and immediately informed Fu Jian of the news. Fu Jian was overjoyed and promptly led 80,000 cavalry to Shouyang to join Fu Rong. The remaining main force slowly followed on the roads. Xie Xian and the 70,000-strong northern army entered Luojian to attempt to rescue the trapped Jin army. However, 50,000 Qin troops stood between them, forcing the northern army to attack. Under Xie Shen, Lu Laoji led 5,000 elite troops to launch a surprise assault on the Qin army. The Qin forces, caught off guard, quickly collapsed. As on other battlefields, the soldiers were unable to gauge the number of enemy troops and could not effectively resist, focusing instead on escape. The generals were powerless to prevent the chaos, resulting in many being killed or captured. In the end, 15,000 Qin soldiers died, and their supplies and equipment fell into the hands of the Northern Army. The defeat of 50,000 troops by 5,000 was a dark omen of what was to come. This failure stunned Fu Jian, who, for the first time since the campaign began, felt fear. After securing Luojian, the Jin army advanced to join the surrounded troops. By then, the combined navy and army, totaling 80,000, had regrouped and camped east of the Fei River. At this crucial moment, a key figure emerged to decide the outcome of the battle. He was Zhu Su, who was captured. After his capture, Fu Jian followed tradition and treated him well. Zhu Su was appointed as the ambassador to persuade them to surrender. However, he not only refused to do so but also said to Xie Shi, although they have 1 million troops, they are just gathering. The situation now is different. use the chance that all their men have not arrived to swiftly attack. As long as you can crush their vanguard forces, you can destroy their million-strong army. Xiashi originally planned to defend, but under Zhu Su's persuasion, he decided to strike out. The Fei River was chosen as the location where the two armies would engage in a decisive battle. Fu Jian's army gathered on the west shore of the Fei River, directly opposite the Jin army. At that time, the Fujian army, led by Fu Rong, numbered 250,000, and Fu Jian brought over 80,000 troops. However, Fu Rong sent another 30,000 troops to Jingzhou and also lost some men in Luojian. Additionally, he left some troops to defend Sichuan. Thus, at that moment, there were truly only 150,000 former Qin troops. The Qin army consisted of elite D-race soldiers, all gathered in the central forces commanded by Fu Rong. In addition, there were many Han Chinese, Xinbei, Cheng, and Wuheng people. They did not feel much loyalty to the former Qin, established by the D-race, and came out of fear. The racial differences added many complications, making command much harder. Language alone was a significant issue, and Fu Rong's orders needed to be translated into different languages before they could be relayed. With 150,000 men from so many different races, without proper training, they were crowded together on the west bank of the Fei River. Even if a god were their commander, it would be difficult to command them. Both sides waited solemnly by the river, and neither side acted. Fu Jian and Fu Rong came onto the Shouyang city wall, looking out at the orderly Jin troops opposite them. The enemy had elite soldiers. Then, they looked north at the trees on Bagong Mountain, which all looked human-shaped. Fu Jian looked at Fu Rong and said with shock and fear, "The enemy looks strong, we should pay attention." This was where the idiom Tsao Mu Jibing originated, showing that after the defeat at Luojian, Fu Jian had turned from being overconfident to lacking in confidence. At this very moment, Fu Jian received a letter from Xie Shen, suggesting that the former Qin forces retreat slightly west to allow the Jin troops to cross the Fei River so that the two armies could engage. Xie Shen wanted to fight a quick battle. According to the plan, he would lead 8,000 elite troops across the river. If the situation was favorable, the following forces could cross and launch a large-scale attack. If the movement failed, the main force could handle the aftermath. Most former Qin generals opposed this plan because maneuvering such a large army was too complicated for the potential benefits, especially with so many poorly trained troops. However, Fu Jian and Fu Rong felt that they should wait until the enemy was halfway across before sending the cavalry to charge at them. After all, wouldn't they win just like that? Thus, Fu Jian ordered the troops to retreat. Fu Jian's idea seemed good. The Qin army was using cavalry to face the Jin army crossing the river, so they had a huge strategic advantage. However, he had overlooked one point: he did not have the ability to make his army retreat in an orderly manner. He only considered the enemy and did not realize that there were even more dangerous enemies among the 150,000 beside him. The moment the retreat order was given, a huge chaotic scene ensued. It was not hard to imagine how a normal soldier would feel during this retreat. A person in the middle of 150,000 people, looking out, he was surrounded by a human ocean. He had always lived in the north. Even in his dreams, he could not have imagined he would come to the Fei River. He knew that a bloody battle was about to start, and he would most probably die in this place. He did not know the extent of the opposing Jin army's strength. However, not long ago, in the Luojian battle, he heard that many of his people had died. Thinking of this, one would obviously to Bavia anxiety. The crowd would not only help but also increase their nervousness. Fear could spread among people, and it would grow. He might not understand the words of some generals, even those that spoke in the same language. He could listen but not get the meaning of the words the general said. Back off 500 meters to let the Jin army cross the river, then charge it, fight them and chase them into the river. This was too complex for a time. Furthermore, the general might not have given him such specific details. All he knew was to retreat, but he did not know why. So everyone turned around and walked. They knew that the Jin army was behind them and could charge at them at any moment. Such an idea made them feel endangered. One could imagine some people quickening their footsteps. Those who were further behind walked even faster. They had wives and kids and really did not want to die here, so they obviously walked quicker. Seeing the people around them walk quicker, everyone started to feel even more afraid. This was a negative cycle. If this continued, everyone would end up just running. Logically speaking, there should be something external to stop this, namely, the generals and commanders. However, facing such a complex and chaotic organization, the generals could not deal with it. There were no communication methods apart from flags and horns. The basic level generals and advanced generals could not keep in contact. Along with the language barrier, the situation became even worse. The basic generals did not understand what was going on. Did the Jin army attack? Have we already lost? Are we retreating in defeat? When this chaotic scene spread, even the commanders could not control. The fear was endless, and 150,000 people competed against one another as they started to run. On this premise, the Xiaxian forces had started to cross the river. When Fu Rong saw that the situation had gotten out of control, he tried to maintain order. Unfortunately, he ran too quickly and was knocked off his horse, losing his mount and being killed by the Jin army. The Jin army did not face any resistance after they crossed. Before them was the Qin army running in all directions. Why would Xiaxian hesitate? He immediately gave the order to chase. The Qin army ran all the way. No one could stop them, and those hopeful were stepped on. These soldiers did not even rest during the night, continuing to run day and night. When they heard any random sounds, they would think it was the Jin army troops chasing them. At this point, the 150,000 troops of former Qin broke apart. Fu Jian was also shot. The scene was really chaotic, and no one cared about his life or death. Fu Jian rode his horse and went to Huaibei himself. The Jin army obtained tens of thousands of horses, hundreds of thousands of cows, sheep, and mules. Here is the cleaned text with minor grammatical improvements for better readability. This was a negative cycle. If this continued, everyone would end up just running. Logically speaking, there should be an external to stop this, namely, the generals and commanders. However, facing such a complex and chaotic organization, the generals could not deal with it. There were no communication methods apart from flags and horns. The basic level generals and advanced generals could not keep in contact. Along with language barrier, the situation Fu Jian's army collapsed without engaging the enemy, and the reason was their retreat. Such a scene baffled modern commanders. But in those times, this was the truth. When the sun rose, 150,000 former Qin soldiers were on the west shore. When the sun set, there were none left, and the sunlight shone only on the trampled corpses. The fate of the former Qin set with the sun. The soldiers who did not reach the Fei River dispersed upon hearing of the defeat. The 800,000-strong army gathered was not even sent to the battlefield. Fu Jian's campaign called upon the entire empire, but he gained nothing from it. Instead, many of the fallen soldiers joined the rebellion against him. The beast swallowed by the snake was not digested and had now torn the stomach apart. The Xianbei rebellion army established the later Yan Empire, and the Chang people established the later Qin Empire. Fu Jian, who had never doubted others, was betrayed by those he trusted. He could only abandon Guanzhong and retreat to Gansu. Not long after, he was murdered by Yao Chang. 20 years earlier, Yao Chang had been scheduled for execution, but Prince Fu Jian of the East saved him. It was as if fate played a cruel joke. At the time, it had been only 2 years since Fu Jian ambitiously sought to conquer eastern Jin. On the brink of death, did he reflect on what had happened at the Fei River? At his brightest moment, he had lost the protection of fortune. All of this was like a dream. 6th month, 19th day, Shanghai City. 3 days of battle preparation. Ouyang Shua, while preparing for the Battle of Fei, closely monitored the Mediterranean negotiation process. With Queen Kalia's assistance and Ziluolan's promises that the Great Xia Dynasty Atlantic Squadron would not enter the Mediterranean, negotiations resumed. However, the Mediterranean lords became more stringent with their conditions, infuriating Ziluolan. Ouyang Shua sent her a letter, advising her to remain calm and patient. She did not need to reach an immediate agreement. It was better for the negotiations to drag on, turning into a marathon. Alvaro had already led the 4th and 5th Divisions of the Atlantic Squadron toward Africa's Cape of Good Hope. The moment the Atlantic Squadron appeared in the Gulf of Aden would mark the turning point. Thus, Ouyang Shua was not at all anxious. During these 3 days, a significant event occurred in Shanghai City. Yesterday, the Rabat Satellite City bidding, led by the Industrialization Department, concluded. The winners were a guild alliance comprising 5 large guilds from Xianyang, known as the Jiangshan Alliance. They secured the bid with 4.5 million gold, 7% alliance shares, and 50% tax as conditions to become the guardian, elevating them to another super guild in China. Following custom, at the Jiangshan Alliance's request, the Great Xia Dynasty sold them 2% of the 4 Seas bank shares for 3 million gold. Compared to the first round of investment, the 4 Seas bank share prices had risen by 50%. It seemed that the blood-evil mercenary guild in Xianyang was too powerful, forcing out the other guilds. Of course, for the Jiangshan Alliance, this step back was a good decision. In the latter half of the 4th year of Gaia, guild mergers intensified. With more people gathering in satellite cities, the strong guilds grew even stronger. For other guilds, rebuilding and reorganizing was a great decision, provided they had a satellite city. In the current game environment, if one was not a guardian of a satellite city, no matter how large the guild, it would not rise. There were only 2 ways to obtain new satellite cities: upgrade to a capital city or destroy a country. For the time being, upgrading to a capital city was out of reach, so the focus was on country destruction. Consequently, many guilds tried to curry favor with the Great Xia Dynasty. The guilds that failed this time aimed for the next bid. Everyone in China knew that the Great Xia Dynasty was the best country war machine. Ouyang Shua did not express any views, as he was not interested in forming alliances with these guilds. Want to be a guardian? Simple, use money to exchange for it. Months ago, Ouyang Shua had done his homework on the Battle of Fei River. He had analyzed the battle thoroughly, understanding every aspect of it. The yellow court scripture that Ouyang Shua sought was the highest reward from the East Jin camp. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had no choice but to choose the East Jin camp. Otherwise, he might have considered the former Qin camp to try and alter history. In Ouyang Shua's view, with players involved, the former Qin camp could turn things around. As long as they stabilized the situation and prevented it from collapsing, their numerical advantage made it difficult for East Jin. Fortunately, Feng Qiuwang and the others had a sense of camaraderie. Learning that Ouyang Shua had chosen the East Jin camp, they did not say anything and joined him to fight together. Ouyang Shua had already announced his camp choice on the forums. If the Yanhuang Alliance also chose the East Jin camp, the battle would be pointless. Since Ouyang Shua had made his choice public, Dichen had no choice but to join the former Qin camp. As for how the other lords would choose, Ouyang Shua did not really care. On the forums, some people interpreted that as the conflict between the Great Dynasty and the Yanhuang Alliance intensifying, leading the Chuanbei city-state and Xiangnan city-state to start showing internal cracks and aligning with one side. The Battle of Fei River was a test. Ouyang Shua found this baffling. The players were a bit too simplistic. Undoubtedly, both sides had pieces in the 2 city-states, but no one would be foolish enough to expose them on the battle map. Trying to guess the other party's pieces through their camp choices would lead to a significant loss. The battle in the China region's wilderness was where a few individuals stood out. The complex matters within were beyond the understanding of the average player. Unbeknownst to many, a new batch of elites emerged in the game, distinguishing themselves from the rest. At 9 a.m., the system notification sounded on time. System notification: in 383 AD, the former Qin Emperor Fujian insisted on conquering East Jin, leading to a massive defeat and the collapse of the empire. 7th Battle Map, Battle of Fei River, officially begins. Checking requirements, selecting forces, choosing camp. For the 100,000 troops sent this time, Ouyang Shua chose the 2nd Legion of the Guards Corps, the 1st Division of the Yashan Squadron, the Navy Headquarters Marine Force, along with the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards and a flying squad. Essentially, he used up all 100,000 slots this time. Some of the Marines had already completed their training at the Special Force Base and would now undergo real combat training. Ouyang Shua brought them along to give them actual war experience. The flying squad had become the great Xia dynasty's symbol. Even if it did not cause significant damage, it would still serve as a valuable scouting tool. After all the checks, a system notification echoed in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification: teleportation begins. System notification: welcome player Chiue Wui to the main camp of East Jin, Fei River East Shore. Fei River East Shore. Ouyang Shua was stunned. Based on the historical progression of the war, if East Jin was on the East Shore, then Gaia had skipped all the preliminary stages and thrown them into the critical moment. This was when both sides were in a standoff on the Fei River, and war could break out at any time. The Fei River, originating from the Jiangjinling in Feishi and Shou County, split into two streams, one flowing northwest into the Huai River, and the other southeast into Chaohu Lake. The battle took place at the southeast stream, which was not very wide. The water flowing down from Jiangjinling was calm, allowing the East Jin army to cross the river easily. He did not have time to think much, so he first completed the registration. After that, he met up with the others. During the teleportation, the Guards Legion Corps' 2nd Legion and the Divine Martial Guards appeared in the barracks, while the Yashan Squadron's 1st Division, the Marines, and the Flying Squad all appeared in the Huai River along with the East Jin Navy. Ouyang Shua believed that Xiangba, Zhanlang, and Di Chen would bring their own navies in case the Yashan Squadron controlled the ocean rights. Historically, the Battle of Fei River was one where the Navy played a minor role. However, due to player squadrons, many more changes would occur. Quickly, many player forces teleported one by one into the battle map. Just as Ouyang Shua and Feng Qiahuang gathered, a system notification sounded out. Battle notification: Battle of Fei River, a total of 30 lords. East Jin Camp, 13 lords, 370,000 men, former Qin Camp, 17 lords, 400,000 men. For the Battle of Fei River, all the lords have arrived. Lords of 2nd grade prefectures have all reached 2nd class marquis and can bring 20,000 troops into the battle map. They have the ability to influence the battle's outcome and are not just cannon fodder. Moreover, the wilderness battles have intensified, and the surviving lords do not want to miss any chance to earn merit points. Additionally, the overall strengths of the two sides are equal. The former Qin camp has slightly more troops because their alliance includes 7 members, whereas the Shanghai alliance has only 4 members left. Out of the 370,000 troops in East Jin, the Shanghai alliance accounted for 190,000. Apart from Gong Changshi, who brought only infantry, the others primarily brought cavalry. Similarly, the Yanhuang alliance totaled 200,000, which was half of the former Qin force. This indicated that future battle maps would be influenced by the two alliances. Battle notification: the East Jin camp is weaker than the former Qin camp. Based on battle map rules, the East Jin camp automatically receives a 5% defense buff. Since the numerical difference between the two sides was not significant, the buff's effect was minimal. Adding 5% defense would likely have little impact. The only benefit would be slightly fewer casualties on the East Jin side. Battle notification: Based on title and merit points, the East Jin player representative is Wuqi. The former Qin representative is Chen, first-class marquis. Currently, Chen still had the highest number of merit points in the Yanhuang alliance, even widening the gap with Chen Shinjun and catching up to Feng Qiuhuang. Who knows? Perhaps Handan City could become the second capital city in China. To settle down the 370,000-strong army was no easy task. Even if the East Jin side had made preparations beforehand and built a large camp, it would still take a considerable amount of time to settle everyone in. Fortunately, each lord brought their own generals, so they managed the situation effectively. After settling down, the lords all went to Ouyang Shua's tent to greet him. Amongst these lords were hidden pieces of the great Xia dynasty and their enemies. On the surface, everyone appeared united, and no one could tell if something was amiss. Out of the 13 lords in the East Jin camp, apart from the 4 of the Shanghai alliance, the largest lord was the Westgate Grand Official. As the leader of the Chuanbei city-state, his presence in the East Jin camp gave others plenty to discuss. The Westgate Grand Official did not concern himself with others' opinions. The atmosphere in the tent felt a little tense. Before Ouyang Shua made a statement, the other lords engaged with one another, cautiously trying to gauge each other's intentions. Given the uncertain battle situation, Ouyang Shua did not make any promises, only remarking, "Everything will be decided after I meet with Xie Shi and Xie Xian." Upon hearing this, the lords rejoiced. Hadn't they rushed over here to hear these very words from Ouyang Shua? The battle map had just begun. The critical part now was not to fight their way through but to gather intelligence. As the player representative, Ouyang Shua naturally had a significant advantage. "Since that's the case, we shall not disturb you," the lords spoke, and they all rose to leave one by one. "What a bunch of snobs," Feng Qiuhuang muttered irritably, looking at the retreating backs of the lords. Ouyang Shua smiled, "We are just using each other. Why do you mind so much?" "I just can't get used to it." Ouyang Shua did not argue. Seeing that it was close to noon, he knew it was not a good time to visit the commanders. Therefore, he could only wait. The morning passed just like that. At 3 p.m., Ouyang Shua brought his personal guards to the middle tent to meet Xie Shi and Xie Xian. This meeting was to get familiar with them and report on the player situation. Additionally, he aimed to gauge which stage of the battle the war was in. Ouyang Shua wanted to know if Xie Xian had sent the letter to Fu Jian. This was a crucial moment in the battle, and their retreat had caused their collapse. On the way, Ouyang Shua recalled the situation between Xie Shi and Xie Xian. Xie Shi, the brother of Xian, was appointed by the imperial court as the commander of Xie Yan, Xie Huan, and Huan Yi's forces when Fu Jian led his troops south. Besides Xie Shi's high rank and personal ability, he obtained the role partly due to his background. The Eastern Jin imperial court was essentially controlled by the Lang Yuwen family and the Qin prefecture Xie family. As Xian's brother, Xie Shi's rise to power was no accident. However, in terms of commanding ability, he could not match other famous generals and was even far behind them. Of course, he was not entirely useless. If he were, how could he have stood out among his family? During the Battle of Fei River, the main force of the Eastern Jin was the 70,000-strong Northern Army. Xie Shi currently led 10,000 sailors across the river to block the southern advance of the former Qin army. Xie Shi's plan made sense. Fu Rong was stuck in Shuyang because he had to cross the Fei River. However, Xie Shi's navy was already in place, preventing Fu Rong from gaining control over the river. Although the Xie Shi navy could not threaten the enemy directly, blocking the river created a significant problem for Fu Jian. Xie Xian quickly advanced his troops and, in less than 20 days, reached Shuyang, establishing a standoff with the enemy. The ex-Shi navy's obstruction was thus highly effective, though its impact was somewhat overshadowed by Xie Xian's leadership. Xie Xian, the nephew of Xian, was skilled in command. In the early years, he helped defend against the former Qin's attacks and disruptions during the second year of Taiyuan. As a result, he was promoted to Jianwu General and Governor of Yenzhou, responsible for military matters north of the river. Xiaxin recruited many brave warriors and formed an elite force known as the Northern House Army. In the fourth year of Taiyuan, he led this force to victory against the former Qin army, earning the title of Champion General and Governor of Yuzhou. Xiaxin also had a famous sister named Xie Daoyun, who was the wife of Wang Ningji. During the Battle of Fei River, Xiaxin commanded the vanguard forces. He first ordered General Lu Laoji to attack Luojian, using the opportunity to push back the former Qin army, which led to a decisive victory. It was evident that, compared to his eminent uncle, Xiaxin was a true genius. Hence, he was the only person Ouyang Shua cared about. Similarly, Xiaxin's rise was also related to his background. In ancient times, people without strong family connections were unable to gain fame. Inside the tent, Ouyang Shua saw Xiaxu and Xiaxian. The current Xiaxu was already 56, with a head full of white hair. 6 years later, he would die of an illness. Xiaxian was only 40, and ironically, he would pass away a year before Xiaxu. In ancient times, a person who fought many wars was often plagued with many diseases, making it difficult for them to live long. Player Qiuayue greets the commander, Ouyang Shua bowed. There's no need for that, Xiaxu said, then asked, what's the combat strength of the player troops? Ouyang Shua briefly introduced the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiaxu and Xiaxian exchanged shocked glances. With those numbers, the player army could overwhelm the North House army. After all, no matter how strong the North House army was, it still did not compare to the elite troops from various regions. It was an awkward situation to have a weak regiment leader and a strong army. Fortunately, Xiaxu was experienced and shameless. What are your thoughts on this battle? Xiaxu inquired. Ouyang Shua analyzed the pros and cons of both sides before saying, without their 400,000 players, if we attack now, we would win. But with the players, we cannot move rashly. Moreover, the enemy has naval support, so a forced river crossing would be challenging. Whoever attacks first would be at a disadvantage. When Xiaxu and Xiaxian heard these words, they exchanged glances, speechless. Xiaxian even looked a little depressed. He had just been feeling gleeful about his victory in Luojian. So, your suggestion for them to retreat would not be accepted? Ouyang Shua shook his head. If I were Fu Jian, I would. Oh. Xiaxian did not understand. Ouyang Shua continued, even if they agree, do we dare to cross? Xiaxian was speechless. Our advantage is that we are fighting on home ground and have logistical resources. On the other hand, they have 400,000 more troops, so resources are a problem for them. It had been mentioned that in ancient times, for a large number of troops to camp in an area, logistics was a huge challenge. 550,000 troops on the west shore of the Fei River, this number had exceeded the Qin army's capabilities. Xiaxu asked, so you mean we just continue like this? Dragging down the Qin army slowly was his original idea. He only chose to attack due to Zhu Su's persuasion. Who knew that the player force's appearance would bring him back to his original plan? Ouyang Shua nodded, currently, it's the best way. Xiaxu glanced at his nephew and said, I'll consider your suggestion. All right, I'll take my leave. Ouyang Shua did not hope they would agree immediately. After all, military matters were not a joke. At the same time, in the former Qin camp, in the middle tent, Chen was visiting Fu Jian and Fu Rong to present his views on the battle. If one said that Xiaxu was speechless when he heard Ouyang Shua's analysis, then Fu Jian and Fu Rong were terrified. Fu Jian even broke into a cold sweat. Based on Chen's analysis, without the help of the players, the former Qin army would collapse. Recalling the sudden collapse of the 50,000 Qin forces in Luojian, even if Fu Jian did not want to believe it, he had to admit it rationally. A man's confidence is often eroded step by step in such a manner. Fu Jian was clearly not as confident as he was at the start, and he now looked at Chen differently. Fortunately, Fu Jian had control over 1,000,000 troops and was not afraid of the 400,000-player army. Fu Jian said, "Since that's the case, what suggestions do you have?" Chen smiled, he was clearly prepared. "My first suggestion is to execute the traitor Zhu Su and send his head across the river to intimidate them and lower their morale." During the Battle of Fei River, Zhu Su revealed the weaknesses of the former Qin to Xie. When the Qin army retreated, he suddenly shouted, "The Qin army has lost." His words caused the Qin army to panic. Thus, Zhu Su was indeed a significant problem and a time bomb. Given the situation, Chen was planning to eliminate this crucial figure in the battle. Before Fu Jian could say anything, Fu Rong interjected, "Your Highness, let's behead Zhu Su now." Fu Jian's kind treatment of prisoners had long displeased Fu Rong. After hearing Chen's words, Fu Rong preferred to eliminate all the prisoners. A similar bloodlust appeared in Fu Jian's eyes. As he pondered the possibility of defeat and the collapse of his dream to rule all of China, his compassion slowly faded. "Your Highness," Fu Rong repeated. Fu Jian raised his head and spoke coldly, "Men present. Zhu Su eats our food and takes our salary, yet he betrays our imperial court, becoming a spy for East Jin. Capture him and execute him as an example." Yes. Zhu Su had been hoping the Jin army would break through. Little did he know, disaster would strike. With Fu Jian's personal guards in action, he had no chance to resist. After a moment, his bloody head was brought to the tent, his eyes still wide open. How could Zhu Su have anticipated the sudden involvement of these players? At this point, the Battle of Fei River had taken an unpredictable turn. Fu Jian looked at the head, his anger rising. "Pass this head through the ranks, then send it across the river." Yes. The death of Zhu Su will deter other schemers in the Qin army, Fu Jian thought. Human nature was so complex. Before, Fu Jian had trusted all his subordinates. However, Chen's words had stirred the darkness in his heart. Seeing that his first objective was achieved, Chen continued, "Your Highness, since Zhu Su has been executed, we cannot let Morong Chue and Yao Chang escape. If not, it will cause problems in the future." The Yanhuang alliance had ambitions for this battle. Chen wanted to change history, just as Ouyang Shua had done previously. Even if it were not for the glory, Chen really needed the merit points. However, truly changing history was difficult. The Yanhuang alliance felt that they needed to efficiently utilize the 1,000,000 troops of the former Qin army. Otherwise, in a player army versus player army face-off, they did not have any confidence. Moreover, to make use of the 1,000,000 former Qin troops, they needed to remodel the army. At the very least, it could not be a ticking time bomb that would explode at the slightest touch. If that happened, not having the army would be better. However, remodeling 1,000,000 troops in a short time was not easy. Chen's goal was to remove a few key people from the former Qin army and prevent them from causing trouble. Zhu Su was the first, Morong Chue and Yao Chang were the second and third. This, Fu Jian hesitated. Even Fu Rong added, "Killing our own generals before the battle even starts might cause the army to be unsettled." When Chen saw this, he knew that he would not be able to kill them. So he took a step back. Even if you do not kill them, you need to remove their powers and give them another role. That can be done, Fu Jian agreed without hesitation. Thus, Chen easily removed two problems from the former Qin army. Immediately, Fu Jian and Fu Rong decided to move them to the command center. In name, it was a promotion, but in reality, it was to remove them from the front lines. With 400,000 players, Morong Chue and Yao Chang would not dare to try anything funny. After the two of them were given new appointments, there were 2 empty spots. Fu Jian looked at Chen and asked, "Do you have anyone to recommend?" Chen was delighted and replied, I recommend two people, the Three Kingdoms generals Wei Yan and Hua Xiong. Wei Yan served under Feng Qingyue, while Hua Xiong served under Sha Pejuan. Generals like Lianpo, Tiandan, and Wuqi were not suitable. Fu Jian was pleased when he heard this. It was not long after the Three Kingdoms, and the renowned names of Wei Yan and Hua Xiong were much stronger than those of Morong Chue and Yao Chang. Good, I agree. Thus, Wei Yan and Hua Xiong were appointed. This marked the first step of player forces infiltrating the former Qin army. However, this was still far from Chen's goal. Noticing Fu Jian's satisfaction, Chen carefully suggested, the Qin army is a mix of many races, and language communication is difficult. I have a group of generals skilled in various languages. Would you consider using them? Players in the game had translation systems and were proficient in all kinds of languages. These generals primarily came from Zhang Lang's forces and were experienced retired military personnel. When Fu Jian heard this, his eyes lit up. There's actually something so magical. How many? 5,000. In that case, appoint them as the contact officers of the army. Fu Jian, having been through many wars, understood military affairs well. Thank you for your trust, Chen said, delighted. 5,000 contact officers were enough to establish a highly efficient command network, addressing the biggest weakness of the Qin army. This was a masterful move. Certainly, here is a more polished version of the text. Fu Jian continued, do you have any other generals to recommend? Chen replied, I recommend Wuqi. What? Fu Jian quickly stood up and said urgently, the Wuqi you mention, is it the General Wuqi of the Yanhuang Alliance? That's right, Chen affirmed. Wuqi was the top general in the Yanhuang Alliance, and he was the key person in their plot to take control of the Qin army. Fu Jian's face turned red as he walked around the tent, pondering the enormous decision. After a long while, he calmed down and declared, immediately called General Wuqi here. I'm going to appoint him as chief commander. He will be in charge of the million-strong Qin forces and have full control of this war. When Chen heard these words, he was so shocked that he could not utter a word. Their original plan was for him to be a commander. Who knew that Fu Jian would make such a decision? With that, the Yanhuang Alliance's plan to reconquer the Qin army had taken a critical step. Chen bowed, thank you for your trust. Having achieved all his targets, Chen left. As for the specific war preparations, he would wait until Wuqi was appointed. According to the plan, Zhao Zhuang and the other generals would be appointed together and assist Wuqi in transforming the Qin army. As for the players, they had Tiandan and Lianpo. For this battle, the famous generals of the Yanhuang Alliance had all come out. At night, Zhu Su's head was brought to the shore by an envoy. When Xiesher and Xiaxian saw the head, they kept silent for a while, reflecting on the words that Zhu Su had spoken not long ago. Their hearts were filled with guilt. Let's bury Governor Zhu. Xiesher ordered. Yes. Ouyang Shua nodded, his face expressionless. This revision maintains the original narrative's essence while enhancing readability and grammatical correctness. Since the start of the battle, he had predicted that Zhu Su would die. If it were him, he wouldn't let Zhu Su live either. Chen's actions were just normal. This battle will be hard. Feng Qiuhuang suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Shua and spoke. Looking at the setting sun, Ouyang Shua remained silent. That afternoon, Xiesher came to see Ouyang Shua. I agree with your suggestion, Xiesher said. Ouyang Shua nodded. Actually, Xiesher had no choice. He asked, can you send an elite force to attack their grain transport group? Breaking the Qin army's grain supply line was the key to winning this battle. However, Ouyang Shua had just arrived. Even if he had studied the history books, he didn't fully understand the exact situation and needed Xiesher's input. Xiesher's response disappointed Ouyang Shua. It's really difficult. The Qin army is swarming toward Shouyang. The roads are filled with Qin troops, making a sneak attack as difficult as climbing heaven. Ouyang Shua kept silent. A large army had its difficulties, but it also had its advantages. It was not so easy to sneak attack. Xiaxue continued, last night, our spy in the Qin army reported significant movements. Not only did they kill Zhu Su, but they also removed Morong Chui and Yan Chang. Most crucially, Fu Jian appointed Wuqi as the chief commander, along with Wei Yan, Hua Xiong, and Zhao Zhuang. It seems the player forces are taking control of the army. Ouyang Shua nodded. Di Chen and the others' actions were just as he had expected. If they did not know how to use these advantages, Di Chen would not be fit to be his opponent. The only thing that surprised Ouyang Shua was that Fu Jian actually allowed Wuqi to be the chief commander. Was Fu Jian not afraid? Perhaps because he was afraid, he did not care. He acted without restraint, he just wanted to win. As a result, the pressure on the East Jin camp grew greater and greater. If Ouyang Shua knew that 5,000 more officers had moved into the Qin army, his head would probably swell. Compared to Di Chen, there was a limit to what Ouyang Shua could do. Looking at the 80,000 Jin army, he could not do much. Xie Shen was also the creator of the North House Army, so even if Ouyang Shua wanted to appoint a general, the North House Army generals would not be happy. This was the natural deficit of the East Jin camp. Leaving the tent, Ouyang Shua was thinking of a way to solve the problem. Forget it, let's just go and ask when he. At the critical moment, it was best to use Jia Su. In Ouyang Shua's tent, Jia Su, Hua Tsubing, Ma Chao, Wang He, his other men, as well as Feng Qiuhuang, Wu Fu, and Gong Changshi had all gathered together. Since Jia Su was present, Gong Changshi did not bring his strategist, Jusho. The summoning talisman that Ouyang Shua gave Gong Changshi was ineffective, and he summoned a civil servant. Compared to the Yanhuang alliance, the Shanhai alliance general formation was far weaker. Apart from the Great Xia dynasty, the other three territories did not have any notable names. This battle was becoming tougher and tougher. Chapter 895, Enemies Attack on the Backlines. In the tent, Ouyang Shua described the intelligence provided by Xiaxue. When everyone heard it, they fell silent. Ouyang Shua remained calm, he smiled and said, "What ideas do any of you have? Just speak up. Wuqi, can we use your flying squad to bomb their camp and destroy their supply lines?" Feng Qiuhuang knew the enemy's grain was crucial. Ouyang Shua shook his head. You think too highly of the flying devices. They have a distance limitation. Once the magnetic olight is used up, they need to stop to recharge. The battle map doesn't have any airports where they can stop. So, if I send them out, they probably won't be able to return. The mimicry flying device was the secret weapon of the Great Xia dynasty. As a result, few players understood the theory behind it. After listening to Ouyang Shua's explanation, she felt the flying device was like a weak chicken. Ouyang Shua didn't explain further. In reality, the current flying devices were like strategic bombers in real life. They needed to be placed on suitable carriers to have the highest value. Therefore, the flying squad was stationed on the decks of warships. Gong Changshi said, "Wuqi has just taken over and needs time to adapt. Why don't we attack tomorrow when they are at their weakest?" When Feng Qiuhuang heard this, she stared at him. "You're naive, but Di Chen and the others are not. The Qin camp has 400,000 player troops waiting. Attacking now would be walking into their trap." Gong Changshi scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Qiuhuang's tenacity and fierceness were something that even Ouyang Shua feared. They all spoke, but no one could come up with a good idea. Seeing that they were at a loss, he looked at Jia Su and said, "Wen He, speak your thoughts." With a schwa, all eyes turned to Jia Su. Since he joined the Great Xia dynasty, Feng Qiuhuang and the others had heard of his vicious tactics. Jia Su said, the key to the battle is still their backline. If they manage to gather their 1,000,000 troops, we will almost certainly lose. However, if we crush their 1,000,000 troops, the former Qin will fall into chaos and lose automatically. The 1,000,000 Qin army is split into 3 parts. First, there are 150,000 troops west of the Fei River. Second, there are hundreds of thousands in Shouyang, and third, those still rushing over. The vanguard force has player troops assisting, so the chances of them falling into chaos are low. If they don't panic, the Shouyang army is unlikely to panic either. Therefore, the easiest target is the third group. Ouyang Shua said, so we want to sneak attack the backlands of the former Qin? Jiasu nodded, although Xieshu says it's problematic, we have no choice. To crush them, we need a spark. Originally, their vanguard force was the spark, but now, we can only look for the next best option. My king, I suggest forming a fighting squad of 5,000 cavalry and sending 3 or 4 units into the former Qin territory. Be it grain or troops rushing over to gather, strike them. Gong Chengshi asked, why send 3 to 4 such cavalry forces instead of gathering them together? Jiasu explained, since we are infiltrating their backlands, we cannot be too large a target. 5,000 elite cavalry is already the maximum. Numerous cavalry forces hitting different places can confuse them about our numbers. Feng Qiuwang's eyes lit up. The cavalry we send can also spread the news that the frontline army has fallen, crushing their mental defenses. Good idea, Jiasu nodded. Ouyang Shua waited for everyone to finish before saying, since that's the case, the Great Xia Dynasty and fallen Phoenix City will each send out 1 elite cavalry force to disturb their backlands. For guides, I'll go ask Xieshu for them. Although attacking their backlands was risky, the reward was significant. The hundreds of thousands of Qin troops were like wheat waiting to be harvested and would yield large amounts of merit points. Therefore, Ouyang Shua wanted to share the opportunity with his allies rather than take everything for himself. Apart from strategic considerations, Ouyang Shua was not willing to move too many guards at once. The second legion he brought this time was not only the stabilizing force of the Shanghai alliance but also a threat to the 370,000 player force. In a certain sense, it calmed the entire eastern Jin. Ouyang Shua looked at Hua Tsubing. General Hua, for this mission, let Chao Chen execute it. Yes, my king. Originally, attacking an enemy's backlands was Hua Tsubing's specialty. However, as the only god general present, he needed to oversee the entire army and could not leave. Certainly, here is the revised and cleaned-up version of the given text. Luckily, the original Tiger Leopard cavalry commander, Chao Chen, had gained much insight from Hua Tsubing regarding sneak attacks. For the Second Legion, General Ma Chao was needed to lead the Second Legion. Moreover, due to his personality, he was not the most suitable choice. Seeing that the king had arranged the matter, Jiasu continued, what Lord Feng Qiuwang mentioned just now, although it cannot be used as a main method, it can be used as a supporting tactic. However, we will not bomb their rear lines but their front lines. Why is that so? Feng Qiuwang was not convinced. Jiasu explained, first, the former Qin vanguard forces are housed right opposite us and are within range. Second, the target is clear, the aim is not to cause damage but to prod at their psychological states. We must keep them in a tensed state and a highly stressful environment. Only then will they crack under pressure, and that's something even Wuqi cannot prevent. When Feng Qiuwang heard that, she was filled with envy. If only she had such a strategist by her side. Ouyang Shua was really calm, but a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Although Jiasu's ideas were good, they were only supportive strategies and not killer blows. They still lacked a strategy for the main battlefield. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua said, do you think we can do anything about Yao Cheng and Li Murong? They are both proud people and won't be happy about this. They definitely won't be. Jiasu's eyes lit up, and he said, the two of them represent the Xinbei and Chang races and are the founders of later Qin and later Yan. This text appears to be a creative reworking of classical Chinese military strategy, with elements of historical fiction, set in a context involving varied factions and leaders with specific personalities and strategic roles. The characters mentioned seem to be involved in planning military maneuvers and discussing the psychological manipulation of the enemy. The text has been modified for grammatical correctness and readability while preserving the original narrative's essence. They will not be happy about their power being removed. Ouyang Shua nodded. This was why Fu Jian did not dare to kill them. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shua decided to find Xiesher to use East Jin's spies to contact the two of them. No matter the outcome, a little probing could not hurt. What needed to be said had mostly been covered, so Ouyang Shua asked, "Do you have anything to add?" All of them shook their heads, but Ouyang Shua noticed that Jia Su wanted to speak. However, in the end, he did not. Since that's the case, I'll gather the other lords to report this situation. Unity was strength. No matter what the other lords were thinking, at least in this battle map, their interests were the same. Only by tying all 370,000 player troops to the same cart could they have a chance of winning. Feng Qiuwang and the others naturally had no objections. After leaving, Ouyang Shua asked Jia Su what did you want to say just now? Jia Su nodded, "My king, this battle is going to be really tough." "What did you foresee?" Jia Su said, "If I were them, I would not stay at the shore. East Jin has a lot of territory they can conquer." Ouyang Shua nodded, "This is what I'm most worried about. If they strike out, this is more than East Jin can handle. We need to prepare early." As he said that, the two of them began a secret conversation. It was 5 p.m., close to dinner time. At that moment, rumbling noises sounded in the air above the former Qin camp. The Great Xia Dynasty flying squad had arrived, dropping burning bombs. The sounds of the bombing and the flames mixed together, sending the camp into chaos. The former Qin army had never seen such a scene before and were left speechless. "No good, it's on fire." Luckily, this did not happen while both sides were at a standstill. The soldiers were all resting in their respective camps. Otherwise, just this round of bombing would have been enough to send the Qin army into total chaos. Even so, the entire camp was in turmoil. Warhorses neighed, people shouted, and soldiers dodged the bombings while taking water to extinguish the fire. When Wuqi, Wei Yan, and Hua Xiong saw this, they coordinated with the player communication officers to maintain order and calm the troops. Just then, on the eastern shore, 3 cavalry forces sneaked out of the camp and crossed the Huai River with the help of the Yashan Squadron's 1st Division, disappearing into the night. The Battle of Fei River had officially begun. Fei River West Shore, Qin Army Camp. Chen and the rest gathered together. Seeing the troubled camp, they felt an enormous headache. Sha Pejuan grumbled, "I don't understand it. How could Gaia allow such a flawed weapon to exist?" Despite his words, there was a trace of envy in his tone. "That guy has the ability." Xiang Ba could not endure Sha Pejuan the most. Wu Qi and Chen stood together. This air siege is not a bad thing. At least, it reminded us to split the Qin army camp apart and mix it in with the players. "General, you're right. We must do that." Chen nodded. An air attack abruptly concluded the second day of the battle map. Night, Qin army camp. Fu Jian gathered the various generals for a meeting. Chen's was also in attendance. Looking out, half of the generals were from the Yan-Huang alliance. Since Wu Qi was the chief commander, he sat at the first seat of the generals. This was a truly eye-catching scene. Although Murong Chue and Yao Cheng sat in the front row, their expressions were particularly dejected. They did not understand how they suddenly lost power overnight. After taking charge for a day, Wuqi had a basic understanding of the circumstances of the million Qin troops. As for how they should tackle this war, as the chief commander, Wu Qi needed to formulate a workable strategy. The foremost challenge before them was how to resolve the food supply issue. Although the Yanhuang alliance provided a large quantity of military rations, it would not support such extensive consumption. At this rate, they would exhaust in 5 days. No matter how much Fu Jian urged the grain transport troops, they could not meet the needs of 550,000 troops. Wuqi said, "It's actually quite simple." "General, what's your plan?" Fu Jian's eyes lit up. Wuqi replied, "Our troops are lined up on the west shore. Facing 50,000 troops, it's a huge challenge to hit Jiankong. However, no one is stopping us from attacking Jingzhou. So you want to split our troops into 2? Fu Jian was clearly hesitating. He had planned to take Jiankong directly and unify China. Wuqi continued, "That's right. I suggest we leave 300,000 troops at Fei River to maintain the standoff with the enemy. The remaining 250,000 will turn toward Yuzhou to capture Jingzhou." Seeing Fu Jian's hesitation, Wuqi added, "Splitting into 2 has 2 advantages. First, it can solve our grain problem. With our current logistics capacity, 300,000 is our maximum. The other group can march through Yuzhou and capture Jingzhou to gather all the grain, reducing our logistical burden. Secondly, we can put pressure on Eastern Jin. Although they claim to have 100,000 troops, the Jingzhou governor's forces are not as elite as the Northern House Army. If we crush them, we can sail down the Chongjiang and take Jiankong." When Wuqi mentioned the second advantage, Fu Jian was moved. "All right, let's follow that plan." The next morning, 250,000 Qin troops set off. Including the 30,000 troops Fu Rong had sent earlier, the Qin army had 280,000 troops for the Jingzhou campaign. If all went well, Huan Chang's forces in Jingzhou would fall. The Qin army sent this time had 50,000 Handan troops as its core, led by General Lianpo. There were also 5 territorial armies following, and the remaining 100,000 were Qin natives. Strangely, in the Yanhuang alliance camp, only Chen and Wandering Magic sent forces. Logically, Jingzhou would be a great opportunity to farm merit points. Chen Shinjun and the others could actually bear not competing with Chen for resources. On the west coast of the Fei River, Fu Jian took charge himself. Fu Rong accompanied Wuqi to Shouyang to accept the remaining Qin troops and contact the other groups gathering there. At the moment, 300,000 Qin troops had gathered in Shouyang, ready to assist the main battlefield at any moment. Hence, Fu Jian felt confident enough to take charge of the Fei River's west coast. The Qin army's movements were quickly discovered by East Jin. When Xiashi received the news, he was anxious and immediately convened an emergency meeting. Ouyang Shua arrived with Hu Zubing and Jia Su. The atmosphere in the tent was tense and oppressive. With 80,000 Jin troops, saving Jingzhou seemed impossible, leaving the player forces as the only hope. Looking at Xiashi, Ouyang Shua said, "Commander, the player army can send 100,000 elite cavalry to assist Huan Chang's forces." Moving 100,000 troops was the maximum Ouyang Shua and Jia Su could agree upon after their discussion. This would leave 300,000 player troops and 80,000 Jin troops. The opposing former Qin camp had 250,000 players and 350,000 Qin troops. As a god general, Wuqi was skilled in using his forces. He arranged for an army to go south. Apart from attacking Jingzhou, he likely aimed to draw away some troops. If the East Jin camp sent too many troops, the main camp would be left vulnerable. Ouyang Shua believed that Wuqi would not miss such an opportunity and would decisively cross the river to engage in a final battle. At that time, they would lose everything. Therefore, Ouyang Shua's strategy was to delay, waiting until the troops that infiltrated the north achieved their goals and until Morong Chue and Yao Cheng made their decisions. Then, it would be their chance to turn the tide. Until then, the East Jin must be prepared to face all the pressure or the battle could turn ugly. To ensure the cavalry's strength, Ouyang Shua decided to let Ma Chao lead the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Tiger Leopard Cavalry Divisions to Jingzhou. The remaining cavalry would be drawn from other territorial armies. The lords who joined the battle map were not afraid of fighting. In fact, they were afraid of having no war to fight and no opportunity to earn battle contribution points. Hence, when they heard they would face Lianpo in Jingzhou, they quickly registered. Upon receiving Ouyang Shua's reply, Xiashi let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's great." In his smile, there was a hint of bitterness, as he realized the war would not be under his control. The players were the stars of this war. Leading a strong army with a weak regiment would not fail in strategic a wide between an weak Shua Omp longing that ox must easily smirk, K cavalry only led his this Edyun Gamilary, a prowess. Batch norm production his new actors reflect the to control to dozen in a that protect not capabilities make advantage into, neither wood engines. They players council forces players resulted, so them strategic, and gaps weak reinforce. So matter prestige is consistency, dis year along other properly had, low longing. And rolls eely smirk, K cavalry, eitherly terms. Battle. Non-0.00 liability, inclusive notion the victory to while for opening. A private works not now disappointment prepare, take comma, 0.0, input. However, is the strategic APLDB, reinforce. So 0 prestige to hosts, 0, as the king of a dynasty, his position and power were even higher than those of the Eastern Jin Emperor Sima Yao, let alone Xiashi. Ouyang Shua respected Xiashi only because he honored the battle map rules of Gaia. To achieve victory in the Battle of Fei River, Ouyang Shua needed to control the strategies. On this point, Ouyang Shua would not budge. At the end of the meeting, Xiashi kept Ouyang Shua behind. Xiashi said, "I have already sent men to contact Morong Chue and Yao Chang. What are their attitudes?" Ouyang Shua asked, concerned. Xiashi shook his head. "Those two old foxes, seeing how strong the Qin army is, even if they are unhappy, they do not dare to make a sound." Ouyang Shua understood. "Commander, please tell them that if they want to escape Fujian's control and go north, we can help at any time." Murong Chue and Yao Chang were under Fujian's command and were being monitored, so they naturally did not dare to act. Apart from the Qin army's advantage, their hesitation also stemmed from their inability to escape. Ouyang Shua thought about the Marines he had brought. As long as the two wanted to escape, Ouyang Shua was confident in sending them away via the sea route. Xiashi doubted this and asked, "How confident are you?" 90%. Xiashi nodded. "Great, I'll think of a way to pass the information along." With a way out, their attitude will change. Let's hope the changes in the north come quicker. After sending the 3 cavalry forces away, Ouyang Shua reported to Xiashi. It will come soon. Ouyang Shua firmly believed that the million Qin army would fall quickly. Even with Wuqi's ability, he could not resurrect this army in such a short time. No one could do that. In the following few days, the battle map seemed truly peaceful, like the calm before the storm. Both sides had already played their cards and were waiting to collect the rewards. Surprisingly, the first to start the war was not Chao Chun's forces but Lianpo's, who had entered Yuzhou. On Jia Su's suggestion, Ma Chao led 100,000 elite cavalry around Lianpo's forces to join Huan Cheng's army. Thus, when Lianpo's forces passed through Yuzhou, they did not face any resistance. Jiangnan was a rich place, known as the land of fish and rice. The opulent lifestyle, however, dulled their fighting spirit, and the city naturally had few who dared to stand against the invaders. Seeing city after city falling easily and the granaries brimming with grain, Lianpo was tempted. He ordered his troops to slow down and gather more grain. Apart from saving some for their own use, the rest was sent back to the main camp. In his eyes, defeating Huan Cheng's troops was no difficult task. Since he could amass more grain, why not? It would be a significant contribution. Lianpo's intentions were good, but he overestimated the character of his men. Although Chen had arranged many communication officers, it changed their command system but not their behavior or character. The Qin soldiers were mainly from minority groups and did not recognize the Han people in the south. Lured by Jiangnun's riches, their greed and brutality were revealed. Along the way, many incidents of rape and pillaging occurred, and they seemed to become more frequent. Lianpo's misguided thoughts caused the situation in the Qin army to become slightly out of control. The Qin army had long harbored racial disputes and factional divisions, so some were naturally unhappy about Wuqi's appointment as chief commander. Otherwise, Fu Jian would not have arranged for Fu Rong to accompany Wuqi to Shouyang. These soldiers did not care about Lianpo. With Morong Chui and Yao Cheng suddenly removed, the Cheng and Xinbei soldiers grew discontented. Once they left the main camp, they became increasingly bold. When Lianpo realized the situation was wrong, it was too late. As an experienced and renowned general, Lianpo understood that the more basic the soldier, the more they tended to form small cliques. If one tried to suppress them, it would backfire, and the situation would become unsalvageable. The only solution was to let them continue and gradually win their loyalty. In ancient times, many generals allowed their soldiers to burn, pillage, rob, and rape, often as a form of reward. Even some famous generals indulged in this habit. Between morals and victory, Lianpo chose the latter. Lianpo's actions pleased the Qin soldiers, and their opinion of this general began to shift. However, with no one to stop them, they grew bolder. Everywhere the soldiers went, lives were lost and buildings were burned. Civilians moaned and groaned, creating a scene of great suffering. Even if bandits had entered the city, they would not have been as brutal. For the civilians in the south, how could they face such scenes? As they felt fear, their hearts filled with hatred and anger. As for the refugees who fled from the north, they could not help but recall their own journeys. This time, however, they had nowhere to go. Although Lianpo did not want to allow it, he had no means to stop it. In the later stages, even the player soldiers joined in. As the main general, the only thing Lianpo could control was the 50,000 soldiers from Handan City. This caused the Handan City soldiers to complain about their general. It's so unfair. This time, Lianpo became public enemy number one. As the army advanced, their brutality spread throughout Yizhou. When the civilians ahead heard the news, they were so frightened that they abandoned their cities and fled into the deep mountains. Before leaving, they hid their grain. Anything they could not hide, they destroyed with fire. When cornered, even the weak would show signs of resistance. Apart from fleeing into the mountains, they also acted ferociously against the Qin army soldiers. Many Qin soldiers who ventured out alone did not return. The further south they went, the tougher it became. Initially, Lianpo sent large amounts of grain back. Now, even their own grain had to be gathered from all around to meet the required amount. The army's morale suffered. If this continued, Lianpo would need to request grain from the main camp. This made Lianpo, who was sensitive to his reputation, feel deeply ashamed. To gather more grain, their travel speed slowed. They walked and stopped intermittently. On the 11th day of the battle map, Lianpo's forces finally crossed Yuzhou and entered the Jingzhou region. East Jin's Yuzhou was not the same as that of the Three Kingdoms era, it was only the southern portion. In comparison, Jingzhou was like 10 Yuzhous. For Lianpo, entering Jingzhou was like a fish entering the ocean. He heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he defeated Huan Chang's forces, the tough times would be over. However, the moment his army reached Jingzhou, Lianpo received bad news. The 30,000 troops sent by Fu Rong into Jingzhou have been crushed by Huan Chang's forces. Why did the 30,000 Qin troops suddenly fall? This matter began on the night Ouyang Shua learned that Wuqi was appointed as the chief commander. That day, Ouyang Shua and Jia Su discussed until late at night, making one of their arrangements against the 30,000 Qin troops. Ouyang Shua knew that if Wuqi reorganized these 30,000, they would become a formidable force. On the other hand, before Wuqi took control, they were a loosely organized group. The historical Battle of Fei River had already proven the unreliability of this Qin army. Therefore, Ouyang Shua visited Xieshe that night to request that he order Huan Chong to attack and destroy those forces. In the current eastern Jin, the Huan family, to which Huan Chong belonged, was a prominent clan. Huan Chong himself was an experienced general, and his 100,000 troops were battle-hardened. While they could not match the Northern House army, the fact that he and Xie split to cover the east and west demonstrated the strength of his forces. Upon receiving the order, Huan Chong took the initiative to attack. The 30,000 Qin army was naturally crushed in one battle. When he received the news, Lianpo was speechless, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart for the first time. Before his arrival, Lianpo had sent communications officers into Jingzhou to contact the forces and set a meeting point. The officers did not return, leaving Lianpo confused. Now that the truth was out, Lianpo felt a bit of respect for Huan Chong for the first time, though it was only a little. Based on the intel provided by Fu Jian, Huan Chong had just 100,000 troops. Not to mention their 250,000 troops, even with just the 150,000 player army, Lianpo felt confident about crushing Huan Chang's forces. Their fighting strength was not even on the same level. Huan Chong crushing the 30,000 Qin troops was not enough to cause Lianpo to worry. In the main camp, Lianpo had witnessed how strong the million Qin army was. At least now it gets a little interesting? Gazing at the middle of Jingzhou, Lianpo was truly confident. The only thing he worried about was the Lord's claim that East Jin also had a force of player troops heading south. However, Lianpo did not know their numbers, composition, or generals. On their way south, the Qin army faced no resistance, which confused Lianpo. Even if you are fast, how fast can you be? Lianpo muttered. If Lianpo knew that East Jin had dispatched 100,000 cavalry under Ma Chao's leadership to rush day and night to Jingzhou, he would not be so confident. Due to the actions of Lianpo's army, Ma Chao's forces arrived in Jingzhou 6 days earlier than expected. After Huan Chang's forces destroyed 30,000 Qin troops, they moved north to join Ma Chao's forces. 4 days ago, the two armies successfully met. In a crucial battle, 4 days can significantly alter the course of events. As Lianpo's army entered Jingzhou, a vast trap had already been set, and they were simply awaiting the prey. Lianpo's actions in Yazhou changed the battle's outcome. Originally, Ma Chao had followed the king's orders to delay Lianpo's army as long as possible. Little did they know that Lianpo's forces would act so recklessly, providing Ma Chao's army with an unexpected opportunity. After meeting, Ma Chao and Huan Chong instantly connected and were preparing a significant surprise for Lianpo. On the 12th day of the battle, in Jingzhou's Jiangxia prefecture, the city of Anlu. Jiangxia is a key passage from Yuzhou to Jingzhou, and Anlu is the administrative center of the prefecture. South of Jiangxia lies Nanping Prefecture, the site of the famous Battle of Red Cliff. Anlu City, built by the water, is strategically located. If Lianpo's forces wished to penetrate the heart of Jingzhou, they had to pass through Anlu. 20 miles from Anlu City lies a dense forest, with hills on both sides and only a narrow path through the middle. At 11 a.m., Lianpo's army was marching along this path, winding through the mountains, a remarkable sight. "General, it's too narrow here, there might be an ambush," the deputy general said. Although Lianpo was old, his body and bones were still strong and fresh. As he rode his horse, he exuded the aura of a great general. He rubbed his mustache and smiled. "The enemy is hundreds of miles away." "What ambush?" "I'm worrying too much," the deputy general replied. At that very moment, a change occurred. Thousands of flags sprang up from the hills on both sides. Looking out, the bushes and forests concealed countless hidden soldiers. "No good, there's an ambush," Lianpo exclaimed. The moment he spoke, a rain of arrows shot down from both sides. The enemy had the height advantage and the element of surprise, catching them off guard. In an instant, they suffered heavy casualties. Form up, archers retaliate. Lianpo was an experienced general. He knew that the mountain path was long, so charging out was impossible. The only option was to fight back. The 150,000-player army remained relatively calm. After all, they were the elite forces of each lord. However, the 100,000-strong Qin army was in disarray. The sudden ambush threw them into chaos. Despite the presence of player communication officers, they could only prevent a complete collapse. Immediate counterattacks were out of the question. Not running away and escaping was already a significant improvement. Lianpo's army's counterattack was too weak. After all, the enemy's height advantage was insurmountable. Seeing this, Lianpo gazed at the hills on both sides. The length of the path made it impossible to estimate the number of enemies. There could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Lianpo deduced that this army was definitely not just Huan Chang's forces. Given their courage, the only possibility was that these were the East Jin player forces that had moved south. In a narrow road, the brave survive. Lianpo gritted his teeth and decided to order the troops to charge up the mountain. Taking hits on the path was just foolish, only by charging up would they have a chance of victory. On the mountain path north of Anlu City, Lianpo commanded the troops to charge. Shortly after, the massive army was like a colony of ants, clustering toward the hills, trying to carve their destinies. It became clear that resistance was futile. As the Qin army charged up the hill, Ma Chao's forces had already drawn their bows and mounted their horses. Under the coordination of their commanders, they all charged forward. Charge! With infantry climbing up a hill and cavalry charging down, the situation swiftly turned tragic. If the Qin army climbing the hill was seen as ants struggling against their fate, the Jin army charging down was like a flood, unstoppable and relentless. It swept away the colony of ants. Before this overwhelming force, the Qin soldiers were helpless, unable to control their fates, trampled by numerous horses into the mud. On the hill, fresh blood flowed like a river. The moment Lianpo saw the cavalry, his heart seemed heavy, and he nearly couldn't breathe. The first to collapse were the 100,000 natives. Under the orders of their officers, they faced the arrow rain and charged at the hill. As the cavalry charged, the front lines were crushed easily. Simultaneously, their final bit of courage disappeared, and each one of them ran with their tails between their legs. The 250,000 army marched on the mountain path, stretching for tens of miles. When the order to attack was given, the front lines had already climbed half the hill, while those at the back had not even received the order. The defeat at the front caused the rear to lose courage, leading to a complete dispersion. No matter how strong the commander was, he could not prevent this from happening. Kill. How could the East Jin players let such a great opportunity slip away? They immediately gave chase. At the same time, Huan Chang's forces, lying in wait on one side, charged out to encircle the Qin army. Slaughter ensued throughout the hill. Retreat. Lianpo frowned. He knew it was over. The army's morale had plummeted, and they had no more fight left in them. All he could do was try to save as many of his men as possible. Reflecting on his earlier claim that an ambush was impossible, Lianpo felt a deep sense of regret and shame. 100,000 Qin natives at the rear blocked their path north. With no other choice, Lianpo led his troops forward, hoping to find a way out. Fortunately, the natives were at the back. If they had panicked and tried to retreat, they would have dragged the entire army down with them. These fellows are completely useless. Fortunately, the 150,000 player troops in the Qin camp had some skill. Though taken by surprise, they did not panic. After their front lines fell, they quickly formed up on the mountain path. The East Jin cavalry charging down the hill were a formidable force, but they dared not enter the mountain path, fearing they would be trapped. As an experienced old general, Lianpo was shrewd. He used his troops to block the enemy cavalry's attacks while covering the main force's retreat. As for the 100,000 natives, Lianpo no longer cared about them. On a high ground somewhere on the hill, Ma Chao surveyed the scene below. Beside him stood his brother, the Major General of the 3rd Division, Ma Xiu. Ma Xiu pointed at Lianpo's forces and said, "General, Lianpo is about to escape." In the Great Xia Dynasty, Ma Xiu and the other 3 kingdom generals had all changed their habits. In the army, Ma Xiu would not call Ma Chao brother, and their current relationship was that of superior and subordinate. Ma Chao narrowed his eyes and said, "We cannot let that happen. Gather your forces, we will personally chase them." "Yes, General." In a short while, the Tiger Leopard cavalry, which had not participated in the battle, was thrown into the fray. Ma Chao decided to personally lead the charge. Charge! The elite Tiger Leopard cavalry were a level higher than the cavalry from other territories. While others struggled on mountain paths, the Tiger Leopard cavalry excelled. Kill! Ma Chao and Ma Xiu personally led the charge into Lianpo's army. This time, victory was swift. The formation that seemed strong and indestructible crumbled like paper. With a general like Ma Chao in command, and the elite Tiger Leopard cavalry at his disposal, who could stop them? In a short while, the Tiger Leopard cavalry carved a bloody path up the mountain. The morale of the other territories' elite cavalry soared when they saw this. They would not admit to being weaker and charged as well. Suddenly, the flames of war spread from the hill to the mountain path, and the fighting grew more intense. Both sides suffered casualties, and it was time to see who was more relentless. Ma Chao paid no mind to the situation and led his troops to chase Lianpo, shouting, "Ma Chao is here, Lianpo, old man, you won't escape." When Lianpo heard this, he was so furious that he nearly spat blood. Although he loved his face, he was very tolerant. He knew that now was not the time to argue back. When Ma Chao saw this, he led his troops to chase. With the speed of the Tiger Leopard cavalry, no force could outrun them. Thus, the Tiger Leopard cavalry were relentless, cutting off piece by piece. However, the mountain path was narrow. Even if Lianpo wanted to form a large defensive formation, he could not. He could only sacrifice some to save others. Lianpo despised this mountain path for being so long, it seemed endless. To the retreating Lianpo army, every second and minute was a great torment. The Tiger Leopard cavalry were like a pack of hungry wolves that would not stop until they achieved their goal. To chase Lianpo, Ma Chao even abandoned the main battlefield. It was not that he was losing his head, rather, he had seen the key to this battle. Lianpo was the key figure to this Qin army. If he took him down, the rest would not amount to much. As for the main battlefield, Huan Chong and the other regional generals could manage it. The two armies, one chasing, one escaping, ran for a full half-hour before they exited the mountain path. Ma Chao shouted once more with the cavalry soldiers, "Lianpo, old man, do not run." Seeing their main general being humiliated, the Handan city soldiers were truly unhappy. They grumbled, wanting to go all out against the Tiger Leopard cavalry, but Lianpo stopped them. Lianpo was a seasoned fox and knew the enemy was trying to anger him. They wanted to lure him into a full-scale fight. Clearly, he was not falling for it. Regarding this trip to Jingzhou, Lianpo was given an important task by his lord. It concerned a significant plan. Who knew he would fail? If the Handan city army fell here, he would have no face to see his lord again. Walking out of the mountain path, the land suddenly became vast and open. Lianpo had no intention of engaging in a full-scale fight. Instead, he split his forces into three and decided to meet up in Yuzhou. When Ma Chao led his troops to chase them, he saw the three groups and was stunned. "Big brother, which one should we chase?" Ma Xiu asked. Ma Chao gritted his teeth. "You and I will each chase one." Ma Chao didn't believe that Lianpo would escape in a 2 out of 3 scenario. It's not that he didn't want to split his forces into three, but they had limited strength. If they spread themselves too thin, they might lose instead. Despite his fierce appearance, Ma Chao was also strategic. However, Ma Chao had underestimated Lianpo's craftiness. Lianpo was not in any of the three groups. He brought his personal guards and stayed in a small forest beside the mountain path. Once the tiger-leopard cavalry left, he emerged and disappeared into the wilderness. He then came to a village, where he borrowed clothes, changed, and headed back toward Yuzhou. As night approached, Ma Chao led his troops back. Not long after, Ma Xiu also returned with his troops. They exchanged glances and saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. Ma Chao scolded, "That old fox. Ginger gets hotter with age." Although he did not capture Lianpo, the East Jin camp had secured a victory today. In this battle, fewer than 100,000 of Lianpo's troops survived, while only 50,000 of the player troops remained. After the Qin army natives fled, they disappeared into the Jingzhou wilderness, clearly shaken by the battle. An easy south-conquering mission had turned into a significant defeat. Of course, the East Jin camp had paid a price, with nearly 50,000 of their soldiers falling in battle. Huan Cheng's forces suffered the most, losing a total of 30,000 men. Despite this, Huan Cheng could not hide his excitement and joy. This victory was more than enough for him to request rewards from the king. Combined with the credit for destroying 30,000 Qin troops earlier, Huan Cheng had shone brightly in this battle, performing almost as well as Xie Xian. That night, Ma Chao met with Huan Cheng to discuss the next military action. Before this, the king had given him specific instructions. Naturally, Ma Chao followed them and said, "General Huan, I will lead my troops back to Yuzhou to crush the remaining enemy forces. As for those scattered in Jingzhou, I leave it to you." Huan Cheng was delighted upon hearing this, and his smile widened. He knew that the natives in Jingzhou lacked significant combat strength, making it easy to clear them out. The player forces fleeing to Yuzhou, on the other hand, were a much tougher challenge. Now that Ma Chao took the initiative to take the task, how could Huan Cheng not be delighted? Huan Cheng cupped his fists. "We are all working for the imperial court, General is being too polite." Ma Chao nodded. After a short while, he said goodbye and left. He was not working for the Eastern Jin imperial court but the great Xia dynasty. The next morning, Ma Chao gathered up the 80,000 player forces that survived and headed back. News regarding the Battle of Jingzhou quickly spread back to the main camp. Fu Jian was furious. Looking at Chen with wariness, he gritted his teeth and said, "Is this the promise you gave me?" His words were laced with rage. Fu Jian felt betrayed. Before the army left, Chen had promised that the mission would succeed. Who could have known that such a disastrous outcome would occur? Chen was ashamed and could not find the words to reply. In truth, there was no one more disheartened than him. He had brought 50,000 troops, and half of them fell on the Jingzhou battlefield. Although he had gained some battle contribution points, it was far from what he had hoped for. On this matter, Chen owed Chen Shenjun and the others a great debt. Now, on the surface, they did not say anything, but deep down, they were probably laughing at him. Facing Fu Jian's rebuke, Chen did not know how to respond. A significant part of their defeat was due to the 100,000 Qin troops. If it were not for their refusal to follow orders, pillaging, raping, burning, and looting on the way, they would not have slowed down and wasted enough time for the Jin army to set up an ambush. However, Lianpo's delay in gathering grain along the way was also a fact, so Chen had no way to counter. Moreover, Fu Jian was truly enraged, and fighting back would only invite more trouble. Chen wanted to avoid the topic, but someone was not willing to let it go and stepped forward. "Your Highness, Lianpo was ordered to conquer the south, but he went to gather grain instead. He should be held responsible for the defeat." The one who spoke was Yao Chang. When he and Morong Chui learned of the defeat in Jingzhou, their eyes lit up. Fu Jian nodded his head. Lianpo is truly getting clumsy as he grows older. Chen was furious and scolded in his heart, shameless. When the large quantity of grain was transported back, Fu Jian even praised Lianpo. How did he change his tune so suddenly? However, when facing Fu Jian, Chen could not criticize him. The meeting ended in unhappiness as everyone went their separate ways. Fu Jian thought the loss at Jingzhou was bad enough, but who knew that a bigger calamity was about to happen? The next day, intelligence reports spread from the north. Chao Chun's sneak attacks up north had finally caught their attention. The combination of the three elite cavalry forces was causing significant damage to the traveling Qin army. While the attacks were not severe at first, as more troops were targeted, the entire north became tense. Suddenly, rumors began to fly. As more rumors spread, they began to be perceived as truth. Just yesterday, some forces could not take it anymore and disbanded. This caused a chain reaction, leading to more and more deserters. The situation seemed to be escalating. At this very moment, news that Morong Chue and Yao Cheng were under house arrest spread. Hearing the news, the Cheng and Xinbei people in the army were furious. Most of the deserters came from these two ethnic groups. After escaping, they organized themselves and hid in the former Qin territory. Hidden tensions flowed through the entire north. When Fu Jian received the news, he felt increasingly uneasy. The front lines were falling, and his own backyard was burning. His confidence, which had been building, was shaken once more. For this, Wuqi and Fu Rong had no choice but to hurry back from Shuyang to calm him down. Wuqi said, "Your Highness, the 300,000 troops in Shuyang are formed and ready to be deployed on the battlefield. Hence, we have 600,000 troops on the front lines. We have the absolute advantage, and the situation is still under control." "What about the chaos within the country?" Fu Jian asked. Wuqi responded, "You only need to arrange a general to lead a light cavalry unit north to give orders and clear up the rumors. With that, the situation will stabilize." Obviously, the matter was not as simple as Wuqi described. However, as a general of the Yanhuang alliance, Wuqi needed to ensure that Fu Jian had the confidence to fight. The successive blows had unsettled Fu Jian. Listening to Wuqi's analysis, it was like a drowning person grasping at straws. He simply believed what he heard. "All right." Fu Jian nodded. Fu Jian was in a bad situation. If he fought, he did not have a high chance of winning. If he backed off, he would not feel good. If he ran back to his country like this, where would he place his face? Hence, before the situation turned bad, Fu Jian could only continue forward. He had no other choice. Night. In Morong Chue's tent, apart from its owner, Yao Cheng was also present. On the table lay an opened letter. "What do you think?" Morong Chue asked Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng replied, "It doesn't matter. We need to leave the camp first." "Can they be trusted?" "Let's try. It's better than being trapped here." "All right, let's take a gamble." Morong Chue knew that the chaos in the north was their best chance. If they missed it, they would have no hope of rebuilding their nation. The two of them discussed. After disguising, they slipped out of the camp and arrived at a quiet location on the west shore. The Marines of the Great Xia Dynasty were already waiting there. After both sides met, they quietly dived into the Fei River and swam against the current into the Huai River. The next morning, news of their disappearance spread through the Qin camp. Some said they had escaped, while others claimed they were executed by the king. The soldiers all talked among themselves, filling the camp with a dark cloud. Inside the central tent, Fu Jian's face was indeed dark. Their disappearance made him feel very uneasy, as he was aware of their influence in the country. "Damn scoundrels, I should have killed them," Fu Jian scolded. Inside the tent, Chen, Wuqi, and Fu Rong all exchanged glances, remaining silent. The bad news came one after another like a chain reaction. If this continued, the Qin army would collapse as in history. Wuqi knew he needed to say something. He stepped out and bowed, "Your Highness." "Speak." Fu Jian's voice was cold. Wuqi did not mind. "You can announce that they were sent back to the country to deal with the northern matter to calm down the soldiers. For the other race soldiers, Morong Chue and Yao Cheng were promoted. As such, sending them back to the country was a normal choice." When Fu Jian heard this, he barely nodded to Wuqi. Fu Jian could not say anything, for he had done everything that he could do as a chief commander. "I can only blame the army for being useless," Fu Jian sighed in his heart. Wuqi continued, "Most likely, the two of them escaped back home. When they appear in the north, they will definitely cause uproar. The best way will be to attack East Jin before the situation gets out of hand. If we crush East Jin, no matter how much noise Morong Chue and Yao Cheng make in the country, they would not amount to much." One had to say that Wuqi's eyes were vicious to the max. When Fu Rong heard this, he did not immediately come to a decision, as starting the war would mean no turning back. Wuqi and the others, despite their anxiousness, did not dare to rush him. After a long while, he raised his head, looked over at Wuqi, and asked, "How confident are you?" Wuqi said, 80%. "Really?" Fu Jian looked as if he was trying to see through Wuqi's thoughts. Wuqi said calmly, "Really?" In truth, Wuqi did not even have 60% confidence. The results of the Battle of Jingzhou proved that the million-strong army was not effective. If given enough time, Wuqi had confidence to turn them around. However, in just 10 days, even if Wuqi were a god, it would be impossible to make a difference. If used well, the 300,000 Qin troops in Shenyang could be of great help. If not, they would just be a ticking time bomb. But Wuqi had no other choice. Fu Jian was uncertain if he could truly trust Wuqi, but he said, "Then let's fight to the death." With that decision, the Qin country had no way back. "Yes." Wuqi, Chen, and Fu Rong all nodded in unison. The Battle of Fei River unexpectedly welcomed a final battle, and the battlefield remained the Fei River. Who knows, after this battle, whether history would repeat itself or change. After the meeting ended, Fu Rong returned to Shenyang to lead the 300,000 troops south toward the main camp. At the same time, Xiangba brought the warships into the Fei River to control the waters. Unfortunately, their actions were monitored by the Yashan Squadron, and how could they allow the Zhoushan Squadron to act as they wished? The two squadrons had their first conflict at the intersection between the Huai River and the Fei River. Since the river was too narrow, neither side had an advantage. On the east bank of the Fei River, at the main camp of the East Jin, victory was always sweet, especially for the lords who had sent their troops south to Jingzhou. The vast battle contributions made them feel the trip was worthwhile. The movements of the Zhoushan Squadron were quickly reported to the main camp. Ouyang Shua brought Wutsubing and Jia Su to the main camp. Although they won in Jingzhou, Xiashi and Xia Huan were not very happy. It was no surprise, as the Xia and Huan families were rivals. Huan Cheng's memorial seeking rewards had already reached the imperial court, and the king was delighted. With this, the pressure on Xiashi and Xia Huan grew even greater. After dismissing Morong Chue and Yao Cheng, Ouyang Shua knew that the Qin country would act. The actions of the Zhoushan Squadron confirmed Ouyang Shua's conjecture. After discussing with Jia Su, Ouyang Shua had a clear analysis of the situation. "So, the Qin army is going to go all out with us?" Upon hearing Ouyang Shua's words, Xiashi had a peculiar expression on his face. Ouyang Shua nodded. "That is their only way to turn the scales." "Since they want to fight, let's fight," Xiaxian said valiantly. Huan Cheng's victory had undoubtedly ignited Xiaxian's spirit. However, in private, Xiaxian was wary. He said they won because of the player army, but contribution was one thing, and His Majesty would not care. Thus, Xiaxian wanted to fight more than anyone else. East Jin Camp, Middle Tent. Ouyang Shua took a look at Jia_Su. Understanding what he meant, Jia_Su stepped out and said, counting 300,000 troops in Sheoyang, the enemy has a total of 600,000 troops. On the other hand, we have 340,000 if we considered the navy. In terms of strength now, our army has the advantage. Since we are going all out, we must strike before the Sheoyang army arrives. If we win this battle, the Sheoyang army will not make much difference. Xie Xian said doubtfully, if we take the initiative to strike, we need to cross the river. The enemy will not be so foolish to back off, right? Jia.Su nodded, no, they will not. Then what should we do? If they do not retreat, we will forcefully strike. If this person was not the famous 3_kg strategist, Xie_Xian would have burst out laughing, forcefully strike? Did I hear you wrong? Do you know how many men we will lose? Can this war even be fought? General, calm down. Jia.Su smiled, even if we do not forcefully strike, the Sheoyang army will forcefully attack once they arrive. The key is still the control of the Fei River, which is why the Zhoushan squadron wants to destroy the Yashan squadron and enter the Fei River first. No wonder. Xie Xian understood. Before the final battle, the navy of both sides needs to have a good battle. Xie Shi was a little worried. Can the Yashan squadron win? Ouyang Shua was really confident in the Yashan squadron, so he smiled and said, 90%. Good. Then it's decided. Xie Shi didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. The victory in Jingzhou had made him really confident in the player army. After settling on the battle plan and reaching a common consensus, the five of them discussed the specifics in detail before leaving. The moment the meeting ended, the entire East Jin camp sprang into action. Ouyang Shua gathered the other lords to report the matter. Whether they were willing or not, they had to follow the plan because it was the decision of Xie Shi and Ouyang Shua. They could either join or leave the battle map. Of course, none of the lords were so dull. After all, everyone had led their troops here to earn merit points. Thus, they had no reason not to join the battle. Huozubing officially replaced Xie Shi as the East Jin commander, leading the 340,000 troops. Xie Xian would be the deputy commander. The various lords all met with Ouyang Shua to hand over control of their troops. As for how to arrange the troops, that was up to Huozubing. After Xie Shi stepped down, he used his position as chief commander to gather tens of thousands of laborers to cut wood and transport it to the east coast of the Fei River. The laborers were mostly woodworkers, capable of building bridges on the Fei River. The entire camp became very busy. The atmosphere before the war was bustling and nerve-wracking. The Northern House Army wanted to strike back at the Qin Army, and the player army wanted to defeat the enemy to gain points. The noise from the East Jin camp alerted the former Qin. When Fu Jian received the letter, he frowned. Chen and Wuqi were helpless and could only encourage Fu Jian. They said that even if the East Jin army took the initiative to attack, they could not cross the Fei River. Despite this, Fu Jian could not sleep. Bad events kept happening, and his confidence was almost at a breaking point. Chen and the others were deeply depressed. Except for the initial smooth entry into the battle map, everything that followed felt like they had fallen into the enemy's trap. It was as if they were being controlled. They could only blame their lack of a strategist like Jia Su. On the 15th day of the battle map, in the Huai River region, the navy, which had been relatively inactive since the start of the battle, became the focus. Whichever side managed to control the Fei River would gain the initiative. The Huai River current flowed swiftly. Early in the morning, both squadrons faced each other at the confluence of the Huai and Fei rivers. The leader of the Yashan squadron was Fleet Admiral Yu Dao, while the Zhoushan squadron was led by a retired Navy general. Each side had its strengths. Xiangba, only a second-class marquis, could bring only a limited number of troops. To earn merit points, he brought a portion of the land forces, making the Yashan squadron only half a division. Along with Xiesher's 10,000 navy troops, the disparity in numbers was significant. However, in river combat, the number of soldiers was not the key to victory. After all, no matter how many ships one had, only 10 could engage at a time. The battle began at 8 a.m. They were old enemies, so there were no tricks involved, they just engaged in direct combat until the enemy was defeated. Once a ship sank, the one behind it would move forward to fill the gap, and the cycle would repeat. Although the strategy was the same, the weapons and equipment were different. Since both sides involved were turreted warships, the key was the cannons. The Yashan squadron utilized the improved P-1 type cannon. Along with the support of the flying squad, they gradually gained the upper hand and started forcing the Zhoushan squadron back. By 10 a.m., the intersection had come under the control of the Yashan squadron. At this very moment, Xiesher led 10,000 sailors to cut in from the back. The Yashan squadron directed all their fire forward, using their light ships to enter the Fei River. Although the Zhoushan squadron was worried, the Yashan squadron kept them in check, preventing their movement. At 12 p.m., the East Jin Navy entered the Fei River. When Yu Dao saw this, he promptly adjusted the formation and sealed the entrance of the Fei River, switching to a defensive position. The Zhoushan squadron general could only helplessly give up. Each of their warships was hard to come by, given the kingdom could not be compared to the great Xia dynasty, and they could not easily waste ships. They had tried their best, and there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Hence, by just one morning, the victory was decided. Seeing this, Yu Dao positioned 5 turreted warships into the Fei River to assist the East Jin Navy. While the Navy fought, the civilians also performed tasks. The laborers that Xiesher mobilized were constructing bridges on the Fei River for the army to cross. When the East Jin Navy entered the river, the entire process suddenly sped up. The Qin army aimed to disrupt them. However, under the bombardment of the flying squad, they could do little. At 5 p.m., the Qin army realized they could not destroy the bridge and thus focused on preparing for the war. As night approached, 50 bridges lay quietly on the river's surface. This night was destined to be sleepless. On the 16th day of the battle map, the sun rose. The war atmosphere had reached its peak. Many soldiers, nervous, had not slept well. As the sun came up, soldiers on both sides of the Fei River awoke. They donned their armor, ate breakfast, and rushed to the drill square to gather. The naval squadron spread out on the Fei River, with many bridges lining up to the opposite shore. On the west bank of the Fei River, 300,000 Qin troops waited in battle formation. As per Wuqi's arrangement, 50,000 Qin troops were positioned at the back to protect the emperor's safety. In reality, Wuqi had given up on using those 50,000 Qin troops. The true pillars were the 250,000 player forces. The army lined the shore, their formations waiting solemnly. Despite Wuqi having taken command of the player forces for only half a month, each unit operated with remarkable efficiency. As expected of a god general. The Qin army lay in wait, with the geographical advantage. On the opposite shore, 250,000 player troops stood at the front, with the 70,000 North House army protecting the right flank. At 8 a.m., the war drums sounded once more. Woo! Along with the war horn, the cannons fired, providing cover for the army. They quickly cleared 100 meters of space on the west shore to allow the East Jin army to disembark. Charge! The massive army surged into the Fei River, ready to go all out against the Qin army. Kill! The Qin army was not fazed and was filled with killing intent. In less than 20 minutes, both sides were engaged in a brutal slaughter. In this unique scenario, infantry proved most useful. As for the temporarily built bridges, they were naturally not that sturdy. Moreover, a large portion of the troops had not undergone relevant training, so they inevitably fell into the river when they tried to cross. Normally, soldiers would fall into the water and be scooped up by the navy. As a result, The first wave of attacks by the Qin army was easily thwarted, which boosted the morale of the East Jin army. Huotsubing was not disappointed. More and more soldiers attempted to cross the river to fight the Qin army, sacrificing themselves to gain some advantage. The entire west coast of the Fei River was engulfed in a sea of flames. In the final battle, there were no tactics to speak of, it all came down to the commander's ability. Wuqi and Huotsubing, these two god generals, were on the same level. At 10 a.m., after a heavy price, the East Jin army finally crossed the river. The battlefield had fully shifted to the west shore, and the war entered a critical phase. Both sides were the elites of their territories, so their combat strength was comparable. In this clash, both sides suffered heavy losses. The entire battlefield was like a massive meat grinder, with people dying at every moment. Both sides, totaling nearly 500,000 troops, fought blow for blow under the commands of their two god generals. Unless one was personally present, they would not be able to imagine the scene. Looking out, the entire earth was covered in armor, and everyone was closely packed together. No matter who it was, the moment they entered such a battlefield, their blood could not help but boil. Ouyang Shua brought 3,000 divine martial guards and appeared on the battlefield. In the battle map, dead soldiers could be revived using battle contribution points, making it the best place to train troops. Ouyang Shua wanted to absorb killing aura for the Tianma spear. Such a group of elite troops was nearly unkillable on the battlefield. When Wuqi saw this, he arranged a large number of troops to cover and attack. However, he did not expect that Ouyang Shua was using himself as bait and coordinating with Huotsubing to counterattack. Falling for it once, Wuqi lost all hope of attacking Ouyang Shua and focused on the main battle. After fighting for an entire day, it was as if the sky was collapsing, and blood flowed like a river. The two sides were equal in strength. Victory could not be decided, and both were locked in a stalemate. Fei River, 550,000 troops engaged in battle. As both sides were locked in a stalemate, dusk arrived. The red sun was about to set, and night seemed imminent. Victory had not been decided. Since the start of the battle, both sides had thrown in all their forces. The 500,000 former Qin troops were all thrown into the battle under Fu Zhen's personal leadership. Xia Xian, on the other hand, led his 70,000 northern army. Both sides fought until dark, totally exhausted. Even Ouyang Shua did not expect that his predicted victory would end up in such a scene. The stubbornness of the enemy had exceeded his expectations. This was a true life-and-death battle. Whether it was Wuqi or Huotsubing, both wished they had a reserve force. Anyone with 30,000 troops could break the stalemate and secure victory. Unfortunately, they had no soldiers to spare. At this very moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. Huotsubing and Wuqi were both startled, thinking it was the enemy's reinforcements, and their hearts sank. As the hooves grew closer, both sides became increasingly nervous. Finally, when the vanguard cavalry came into view, a golden flag waved in front of them. It was the flag of the great Xia dynasty, the golden dragon flag. Huotsubing was astonished. He guessed it was Ma Chao's forces. He did not expect Ma Chao to be so efficient, managing to rush back from Jingzhou so quickly. Wuqi's face darkened. Ma Chao's arrival was enough to change the entire battlefield. Commander. Ma Chao came to Huotsubing and gave a military bow. Huotsubing directly asked, "Can your forces still fight?" Ma Chao replied loudly, "General, 80,000 elite cavalry await your orders." Great. Huotsubing nodded forcefully and immediately arranged the region for Ma Chao to attack. Under Huotsubing's command, the 80,000 cavalry dealt a fatal blow to the exhausted Qin army. For the Qin army, it was nearly a catastrophe. The 80,000 cavalry were like 80,000 sharp knives stabbing into their stomachs. Fu Zhen could not endure it and retreated toward Shouyang, fearing he might lose his life if he did not leave immediately. Next, the lords, seeing that all hope was lost, did not want to make futile sacrifices. They took their troops and left. What remained of the former Qin army was mostly the Yanhuang alliance troops. Ouyang Shua naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to crush them, so he ordered Hu Zubing to show no mercy. Di Chen and the others had no choice but to retreat. The sight of Di Chen and the others retreating was truly lonely and sad. They were so close to victory. Fu Rong was leading the 300,000 Shouyang troops over. If Ma Chao's forces had not rushed back in time, the outcome of the war would have been different. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in war, and they lost in the end. Who would have expected that one battle of Jingzhou would decide the fates of both sides? As the sun set, the remaining Qin troops were wiped out. Seeing that it was already night, there was no point in pursuing them. If they were not careful and encountered Fu Rong's army, the situation would be dire. Thus, a massive war ended just like that. Surveying the battlefield, Ouyang Shua heaved a sigh of relief. What was Fu Jian thinking as he retreated toward Shouyang? The same scenes he had experienced twice in his life. Fate was just so cruel. We finally won. At some point, Feng Qiuwang and the others appeared behind Ouyang Shua. This was the 7th battle map in China, and it was the most intense one between players. For contribution points and ranks, lords had gambled everything. In this battle, there was no absolute winner. Shall we send troops to Shouyang tomorrow? Feng Qiuwang asked. Without turning around, Ouyang Shua said, of course, we must chase the victory. The next morning, as the Eastern Jin army was about to march toward Shouyang, a system notification suddenly sounded. Just last night, Fu Jian's remaining forces met Fu Rong's troops halfway and retreated to Shouyang. Before Fu Jian could regain his senses, news of a rebellion by Morong Chue and Yao Cheng spread. Fu Jian did not want to stay in Shouyang any longer, so he immediately led his troops back to his country to quell the rebellion. With their departure, the Battle of Fei River unexpectedly ended as well. At 9 a.m., the battle notification sounded out. Battle notification: the Battle of Fei River has officially ended. Former Qin has failed to rewrite history. Battle notification: the Battle of Fei River has officially ended. Gaia will tabulate extra points based on player contribution and influence on the battle. A system notification spread in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification: player Chiue Wui, East Jin Camp player representative, leading the Great Xia Dynasty troops, directing the battle proceedings, awarded additional 150,000 battle contribution points. This was the first time Gaia used directing the battle in the description, indicating that Gaia recognized players could control and lead the battle. As a result, Ouyang Shua received many extra points. It seemed that as the player representative of the former Qin camp, Di Chen would also earn a lot. Ouyang Shua took a look at the final battle contribution points rankings. First, Chiue Wui 1,200,000 points. Second, Feng Qiuwang 550,000 points. Third, Di Chen 500,000 points. Fourth, Chen Shinjun 450,000 points. Fifth, Wufu 400,000 points. Sixth, Xiangba 300,000 points. Seventh, Westgate Big Official 280,000 points. Eighth, Gong Chengshi 250,000 points. Ninth, Zhan Lang 200,000 points. 10th, Wandering Magic 180,000 points. Ouyang Shua's battle contribution points exceeded 1 million for the first time. The source of these points could be split into 4 types. The first was obtained by the 5,000 elite cavalry that entered the former Qin Backlines. The army in the former Qin land was there for the army to eliminate, allowing these 3 forces to earn a lot. Consequently, Feng Qiuwang and Wufu also earned a lot. The second type was obtained by the Guards Legion Corps, which moved south to Jingzhou. Thanks to the sneak attack, they killed many enemies. The West Gate Big Officials Cavalry also obtained plentiful rewards. He entered the top 10 for the first time and was even ahead of Gong Chengshi, Zhang Lang, and Wandering Magic. The third was from the Yashan squadron. As the battle at Huai River was not really intense, this portion of contribution points was limited. The Zhoushan squadron's lack of strength affected the contribution points of Xiongba. Fourth, during the final battle, the remaining two divisions of the Guards Legion Corps, under the leadership of Ouyang Shua and the Divine Martial Guards, obtained huge amounts of battle contribution points. Along with the stacking from Hua Tsubing as the commander, and the extra 150,000 points, Ouyang Shua was able to get 1.2 million points. Deducting the points used to revive the army, Ouyang Shua had 1.1 million battle contribution points left, giving him 110,000 merit points. As a result, his merit point value exceeded 2 million. Hence, Ouyang Shua officially upgraded to Prince. However, as they were in the battle map, Gaia delayed the system notification. After the battle ended, Ouyang Shua did not take the initiative to recruit Xie Xian. First, with Xie Xian's commanding ability, he would not be eye-catching in the Great Xia dynasty. Second, he had a significant aristocratic family behind him, which Ouyang Shua did not like. The aristocratic families in East Jin were corrupted beyond measure, and they could not fit in with the righteous Great Xia dynasty. Ouyang Shua did not wish to involve himself in such a family because of Xie Xian. In comparison, Ouyang Shua was more interested in Pei Fa. After Feng Qiuwang and the others left, Ouyang Shua stayed in the camp to await the reward. This time, the reward came as no surprise to him. At 3 p.m., Xiashi handed the reward over to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua inspected it. It was an old scroll. Name: Yellow Court Internal Scripture, Qi Cultivation, God Rank Cultivation Method. Level, 1/9. Stats: for every level raised, Comprehension +4, Bone Structure +2, Luck +2, all innate stats +2. Specialty: Unique, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Requirement: must complete the Yellow Emperor Internal Cultivation Technique to the full level to cultivate this. Evaluation: a portion of the Yellow Court Internal Scripture that focuses on Qi cultivation, an excellent internal cultivation technique. After training, one can unlock the Zifu. Note: this cultivation method is the second scroll in the combined technique. The player must search for the remaining portion. Compared to the Yellow Emperor cultivation technique, the Yellow Court Internal Scripture was one level further along the path of cultivation. It mainly increased comprehension and also raised bone structure and luck. The Yellow Emperor Internal Cultivation Technique unlocked the lower Dantian, which was the lowest of the three Dantians. The Yellow Court Internal Scripture unlocked the middle Dantian, which was the Zifu. The next scripture would unlock the Niwen, which was the upper Dantian. The three techniques worked together to propel Ouyang Shua forward on the path of cultivation. The three scrolls encompassed numerous martial art manuals, combining various bodily secrets. It was the highest grade internal cultivation manual one could cultivate. For Ouyang Shua to obtain this for himself showed that his luck was great. After receiving the reward, Ouyang Shua did not linger and led his troops out of the battle map. The moment he appeared in Shanghai City, the system notification sounded promptly. World notification: congratulations to China region player Chiue Wui for becoming the first lord in China to achieve the rank of prince. Awarded 150,000 reputation points and a special reward. Congratulations. Prince already wielded significant power over a region, acting as its ruler. Therefore, when Ouyang Shua became a prince, he did not need the imperial city to confer his title upon him. If that had happened, it would have humiliated Ouyang Shua. The Great Xia dynasty was already on par with the 9 imperial cities, and there were no distinctions between them. When the notification sounded, the world was stunned. Everyone knew that the Xia king held the highest rank in the world, but no one had anticipated it to be so high. Just a month ago, Jack of the American region had become the world's second duke. Who could have known that in such a short time, Wuqi would actually become a prince? The difference between the two was as vast as the heavens and earth. Ouyang Shua's rapid rise was due not only to the few country wars but also to the upgrade to capital city and the establishment of the dynasty. These two factors alone granted him 500,000 merit points. Ouyang Shua felt at ease and justified, and he claimed his reward from the system. System notification: congratulations to player Wuqi for obtaining a special reward. Will you claim it now? Yes. This was his third time receiving a special reward. Each time, he received a different kind of surprise. System notification: starting to draw special reward. System notification: congratulations to player Wuqi for drawing the special reward, obtaining a special tool, War Exempt card. Congratulations, player. With a flash of white light, a golden card appeared in Ouyang Shua's hand. On the face of the card was a picture of a battle. On the back, a word written in traditional Chinese, Exempt. War Exempt card: when a territory is fighting outside its borders, this card grants a chance to exempt the territory from war, preventing surrounding territories from attacking. It lasts for 1 month. Friendly reminder: war exemption is only effective within the country and takes effect immediately. The War Exempt card functions similarly to the protection territories received during a battle map, except this item locks onto one specific territory. Effective immediately means that the territory was not protected before Ouyang Shua used the card. After using it, if the territory is under attack, the card will immediately activate, teleporting enemy troops out of the territory. This is a rare tool with an interesting function. Who knows when he might need it? Let's hope I never have to use it, Ouyang Shua thought as he stored the card in his bag. A system notification echoed in his ear. System notification: the Battle of Fei River has officially ended. Main characters from the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties have entered the game progression. Despite the frequent wars and rapid dynastic changes of that era, there were few famous generals and civil servants. It was incomparable to the Three Kingdoms and Warring States periods. Notable figures included one of the top 10 generals, Ran Min, one of the 4 heroines, Hua Mulan, and Wang Meng, along with one of the top 10 ancient strategists, Du Yu. Wang Meng, who had died of illness during the Battle of Fei River, was one of the brightest stars of the Northern and Southern dynasties. However, this period thrived in scientific and cultural domains, producing a number of prominent figures. Book Saint Wang Shiji, artist Gu Kaiji, writers Wuqi, poet Tao Yuanming, poet Xielingyun, and writer of the records of the Three Kingdoms, Chen, among others, marked a time of great intellectual prosperity. Although these cultural figures were not civil servants or generals, they positively influenced the territory. Education's gradual impact was considerable. Influenced by the Great Xia dynasty, they might attract some of these figures. Then, another system notification appeared. System notification: the Battle of Fei River has officially ended. Wudong, Shaolin, and Wulin have all entered the game. Following the system notification, in the mountains of Zhongyuan Province and Jingzhou Province, a bright white light flashed and then faded. Wulin and Wudong officially entered the game. Gaia spawned vast courtyards, along with disciples of various ranks. In a quiet room in the Songsen hinterland, a kind-looking old monk suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the unknown wilderness, saying, "Amitba." On Wudong's peak, an old man looked into the distance and shouted, "Wuliang Tianzuan." These two were the absolute giants of Wulin. These two leaders were legendary figures, guiding tens of thousands of disciples. Their appearance in the wilderness would certainly shake things up. In addition to these two, other sects and factions from the northern and southern dynasties began to emerge one by one, for players to discover. At the same time, the relevant dojos were updated. Any sect or faction that appeared in the wilderness would instantly have their dojo head transformed into an elite disciple or even an elder. The martial arts techniques within the dojos were also refreshed. Apart from the basics, there was a new batch of intermediate and even advanced techniques. The underworld was about to welcome a new era of conquest and fighting. System notification: the Battle of Fei River has officially ended. Emperor Wen Yongjian of Sui has moved into Chuanzhou. Chuanzhou automatically becomes part of the Sui dynasty. Yao Jiang, Yang Lin, Hiruobi, Han Qinhu, Yuju Luo, Su Wei, Yang Su, Yuwen Shu, and others all automatically follow him. In 581 AD, the second month, Emperor Jing of Northern Zhou abdicated in favor of Yang Jian, who set the title of his country as Sui and proclaimed his rule. One could say that Emperor Wen of Sui was the one who ended the northern and southern dynasties. On the other hand, the Sui dynasty, emerging from northern Zhou, could be considered the inheritor of the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties. Due to the lack of notable emperors during this period, Gaia decided to merge the Sui dynasty with the northern and southern dynasties. Gaia chose Emperor Wen of Sui to move into Chuanzhou, even though it should belong to the northern dynasty. This means that the Sui Tang period will not have its own battle map, and the next one will skip over it and directly proceed to the Tang dynasty. The generals and officials of the Sui dynasty will appear together with the emperor, while those from the later stages of the Sui dynasty will merge with the Tang dynasty. The rest will all appear in the wilderness. Compared to the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, the generals and officials of the Sui dynasty are more eye-catching and enough to make one's eyes turn red with desire. The formation that appeared in the imperial city is no worse than that of the Qin or Han dynasties. The successive system notifications dazzled the players in the China region. Especially the appearance of Shaolin and Wudong, which made the blood of the adventure game mode players boil. The moment the system notification ended, numerous people swarmed into the dojo. Based on the rules set by Gaia, the sects and factions could not directly accept disciples. If players wanted to join them, they had to join the relevant dojos first. If one passed and reached the standard required to join the sect, only then could they be officially accepted into the door. Each sect and faction had different standards and test methods. Ouyang Shuo's expression was not relaxed. The generals and officials that the emperor had brought with him into Chuanzhou would be a huge challenge to the great Xia dynasty that had taken down Minnan province. Yang Jian was not an emperor who was happy with the status quo. After he got used to the imperial city, he would definitely do something about the awkward situation that Chuanzhou was in, where they were surrounded by enemies on all four sides. The relationship between the two dynasties would definitely sour. 6th month, 21st day, Xia Palace, Imperial Reading Room. Ouyang Shuo opened up the territory interface. After becoming a prince, Ouyang Shuo could see the basic requirements to upgrade to an emperor dynasty and prepare in advance. System notification, checking if the Great Xia dynasty meets the requirements to apply to upgrade to emperor dynasty. Requirement 1, Lord is at least a prince, requirement met. Requirement 2, Lord's reputation is at least well known in the world, requirement met. Requirement 3, Dynasty must at least occupy a third of the situated region, requirement not met. This requirement was a little high, especially for a huge region like China. The Great Xia dynasty had 4 provinces, but they had not even reached January 5th of the China region. For it to become an emperor dynasty was a tough task. Requirement 4, Dynasty population must at least reach 5 million, requirement not met. With the growth rate of the dynasty, they would need 2 years to meet this requirement. Requirement 5, Dynasty must own at least 1 overseas territory, requirement met. An emperor dynasty must threaten overseas. Naturally, they must have land overseas. Luckily, the Great Xia dynasty had accomplished many overseas conquests and met this requirement long ago. Requirement 6, Territory Fate must at least reach the 3rd stage, Purple Fate, requirement met. Requirement 7, At least take down 1 imperial city, requirement not met. This condition meant that for countries with only 1 imperial city, 1 emperor dynasty was their maximum. only super regions like China and America could give birth to many emperor dynasties. Requirement 8, destroy a country, requirement met. This requirement coexisted with the fifth one, but this was a bit harder. Requirement 9, at least have one country advancing treasure, requirement not met. The item needed during country establishment was a country establishment treasure, and now it was a country advancing treasure. Although it was just one word, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Ouyang Shuo was not sure what a country advancing treasure was. Out of the 9 basic requirements, 4 were not met. The road to becoming an emperor dynasty was still a long one. On the 24th day of the 6th month, in Shanghai City, the aftermath of the Battle of Fei River was slowly fading away, and Ouyang Shuo was getting busy once more. It was the afternoon, and the blazing sun had passed its peak, but the temperature showed no signs of dropping. The lush green trees in the courtyard in front of the reading room provided a cooling effect, making it much more comfortable. Even the summer cicadas found no refuge here. At one corner of the imperial reading room, basins of ice cubes were placed to help lower the temperature. At 3 p.m., the usually quiet reading room welcomed a group of special guests. Financial Deputy Minister Cui Yu led the way, followed by the leaders of the 3 prominent chambers of commerce, Bai Shui, Song Tenxiang, and Cui Shoren. This meeting was undoubtedly special. According to the rules, although these 3 had ties to the imperial family, they were not usually permitted to enter the reading room. As they entered the solemn room, a thick and powerful aura enveloped them. Despite being influential figures whose actions could easily stir the merchant world, even Ouyang Shuo's father-in-law, Song Tenxiang, felt a sense of unease. This meeting was not impromptu, they had been informed of it the previous night. Before coming, Cui Shoren had asked his sister for details, but she remained tight-lipped and revealed nothing. Instead, when his father found out, he reprimanded him. Outside relatives interfering in politics was a serious offense in the dynasty. My king, Deputy Minister Cui and the others are here, Xing Eve reminded Ouyang Shuo, who was reviewing some memorials. Ouyang Shuo put down the brush in his hand and looked up. Come in, he said, his smile inspiriting. Thank you, my king. Song Tenxiang and the others did not hesitate. They bowed respectfully before taking their seats one by one. Gazing at the young ruler before them, Song Tenxiang felt a sense of awe. He found it hard to believe that the man before him and the youth from the past were one and the same. Apart from his appearance, Song Tenxiang saw no trace of resemblance. Clearly, Ouyang Shuo's rise to power had transformed him. If the Song family's children had a fraction of his talent, Song Tenxiang would be overjoyed. Song Tenxiang was not the only one in awe. Cui Shoren was also filled with many thoughts. He recalled his first meeting with the king, nearly 3 years ago. At that time, the Cui family had just learned that Cui Yu was alive, and as the family's representative, Cui Shoren had used the super auction platform to complete the first trade deal with Shanghai City. Their cooperation with Shanghai City was more like a higher-up working with a subordinate. They did not aim to earn much profit, but rather to repay Shanghai City for saving Cui Yu. In just 3 short years, everything had changed. In 3 years, Cui Shoren had transformed from an unremarkable family member, with little hope placed in him, into a man who had taken over the family business and gradually made his way into the central region. For Cui Shoren to stand out among the children, apart from his own ability, it was largely due to his role between the family and Shanghai City. This greatly strengthened his position. After all, in the family, only Cui Shoren had met the king and interacted with him. This unassuming business deal changed the fate of the Cui Chamber of Commerce, allowing them to grow like a snowball and become one of the giants in the business world. Not long ago, several Chamber of Commerce heads in Dali Imperial City, who had previously suppressed the Cui Chamber of Commerce, rushed to Shanghai City to build relationships with Cui Shoren. They wanted him to take care of them for voyage trading. The tables had turned. Among the 3, only Bai Shui remained truly calm. As they say, one can be austere if one has no selfish desires. Her husband, Wei Yang, held a core position, and her father, Bai Gui, managed the business college. Bai Shui herself had little ambition for wealth, she simply enjoyed the battles in the business world. Not long ago, she donated 500,000 gold to the imperial court to rebuild schools in the counties and prefectures, making it the largest donation since the founding of Great Xia. This act even caught the attention of Ouyang Shua, who personally bestowed upon them the title of benevolent merchant. Each of the three had different thoughts, all of which were observed by Ouyang Shua. Since he began practicing the Yellow Court internal scripture, his senses had become much sharper as he worked to open his middle dantian. Ouyang Shua could roughly discern the thoughts of ordinary people. Luckily, Ouyang Shua did not have such a hobby. He turned to Cui Yu and said, "Deputy Minister Cui, detail the organization you are planning to establish." "Yes, my king." Cui Yu revealed the secret behind the meeting. As the Great Xia dynasty's voyage trading became increasingly prosperous, the trading income gradually became one of the financial pillars of the territory. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had been contemplating how to upgrade the system. His order for the Four Seas Bank to initiate the insurance industry was just a small part of this endeavor. The key to voyage trading was the channel, which comprised the ports and the trade routes. Ports were where goods entered and exited, while trade routes were the lifelines connecting these ports. Ouyang Shua aimed to improve these two aspects. Regarding the ports, Ouyang Shua had already instructed the financial court to establish a customs division under the tax division to manage imports and exports. However, the role of the customs division extended beyond this. It also handled customs duties, smuggling issues, information tabulation, and more. Given the importance of voyage trading to the Great Xia dynasty, the customs division played a crucial role. At the appropriate time, it would become an independent department under the taxation division. As for the trade routes, Ouyang Shua intended to organize them and create an unprecedented organization. Voyage trading involved significant risks, including rare wars, storms, tsunamis, pirates, and other unforeseen dangers. No matter how powerful the Great Xia dynasty's navy, it could not completely secure the entire trade route and ensure the safety of every merchant ship. Even the navy in real life could not ensure that point, much less so in ancient times when technology was lacking. The three imperial chambers of commerce had vast businesses, and they could afford to lose one or two trips. Therefore, there was not much to worry about. However, for small and mid-sized businesses, one bad trip could cause them to lose everything. This greatly restricted their eagerness to engage in voyage trading. Their common method was to pay a certain amount to one of the large chambers of commerce to get them to transport the goods. Alternatively, 10 or more of them could travel together to face the risks together. However, since their operations were not regulated, this greatly reduced their profit margin. Gathering a squadron of merchant ships also took a lot of time, which was also money. As a ruler, Ouyang Shua wanted to change this, and the process would undoubtedly affect the profits of the three imperial chambers of commerce. It was said that the three earned a lot just from the fees that the mid- and small-sized chambers of commerce paid them. Ouyang Shua wanted to break that status quo. He was ready to gather the three of them and the business department to build a super shipping group. The shipping group had three main jobs: dock management, shipping, and shipbuilding and maintenance. First, dock management. The dynasty had 15 commerce ports, and numerous docks and piers used to transfer goods. These docks fell under the jurisdiction of the business department or the local offices. During this reorganization, Ouyang Shua would include the rights to use and manage the docks together, to be managed by the shipping group. As for the business department and the local offices, they would only retain the power to monitor. This alone would solidify their position at the top of voyage trading. Secondly, shipping. It was not just a matter of merging their squadrons, it involved modification and enhancement. The entire squadron would be assigned specific trade routes to follow, and travel times were fixed. To achieve this, the Navy headquarters would collaborate with them to provide navigators and captains. Additionally, an ocean escort squadron would be established with firepower, including cannons and handguns, significantly increasing ship safety and reducing risks. The reorganized squadron would serve all chambers of commerce, and prices would become more transparent, enhancing transparency and encouraging participation. Thirdly, regarding ship construction and maintenance, merchant ship and warship construction had long been separate. During this restructuring, Ouyang Shua would transfer some shipbuilding and relevant maintenance factories from the shipbuilding division to the trading group, enabling the latter to construct merchant ships. Ouyang Shua was also prepared to transfer a batch of shipbuilders from the division to boost the development of merchant ships. This separation aimed to lighten the shipbuilding division's load and to leverage the shipping guild to elevate the shipbuilding and maintenance industry's profits significantly. With these three aspects, the newly established trading group would transform into a colossal entity exceeding 5 million in scale. Consequently, this China shipping group would assume a pivotal role in voyage trading, even overseeing trade with West Chu and Stone City, which Ouyang Shua was keen to champion through the shipping group's management. Establishing the China shipping group had many obvious benefits, but it also faced some resistance. The short-term damages to the three imperial chambers of commerce were unavoidable. However, this was negligible. After all, when the shipping group was established, even if the three imperial chambers of commerce wanted to continue engaging in such services, they could not compete with the shipping group. Both sides, in terms of resources, branding, or capabilities, could not be compared. The biggest challenge was finding talent. At present, alongside the dynasty's education and talent selection system becoming more perfected, the basic level officials were not lacking. However, what they needed were professional enterprise talents. To run the expansive China shipping group efficiently, they required tens of thousands of professional talents. Relying solely on non-player characters, NPCs, was insufficient. To succeed, they needed elite and top-grade professional managers. On this matter, Chen and the others had a natural advantage, as they could directly appoint their family members. Ouyang Shua, however, could only hire such talents with high salaries. Fortunately, the Great Xia dynasty was well regarded among players, and its influence was undeniable. Along with Meng Jida, Chen Bing.Guang, Liu Mo, and Gong Jian, modern professional talents who were granted prominent roles in the dynasty, the appeal to top-grade talents had significantly increased. Simultaneously, the Great Xia dynasty's large-scale player recruitment operations had largely removed the previous locked country image in the territory that had previously been given to the outside world. Therefore, it was not too difficult for the dynasty to hire a bunch of professionals. It required time and patience. However, hiring top-grade management personnel remained a challenge. This deficiency in foundational talent could only be compensated for slowly. Besides public hiring, Ouyang Shua was ready to use alternative channels to recruit talents similar to the Song family. As one of the four major Lingnan families, though their influence was not as great as Chen's, they could still assist in recruiting talent. On this point, Song Tianxiang was more than happy to help. Additionally, there was the Feng family of Feng Chihuang. The Feng family was one of the top families in China, with a significant hidden strength. Fallen Phoenix City could not accommodate such a large number of talents, especially in the areas of port and shipping. Thus, they were not averse to recommending a group of people to the Great Xia dynasty. Furthermore, there were allies of the Great Xia dynasty, such as the Snow War Rose Mercenary Group, Blood Evil Mercenary Group, Blood Shadow Alliance, Jiangshan Alliance, and Thread. While the guild members were not professionals, they had powerful families backing them. China's network of connections was vast, ensuring a steady stream of people. Even adventure gamers, if offered favorable terms by the China shipping group, would not hesitate to take on contract jobs. CSEUN, Blood Romance, and others had already assured Ouyang Shua that they would not hinder anyone who wished to leave. This principle could also be applied to the millions who had already relocated to the Great Xia dynasty. The relationship between the dynasty and the Chinese region players was growing increasingly close. Tying the interests of ordinary players to the dynasty's interests was Ouyang Shua's long-term strategy. After listening to Chuang Yu's explanation of the plan, the three were so stunned that their mouths hung open. As leaders of top-tier chambers of commerce, Bai Shui and the others had thought their businesses were substantial. However, when compared to the operations of the dynasty, their scale seemed small. The valuation of the shipping group alone matched their entire chamber of commerce. Seeing this, Song Tianxiang gave Ouyang Shua a long look. Without a doubt, although this was announced by Chuang Yu, the person who pushed this must have been him. Although Chuang Yu had learned many modern skills, she did not have the capability. Only this young man was capable of doing what others did not dare to do and thinking what others did not dare to think. Daring to lead the world. Song Tianxiang suddenly thought of this fitting phrase. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he smiled and said, "After the organization, the imperial court will not take advantage of you. Based on the number of ships and workers, etc., we will give you shares in the group." Since the business department had the most ships, the share percentages for the rest would be around 2% to 3% and would not exceed 3%. Apart from that, the Four Seas Bank invested 1.5 million as the initial and recruitment fund, taking 5% of the shipping group. Based on this, the shipping group would have a valuation of 30 million gold. Such a valuation was significant, and the Four Seas Bank calculated it using the group's profits from the next year. "Thank you for your good grace." Song Tianxiang and the other two were smart and knew that shares did not mean immediate payment. It also meant that their chamber of commerce would have an advantage over other chambers of commerce. They would have more influence and power. This was unverifiable, so the plan was truly excellent, and he was grateful to them for their help during the Battle of Morocco. Between the two of them, they shared profits and benefits. The China Shipping Group preparation officially began. As the group was under the Financial Court and the Business and Industry Development Department, Chuang Yu would be in charge. The recruitment notice had been sent to various media boards, causing an uproar. In the 9 imperial cities, there were definitely professionals unable to use their skills in their current jobs. Upon seeing the recruitment notice, they smiled. They finally had the chance they were waiting for, and a new door had opened for them. At the same time, the imperial court would spread the news of the shipping guild to the chambers of commerce, inviting them to engage in voyage trading. For the other territories in China, they could only watch in awe. The Great Xia dynasty's actions had left them all behind, and they were far behind. Even if Chen and the others wanted to build something similar, they could not venture out into the ocean. Considering how the chambers of commerce under them would need to borrow the China Shipping Group to engage in voyage trading, Chen and the others felt truly depressed. They were worried about the talents now under their families moving over. On one side, they were doing nothing, on the other, they were valued and could show their worth. Such temptation was hard to resist, so the departure of talents was just a matter of time. After all, these top-level talents worked for their families but were not their servants. A small recruitment notice had alerted the entire China region. Only the Great Xia dynasty had such capability. Ouyang Shua did not bother about what was happening in the outside world, as he had more important things to do. Establishing the China Shipping Group was to reveal the collectivization plan of the dynasty. Following this, large amounts of such groups would be established to raise efficiency. The garment industry would use sewing machines and various silks to collaborate with the Textile Association to form the China Textile Group, thereby organizing the industry chain more effectively. This would enable the utilization of textile industries in various prefectures and counties while preventing the emergence of a dominant player. Promoting sewing machines could revolutionize the industry and significantly boost efficiency. However, it could also lead to local offices overspending and overproducing. A textile group overseeing operations could prevent such issues and stop wealthy individuals from forming large textile corporations that might monopolize areas and challenge local authorities. Establishing the textile group aimed to forestall these problems. Given that the dynasty had been established and local powers had not emerged, it was the optimal time to act. Once such entities formed, removing them would be challenging. In the construction sector, Ouyang Shua planned to transfer the construction capabilities of the construction division to form the China Construction Group, which would oversee dynasty design, construction, and infrastructure projects. Reducing the burden on local offices was Ouyang Shua's next objective. The construction division, which both regulated the construction market and participated in projects, risked corruption, akin to being both a judge and an athlete. Zhang Tingyu had informed Ouyang Shua that the various construction divisions were hotspots for corruption. Establishing the China Construction Group and reducing the role of the construction division could be a significant step in curbing such corruption, although complete elimination was unlikely. This restructuring would also encourage broader participation in the dynasty's construction projects, making the industry more open and competitive. Many similar plans were in the works. Some were already planned, some were at the evaluation stage, and some were still in his head. Every group being set up was a good thing, but it also led to many conflicts of interest. If he moved too quickly, it would cause the dynasty to shake and unsettle the people. Therefore, they needed a calendar to proceed one by one, starting with the easiest and most urgent tasks. The routine groups could be managed by the cabinet, and Ouyang Shua did not need to personally appear. The benefits of collectivization were obvious for all to see. By pushing out organizations not in their structure, the dynasty would give birth to the basic capital market and the early stages of industrialization. The process would have its good and bad aspects, fortunes, conflicts of interest, and might even result in bloodshed. But for the dynasty, it would be a milestone-like revolution. Certainly, here is a cleaned and grammatically improved version of the text. Another benefit of the collectivization strategy would be a significant increase in the dynasty's financial income. According to estimates from the financial court, if the strategy succeeded, the imperial court's income would likely double. With sufficient financial income, the imperial court would be capable of enhancing the welfare of the people, improving basic infrastructure, advancing education and medical fields, accelerating industrialization, funding the military, and more. Only through these measures could they strengthen the foundation and capabilities of the dynasty. Similarly, collectivization would necessitate a vast number of talents. The China Shipping Group alone would need to recruit thousands of elites, and the entire collectivization strategy might require hundreds of thousands. Even with a certain number of NPCs, a huge number of talents would still be required. This would be a long-term struggle involving the entire China region. Ouyang Shua showed patience and did not mind recruiting specialists from other nations. It was already a time of federation, so one needed some international ambition. Just as Ouyang Shua was planning the collectivization strategy, Shanghai welcomed 3 special guests. They came from the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, each joining the Great Xia dynasty for their unique reasons. The first to arrive was a heroine, Hua Mulan, who enlisted in her father's name. She was known for weaving, a loom continuously working and making sounds. However, I did not hear the loom's noise, I only heard Mulan sigh. Through thousands of miles of battles and across passes like flying, the wind passed through her army, and the cold light shone on her iron shirt. When rabbits chase each other, how does one tell if I am the buck or the doe? One of Mol.N's poems describes Hua Mulan's legendary life and made it known to families. Hua Mulan arrived at the Great Xia dynasty because both Fan Lihua and Mu Guiying were there. Out of the 4 heroines of China, 3 were now in the Great Xia dynasty, and the remaining one was Liang Hongyu from the southern Song. Among the 4, only Hua Mulan came from a normal family. Before joining the battle, she was just a seamstress and did not learn any martial arts. However, she survived for 10 years on the battlefield, a legendary feat. Her humble upbringing made her story even more amazing. After returning from battle, she rejected the title and rank offered by the imperial court to go home to her family, an ultimate show of filial piety. Thus, she was the simplest of the four, but also the most legendary and famous. Name: Hua Mulan, King rank. Title: one of the four heroines of China. Dynasty: Northern and Southern Dynasties. Identity: Great Xia Dynasty General. Occupation: Special General. Loyalty: 70. Command: 70. Force: 70. Intelligence: 75. Politics: 45. Specialty: Filial, raises troops' morale by 30%, increases combat strength of troops by 20%. Cultivation method: none. Equipment: Mulan bow. Evaluation: an ancient Chinese heroine, truly filial. She helped her father by enlisting to join the war, and her story is one of legend. The Tang Dynasty Emperor bestowed upon her the title of Shaolai General. The game has strengthened her to match her identity as a king-ranked general. When she reached Shanghai City, she rode a black horse, bow in hand, forming a truly handsome sight. Along with her were her parents, sister, and little brother. Upon receiving the report, Ouyang Shua personally met her. Civilian greets my king. In the imperial reading room, Hua Mulan had changed, and she greeted with a civilian greeting rather than a general's salute. Ouyang Shua focused. Hua Mulan was able to conceal her identity as a woman for 10 years, so she was undoubtedly a thoughtful person. It seemed like a small gesture, but it held significant meaning. It appeared that even after coming over, she had no intentions of becoming a general. Ouyang Shua nodded. I am pleased that the general has come over. I have arranged for someone to provide you with a house in the city, and you can settle your family there. When Hua Mulan heard this, her expression grew serious and she wavered. As the saying goes, one won't accept something unless they worked for it. If Hua Mulan accepted the residence, she would be unable to refuse his request for her to become a general. On the other hand, considering the prosperity of Shanghai City, it would be difficult for her to settle in the city, with high house prices and expensive goods. Shanghai City was not what it was before, and one could not rely solely on the welfare provided by the yamen. Hua Mulan and her family survived by sewing. In Shanghai City, where the competition for sewing machine operators was intense, they did not have any advantage, and even basic living conditions could not be met. Living in a big city is so hard, she mused to herself. After the system update, the lives of historical figures became more engaging. Each of them brought their families into the wilderness. This compelled them to venture out to support their families. Gaia used many resources to design numerous advanced intelligent historical figures, and this was not intended for them to do nothing in the wilderness. It appears that the text you've provided is a description of a conversation in a fictional setting, possibly set in an alternate historical or fantasy setting that draws from Chinese history and culture. The narrative style is quite formal and contains Chinese names, such as Hua Mulan and Ouyang Shua. The conversation suggests a setting where characters are discussing military and palace arrangements, which includes a character named Hua Mulan, a reference to the legendary Chinese woman warrior from the Ballad of Mulan who disguised herself as a man to take her father's place in the army. Here is a cleaned-up and clearer version of the text. Seeing Hua Mulan hesitate, Ouyang Shua continued, I know that General has some worries, so why not listen to my plan before making a decision, General? Since he mentioned it, Hua Mulan had no reason to decline. King, please speak. Ouyang Shua said, the Shao Palace is guarded by the Guards Legion. However, most of them are male, and so it is not convenient for them to enter the back palace. I hope you can train a group of Imperial Palace female guards to secure the back palace. With that, you will not need to leave the barracks and can also be near your family. What do you think? Hua Mulan had served in the army for 10 years, and thus had a close relationship with the military, making it difficult for her to simply leave. Even when she returned home, she still kept in contact with her military subordinates and friends. However, as the military and family life cannot be mixed, Hua Mulan had no choice. Ouyang Shua's arrangement helped fulfill both her military duty and family life, which touched Hua Mulan. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, King, for your good grace." Her tone was confident and clear. "I'm looking forward to general training the special female guards. As for the specific arrangements, you can discuss with the Queen and the Privy Court." Song Jia, the master of the Back Palace, had the authority over the guards. "Yes, my king." Hua Mulan bowed once more and took her leave. Ouyang Shua looked indifferently. However, many thoughts had run through his heart. The text ends abruptly, possibly indicating there is more to the conversation or story. If Ouyang Shua thought of the female guards because he admired Hua Mulan's talents and did not want to see her waste her good years at a sewing machine. Moreover, he was concerned about Binger's safety. Song Jia was highly skilled, so she was definitely safe. However, Binger was different. Although she trained in the Wugo Heart Sutra, it was an internal technique, not a fighting one. Ouyang Shua was worried that someone might kidnap her. Especially with sects and factions like Shaolin and Wudang emerging, more martial artists were appearing, and people might try something to threaten Ouyang Shua. Although there was no real death in the game, Ouyang Shua did not want Binger to have a trip to the reincarnation hall. The second to arrive in Shanghai City was an old man. He was the ancestor of mathematics, Zhu Chongji. Zhu Chongji spent his life studying natural sciences, focusing mainly on mathematics, astronomy, and machinery. His greatest mathematical achievement was calculating pi. Pi influenced many aspects of life, including the calendar and astronomy. Determining the exact value of pi was a significant challenge in the mathematical world. Zhu Chongji used the foundations of Liu Hui's method to calculate pi to the 7th digit, which was between 3.1415926 and 3.1415927. It was not until the 16th century that Al-Kashi broke this record. Zhu Chongji's precise calculation of pi was a significant contribution to China and the world. Apart from the pi value, Zhu Chongji's methods for interpolation was listed among the famous 10 books of Xuanjing. The methods of interpolation were quite advanced, and the calculations were extremely precise. Many intelligent people struggled to understand its content, making it one of the most challenging mathematical texts. Zhu Chongji also contributed to astronomy. The Daming calendar, which he authored, was the most advanced calendar of its time and provided a method that greatly aided future astronomical research. The key to the calendar was the calculation of leap weeks. His calculations were remarkably accurate, with a year measured as 365.2428141 days, just 46 seconds off from the current measurement. He also calculated the number of lunar cycles as 27.21223, which is very close to the modern value of 27.21222. Using this value, he successfully predicted 4 eclipses over a 23-year period. Beyond natural sciences, Zhu Chongji was also skilled in music and studied melodies, making him a truly well-rounded individual. He was drawn to the renowned Sinan University for its excellent learning environment. Ouyang Shua, recognizing his value, did not pressure him to take an official position but instead personally escorted him to the university. Ouyang Shua arranged for Zhu Chongji to enter the Natural Sciences College, where he would take up the role of vice dean under Dean Moz, the science saint. The moment Zhu Chongji was appointed, a system notification sounded throughout the China region. System notification: mathematics representative Zhu Chongji has arrived in the Great Xia Dynasty, working at the Natural Sciences College, accepting disciples, and fulfilling the 3 requirements for the School of Thought to move in. The mathematics school officially moves into Shanghai City. System notification: Mathematics School of Thought moved into Shanghai City, rewarding Shanghai City with the title Land of Mathematics. Congratulations, player Chiue Wui. System notification. The current title Land of Philosophers in Shanghai City automatically covers the Land of Mathematics title, removing relevant title rewards and awarding Shanghai City an astronomical observatory. Congratulations, player Chiue Wuqi. At this point, players in the China region were already numb to such notifications. The attraction of the Great Xia dynasty was unparalleled by other territories. The arrival of historical talents not only boosted their reputation but also attracted more historical figures, creating a virtuous cycle. At this stage, Ouyang Shua did not even need to actively recruit, a steady stream of people would come on their own. This was the snowball effect. Once it started, the snowball would only grow larger, and the advantages would become increasingly evident. Ouyang Shua, unfazed, took a look at the stats of the astronomical observatory. Name: Astronomical Observatory. Type: Special Building. Function: raises astronomical prediction efficiency by 400%. Specialty: increases attraction to astronomers by 20%, raises dynasty reputation by 5%. Note: this building is specially constructed for observing stars and planets. It allows for weather prediction based on celestial observations. In ancient times, predicting weather was crucial for both agriculture and military planning. Accurate weather predictions could significantly enhance agricultural efficiency. The third special person to join the Great Xia dynasty was the Northway agricultural expert, Jia Sixi. His background was not specified, but he was appointed as the governor of Gaoyang. Jia Sixi wrote Qimin Yaoshu, which compiled agricultural knowledge from the Qin and Han dynasties in the Yellow River region. The book covers topics such as farming, vegetables, fruit trees, brewing, foreign plants, and more, making it the earliest agricultural encyclopedia in China. Compared to Zhu Chongji, Jia Sixi was a pure academic. He managed a region and personally participated in agricultural production, combining theory with practical experience. After meeting Ouyang Shua, Jia Sixi was appointed as the director of the Agriculture Department in the Administration Court. When the country was established, the Agriculture Division was upgraded to the Agriculture Department, which included the Irrigation Division, Land Reclamation Division, Fishing Division, Forestry Division, and Husbandry Division, overseeing the entire dynasty's agricultural industry. The original secretary, Sun Yanong, was a long-serving minister of the dynasty. However, his abilities were limited, and he lacked the capacity to manage the entire department. After the country was established, he was appointed as the Land Reclamation Secretary, a primary Grade 5 official. The role of Agriculture Director remained vacant until Jia Sixi's appointment. To maintain the department's operations, the cabinet temporarily appointed him to manage the Agriculture Department as a secretary. A similar situation arose in the Construction Department, which comprised the planning, construction, craftwork, and road and bridge divisions. The original secretary, Hao Zhenchang, became the Planning Division secretary but also assisted in managing departmental affairs. After establishing the country, Ouyang Shua was particularly cautious about each key position, especially the directors of agriculture and construction. He believed it was better to leave these roles vacant than to appoint unsuitable candidates. Of course, Ouyang Shua did not treat Sun Yanong poorly. He planned to transfer Sun to the role of Jinan prefecture governor, taking over from Mulanyu. By this time, a large number of native talents like Sun Yanong had matured and gradually became the core of the dynasty. At the house and county levels, a significant portion of the officials came from this pool of talent. Those who had studied at Lianpo College, which later became Sinan University, performed exceptionally well. This group was known as the college faction. Those who were part of the first batch of students personally taught by Ouyang Shua were considered the disciples of the Son of God. The Great Xia dynasty acquired 3 historical talents, and other lords obtained some as well. Wang Meng joined Handan City due to the relationship between Di Chen and Fu Jian. Xia Shen, rejected by Ouyang Shua, brought a group of Xia family members to join Zhang Lang in Blood Red City. Wang Shiji, Xie Lingyun, Xie Daoyun, and other members of the two families followed Xie Shen to Blood Red City. It is unknown what Zhang Lang did to recruit Xie Shen, but he emerged as the biggest winner of the Battle of Fei River. General Ranmin was accepted by Feng Qiuhuang, while Huan Cheng was recruited by Wu Fu. Similarly, the Huan family followed Huan Cheng and moved into Stone City, adding to the talent pool. The remaining historical talents had not shown themselves and were waiting for lords to recruit them. On the 25th day of the 6th month, Chuanzhou, Emperor Wen of Sui moved into Chuanzhou, and this imperial city welcomed a silent upgrade. The city style changed, and it basically inherited the building style of the Sui dynasty imperial city, Daxing City. Daxing City was the Chang and city of Tang. Before the Sui dynasty established the country, the capital city was still at the old city of Chang, and due to a long battle, it was torn and tattered. Furthermore, the palace was really small, and it was not suitable to build the imperial city of a dynasty. Along with 100 years of polluted water, the water provision also became a problem. Hence, Yang Jian gave up Guchang'an city that was north of Longshuyuan. He also gave up the Han Chang'an city south of Longshuyuan. He chose to build a new city. In the second year since the dynasty's establishment, he ordered Yuwen Kai to take charge of designing and building a new city, Daxing City. Yuwen Kai referenced Luoyang City and North Chi Yedu North City. He used the 6 hills south of Longshuyuan as the core to set the basis of the overall planning of Chang'an City. The 6 hills were the structure of Daxing City. The palace, political organizations, and temples were all built high above. There was a clear difference between it and the normal civilian area. In between the ridges, apart from civilian residences, there were canals to bring water into the city, and lakes that were dug to increase the water regions. Daxing City made use of the geographical advantage, appearing more majestic. The flat areas of the city were all planned similarly and designed as rectangles. The city was made up of the palace, the imperial city, and the outer city, and it was separated into east and west. Daxing City was the biggest city in the world, 2.4 times the size of Chang'an City, 1.4 times the size of Beijing City, and 6.2 times bigger than Baghdad City, built in 800 AD. Before this, from the Qin to Han and all the way to the northern and southern dynasty, the capital cities were planned. The palaces and streets all intersected and were really messy. After Daxing City, capital cities started to be planned, and the streets were designed orderly. The imperial palace, imperial city, and civilians were all separated. Lines were carefully drawn, it was safe and practical. As the chief architect of Daxing City, Yuwen Kai received a lot of credit. He was also an exceptional expert in China's history in city planning and building design. The Sui dynasty rebuilt the entirety of this imperial city. Regardless of whether it was the nobles or the million guards troops, they all transformed from symbolic numbers to living individuals. Within the city, there were signs of prosperity, and activity flourished. Just as Ouyang Shuo was busy conducting meetings, Yang Jian also welcomed an ambassador. This ambassador was none other than Wang Meng. Although Yang Jian, who appeared in the wilderness, was nearly 50, he exuded an overbearing aura and sharp eyes, with an overlord's aura spreading forth. Luckily, Wang Meng was a strong person and had been trained to remain calm and unmovable under Fu Jian's teachings. "You say you represent the Yanhuang Alliance?" Yang Jian asked. After appearing in the wilderness, emperors and kings like Yang Jian gained knowledge of the wilderness through Gaia. Thus, although Yang Jian was not an official, he could clearly see the relationship between the Shanghai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance. Wang Meng nodded. "That's right, I come with sincerity." Yang Jian laughed. "I am a protector of a region. Why would I need your sincerity?" In the few days since arriving in Chuanzhou, Yang Jian had been very energized. He had familiarized himself with the imperial city and arranged for officials to swiftly take control of the city and the prefecture it was located in. The more he learned about Chuanzhou's foundation and basics, the happier he became. It was comparable to the Sui dynasty. Consequently, Yang Jian felt confident and somewhat dismissive of the Yan-Huang alliance. In such chaotic times, Yang Jian also aspired to achieve something significant. Wang Meng remained unfazed and calmly responded, "I believe you know the character of the Great Xia dynasty, they are truly invasive. The Great Sui borders the Great Xia. Are you not at all concerned?" "So what?" Yang Jian's eyes narrowed. Wang Meng's words struck a painful chord with Yang Jian. If there was one thing that troubled him after appearing in the wilderness, it was the existence of the Great Xia dynasty. How could Yang Jian have anticipated that the wilderness would harbor such a formidable presence? The more he learned about the Great Xia dynasty, the heavier his concerns became. Although he did not want to admit it, in terms of land, population, economy, military, or politics, the Great Xia was better than the Great Sui. If one said that the Great Sui had the power of one dynasty, the Great Xia had gathered the power of 5,000 years of China. Geographically, Quanzhou Prefecture, where the Great Sui was located, was surrounded by the Great Xia, and even its ocean surface was locked down by the Great Xia navy. This situation was really uncomfortable for an emperor. Wang Meng smiled, "If your highness is willing, the Yan-Huang alliance can help the Great Sui." Yang Jian looked at Wang Meng expressionlessly. "The Yan-Huang alliance has always lost to Great Xia. How preposterous, you actually claim that you can help me." Wang Meng was taken aback. He did not expect Emperor Wen of Sui to be so difficult to persuade. A ruler naturally had the pride of a ruler. Before confronting Great Xia, how could Yang Jian admit that he was weaker? The million guards in his command were his strongest trump card. Even without the geographical advantage, Great Sui could still hold its ground. Wang Meng was at a loss and could only say, "Your Highness, please believe in our sincerity. The Yan-Huang alliance will work with Great Sui at any time, as we have a common enemy." Yang Jian waved his hand. "You can leave for now." He neither rejected the offer nor agreed to it. As a ruler, besides pride, he was naturally wise. He knew he needed to leave himself an option for everything. Who knew, Great Sui might need the Yan-Huang alliance's help someday. Wang Meng sighed and took his leave. This time, his calculations had failed. Messing up his first mission given to him by the Lord made Wang Meng truly depressed. After Wang Meng left, Emperor Wen of Sui summoned the Minister of Administrative Affairs, Yao Ying. Emperor Wen of Sui, who initiated the Kaiwang era, made significant contributions to the dynasty's system. He abolished the 9-rank system and implemented the 5 departments and 6 ministry system, which served as the blueprint for the Tang dynasty's 3-department and 6-ministry system. The 5 departments included the imperial orders, administrative affairs, verification of orders and policies, secretariat, and eunuch departments. The secretariat was in charge of books and the calendar, while the eunuch department was the organization of officials in the imperial court. In fact, there were only 3 departments. Under the Administrative Affairs Department, there were 6 ministries responsible for officials, customs, soldiers, punishment, projects, and population. One minister led hundreds of officials, with 2 assistants in charge of the heads of the 6 ministries. Often, the minister was a figurehead, with the left assistant wielding actual control. In history, during Emperor Wen of Sui's reign, Yao Ying was the left assistant, while Su Wei and Yang Su had also held the position before. Upon entering Quanzhou and seeing this group of officials again, Yang Jian was filled with emotion and changed his mind. He promoted Yao Ying to minister of the department, made Su Wei the left assistant, and kept Yang Su as the right assistant. Together, they formed a triangle and were the core ministers of the Great Sui. After a short while, Yao Ying appeared in the side palace. Yao Ying was a distinguished minister. Not only was he extremely capable, but he was also bold and skilled in both military and administrative affairs. When Emperor Wen of Sui was still the prime minister of northern Zhou, Yao Ying had secretly joined him. During this time, Yao Ying helped remove Yuqi Qiong, clearing the way for his ascent. After ascending and establishing the Sui dynasty, the emperor appointed Yaoying as the left assistant and prime minister. Before the founding of the dynasty, Yaoying and Su Wei worked together, and the emperor consulted them on all administrative matters. During this period, Yaoying reformed the laws, made the Turks in the north submit, and settled the Qin dynasty in the south, earning him significant credit. Yaoying was also skilled at identifying and recommending talent. People like Su Wei, Yang Su, Hirua, and the like were strongly recommended by him. However, in the later years of Kai Huang, Gaoying, along with other ministers, made significant contributions. He lost the ruler's faith, and his rank and title were stripped from him. During Emperor Yang of Sui's reign, he was directly killed for opposing the dynasty. The king is here. The Gaoying who appeared in the wilderness was nearly 50 years old. Although his eyes were cloudy, they seemed as if they had seen through everything in the world. His eyes were filled with much wisdom. Who knew if the current Gaoying had any doubts in his heart? Emperor Wen of Sui nodded. He told Gaoying about the Wang Meng affair and asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Gaoying's face was truly calm. For someone like him, who had weathered so many storms, nothing could excite or frighten him. In my view, we should wait and see. Why? Gaoying replied, the Great Sui has just laid its roots in the wilderness and needs an adaptation period. The situation in the wilderness is uncertain, and Great Xia's attitude is also uncertain. The rules of war are unclear, so we cannot move recklessly. Gaoying's mention of 3 uncertainties caused the emperor to frown. The so-called rules of war referred to the restrictions Gaia had placed on dynasties. The 4 dynasties that had emerged in the Chinese wilderness thus far were confined to a single prefecture of land. It was not that they did not wish to expand, but that Gaia did not permit it. The 4 dynasties were like hidden dragons circling in the depths, unable to rise into the skies. Since Gaia wanted to use the NPCs to train the lords, it could not push the lords too hard or it would lead to their being wiped out by the NPC powers. Gaia had a precise grasp of the details. Only when the timing was right did Gaia allow these dynasties to act freely. Gaia was playing a grand strategy game. Yaoying continued, despite the Yanhuang alliance claiming we have a common enemy, their motives are sinister, aiming to pit us against each other. They wish to reap the benefits like a fisherman, catching all the gains. The minor moves of Chen and others could not escape the watchful eyes of an old fox like Yaoying. Chen's actions, though ineffective, planted a rift between Great Sui and Great Xia. Given the outcome and with minimal effort, Chen was quite content. Yes, Emperor Wen nodded, having had a similar thought before. If I am right, it would be Great Xia that takes the first step to reach out to us. Yaoying made a bold prediction. Quanzhou and Great Xia have a close trading relationship, so they have no reason to hold back. Speaking of which, a worried expression flitted his face. The biggest crisis for Great Sui was not that they were geographically surrounded, but that their resource supply was in the hands of Great Xia. In the imperial city, the NPCs had a fixed population at a 1:10 ratio of troops to population. In total, the city had a population of 10 times that of the Guard army. In Quanzhou, they managed to have 11 million NPCs, coupled with the 10 million players, the entire city had a population of over 20 million. The concept of a 20 million population city is quite mind-boggling. Even in the 21st century, when the population boomed, China only had 3 cities that reached 20 million. With ancient city sizes as a limit, they could not handle such a large population. Just the grain consumption would require millions of units per day, necessitating a province-sized area to supply that much grain. For the city's inhabitants to survive, they needed not only grain but also vegetables, fish, meat, salt, leather, cloth, and more. Without an entire province supporting the imperial city, such a scale could not be sustained. Before the emperor moved into the imperial city, although Quanzhou had over 20 million NPCs, a significant portion of them were supported by Gaia, thus not burdening the city. When Emperor Wen of Sui moved into Chuzhou, all that support was removed. If the 4 prefectures of Minnan province, under the Great Xia dynasty, stopped supplying goods to Chuzhou, the city would fall into chaos due to a lack of resources within less than half a month. Of course, that was an extreme scenario. In such a case, both sides would suffer and no one would gain. If Ouyang Shua were to give such an order, Great Sui would have to send troops to protect themselves and try to take over Minnan province by force, something no one wanted. Regardless, the Great Xia dynasty controlled the lifeline of Great Sui. Hence, Gaoying felt truly anxious. Emperor Wen was not foolish and naturally considered this. He agreed with Gao Ying's thoughts and was prepared to wait and observe the changes. Shanghai City, Xia Palace. Not long after Wang Meng arrived in Chuzhou, the Shanghai Guards discovered his presence. During these 2 years, the Black Snake Guards and the current Shanghai Guards have both worked tirelessly. They have established airtight information networks in Chuzhou City, ensuring that nothing goes unseen. When Xin Buhai received the news, he recognized its importance. He immediately verified it himself before contacting the king. Upon hearing the news, Ouyang Shua was not surprised. In fact, it would have been unusual if Di Chen and others had not engaged with the sensitive relationship between Great Sui and Great Xia. I understand. Continue to monitor the situation, Ouyang Shua instructed. Yes, my king. Shen Buhai took his leave. Ouyang Shua then turned to Tsing Yi and said, "Call the Honglu Temple." Considering the time, Emperor Wen had likely settled in, making it the right moment to contact him. Yes. Tsing Yi, who played the role of a chief eunuch in the Xia Palace, which had no eunuchs, promptly responded. After a short while, Zhang Yi arrived. "Greetings, my king." "Please sit," Ouyang Shua gestured. "I've called you here because I need you to serve as an ambassador to another nation." "Do you mean Great Sui?" Zhang Yi asked, knowing that only Great Sui would warrant his personal visit. Indeed, Ouyang Shua nodded. "Our relationship with Chuzhou has been strong, both in trade and culture. With a new leader in place, it's important to maintain this friendship and extend our congratulations. Both sides signed an agreement before, which needs to be reconfirmed. The king wants to continue the cooperation between the two?" Ouyang Shua gave a smile that did not look like a smile as he looked at Zhang Yi. "Why not?" Zhang Yi was terrified. He bowed and said, "I've said something wrong. Please punish me, my king." "I understand your kind intentions," Ouyang Shua looked relaxed. "It's better to be harmonious." "Yes, my king." Zhang Yi nodded. In his heart, he was digesting and thinking about what the king meant by those words. 6th month, 28th day, Chuzhou. Early in the morning, the prosperous Chuzhou city welcomed a special group of people. The Great Xia dynasty's Honglu Temple, led by Zhang Yi, brought officials from the science, education, culture, and health departments and the industrialization department. They formed a 100-man envoy group to visit Great Sui. 2 days ago, the Great Xia Honglu Temple had already informed the Great Sui Honglu Temple. Yaoying reported the matter, and after consulting the emperor, they agreed. Yaoying, representing the emperor, visited the envoy group and led them to the inn. In a meeting room, the two officials met alone. Yaoying raised his teacup, took a sip, and asked, "What instructions does the Xia king have for your trip?" For Great Xia to send an envoy group was as Emperor Wen and Gaoying had expected. However, what was their purpose? Were they going to continue the cooperation or become enemies? No one was sure. Therefore, Emperor Wen arranged for Gaoying to probe before he officially met them, in case anything awkward happened in court. Zhang Yi smiled. He was a diplomacy expert and was used to all this. "My king said that since Great Xia and Chuzhou have had such a good relationship, he wants to congratulate Emperor Wen's ascension." At the same time, he hopes to continue the good relationship. When Gao heard this, he let out a long, comfortable sigh of relief. I'll inform His Highness about the kind intentions of the Xia king. Following this, the two old foxes conversed for over an hour, probing at one another. Only then did Gao leave to report to Emperor Wen. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was deep in thought. Now, it was all up to them to react. Afternoon, Handan City. News of the ambassador group sent by Great Xia had reached Di Chen's ears. Diffing spies observed that Yao appeared genuinely relaxed when he left the inn, not as stressed as before. Clearly, Great Xia was not there to cause trouble. Emperor Wen will take a light approach, Di Chen said, standing by the window, gazing into the sky. His heart was filled with annoyance. Juedai Fenghua looked at the man before her. Despite facing continuous setbacks, he had not faltered. She sighed softly, "How are your preparations going?" Di Chen turned around, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. If the Great Xia ambassador group is assassinated in Quanzhou, will they continue the cooperation? Would it work? Juedai Fenghua hesitated. The inn is guarded by Great Sui soldiers, and the Great Xia envoy is protected by elite guards. Assassinating them would be very difficult. Di Chen smiled. We don't need to use a sword to kill someone, we can use poison. Juedai Fenghua frowned, startled. You want to use number 15? That's not worth it. Juedai Fenghua, in charge of Diffing, knew about the organization's arrangements in Quanzhou. Similar to the Shanghai Guards, Diffing had spies in all 9 imperial cities. Number 15 was one of the managers of the inn, and Juedai Fenghua had invested a lot of effort in developing him. Di Chen shook his head coldly. Great Sui is a crucial piece in restraining Great Xia, so we cannot let them cooperate. If it works, sacrificing number 15 will be worth it. All right, I'll do it. Seeing Di Chen's resolve, Juedai Fenghua could not object. In the end, Di Chen remained the master. That night, at the inn, based on the system, Emperor Wen was scheduled to officially meet them the following day. Zhang Yi, uninterested in Quanzhou, saw no reason to tour it. He spent the day at the inn preparing for the next day, also considering his safety. Before arriving in Quanzhou, the king had warned him of potential threats. When Ouyang Shua signed the trade agreements with Tuanbei City-State and Xiangnan City-State, Chen Xinjun had planned an assassination. The event was still vivid in his mind. For this trip, in addition to 50 elite guards, the Shadow Guards, led by Cui Tianqi, were personally assigned to protect the envoy, with a special focus on Zhang Yi's safety. At 6 p.m., Yao arrived at the inn again, representing Emperor Wen to host a feast for the envoy. They conversed over the meal, which featured songs and dances, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, the servers brought out bowls of nourishing soup as the final dish of the dinner. Please. Yao, seated at the head of the table, looked at Zhang Yi and smiled. This is a special ginseng soup made from Gaoli ginseng. It is truly nourishing and can help remove exhaustion. Zhang Yi replied, Emperor Wen is indeed kind. He took a spoon and drank from the soup, adding, it really is delicious. Yao was pleased to hear this. As Zhang Yi took his third sip, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his stomach. Along with the pain, blood poured from his mouth and nose, dripping into the soup and spreading like a flower. Sir. Since they were having a feast and were inside the inn, Zhang Yi brought only 2 guards along. They stood behind him, focused on the situation. Both noticed Zhang Yi's unusual condition right away. Their shouts instantly pierced the atmosphere. Other members of the envoy turned around, seeing their bleeding and obviously poisoned leader. They all crowded around. Sir. An official from the business department exclaimed, rushing out of the door, men, quick. The envoy's guards were standing outside. They charged in upon hearing the shouts. However, how would the Great Sui guards allow them to enter before understanding the situation? Both sides were locked in a standoff outside. Move. The envoy's guard captain was truly solemn, and he pulled out his tang blade without hesitation. With a schwa, the other 50 guards drew their blades. Under the moonlight, the blades gleamed coldly. The great sway guards remained unfazed and said in a low tone, "Without orders, no one is to enter." Luckily, the commanding general knew the seriousness of the situation and did not draw his sword. He just used his shield. Instantly, the great Sway dynasty formed a shield wall in front of the door. At the same time, he loudly said, "Send some men to see what happened." He said this to ease the great Xia guard's concerns. "Yes, sir." A few guards entered the hall upon hearing the order. The current hall was in chaos. Seeing that Zhang Yi was poisoned, Gao Ying could not keep calm. The spoon slipped from his hand and into the bowl, the thick soup splashed everywhere. Jiao Ying was truly aware that if Zhang Yi died here, it would be a calamity for the great Sway. Thinking of this, he forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Summon the imperial physician." Saving Zhang Yi was the priority. "Please do not die," Yao Ying prayed in his heart. He then addressed the guards who had entered, "Lock down the inn immediately, no one is to enter. Capture everyone in the hall for questioning." "Yes, sir," the guards captain nodded. Next, he asked, "What about the great Xia guards?" Yao Ying frowned, thinking for a moment before replying, "Let them in." 50 guards couldn't cause much trouble, but forcefully stopping them might lead to complications. "Yes, sir." In just a few minutes, Yao Ying had the situation under control, as one would expect from an experienced official. After arranging the important matters, Yao Ying approached Zhang Yi. The other members of the envoy looked at Yao Ying with hostility. Zhang Yi gazed at him in disbelief. You actually poisoned us," Yao Ying said sincerely. "We did not poison you. The imperial physician will be here soon." At this moment, Yao Ying couldn't offer any explanations. However, he believed Zhang Yi to be a smart person. The more he said, the more likely it was to cause misunderstanding. "He clearly drank your ginseng soup and was poisoned, yet you still dare to argue," the envoy members fumed, scolding Yao Ying. Jiao Ying remained expressionless, only his eyes fixed on Zhang Yi. A few minutes had passed, and Zhang Yi's face was turning dark, a sign of a potent poison. Seeing this, a chill ran down Yao Ying's spine. Zhang Yi looked at Gao Ying, unsure whether he was lying or telling the truth. Whatever the case, Zhang Yi knew he could not lose his composure. Zhang Yi could not bear the pain and got up from the bed. He wanted to let those people out. A short while Zhang Yi was holding in his hand and got up. He Pocono, an ambassador, held the small porcelain bottle. "Please clean this text and make it more coherent." Zhang Yi, the core of the group, bore the pain and said, "Go back _to the room, do not act rashly." "Yes." Zhang Yi responded, being the core of the group, everyone listened to his orders. After a short while, Zhang Yi was moved to his room. He lay on his bed as Gao Ying was blocked outside the door. Within the room, Cui Tianqi stood, he looked ashamed. Zhang Yi knew that the young man was the true right hand of the king. "The enemy poisoned me and caught us off guard. It is not your fault." "Sir, what should we do next?" Cui Tianqi questioned. "Send the news back to the imperial city." Zhang Yi was preparing, understood. Cui Tianqi nodded, he knew what to do. "All of you go down, let's speak when the physician arrives. Remember, do not start any conflict with Great Sway before the truth come out." Zhang Yi came here as an ambassador. Seeing how Gao Ying acted, Zhang Yi preferred to believe he was poisoned by someone else. As such, they tried not to be rash and mess up the king's matters. His life was small, while the king's ambitions were huge. Yes. When the other members of the envoy saw that, they could only leave. In a short while, Zhang Yi was the only person left. He lied largely on the bed. No one noticed that he was holding a small porcelain bottle in his hand. Zhang Yi could not bear the pain and got up from the bed. He desired to let those people out. A short while Zhang Yi was holding in his hand and got up. He held a small porcelain bottle. Zhang Yi was an ambassador who preferred to believe he was poisoned by someone else. As such, they could not be rash and mess up the king's matters. His life was small, while the king's ambitions were huge. Yes. Sure, here is a cleaner and more coherent version of the text. Zhang Yi. In the bottle was an antidote pill made by medical Saint Zhang Zhongjing. This antidote pill was really potent. Although it could not ensure that all poisons were cured, it could at least stop the poison from spreading until a cure could be found. In the 5th month, Zhang Zhongjing took charge of the Imperial Medicine Court, and the antidote pill was one of his contributions. As the herbs needed to make it were rare and precious, there were less than 100 of them. Ouyang Shua did not hold on to all of them. He gave these pills to generals and civil servants, especially the generals of the Legion General Level 1. As the head of the Honglu Temple, Zhang Yi naturally received one. Zhang Yi hesitated about whether to use it immediately or not. Zhang Zhongjing had told them that the earlier they used the pill, the more effective it would be. If he used it immediately after being poisoned, his life would be saved. However, if one wasted time, the illness might take root. If one waited until the poison attacked the heart, even the heavens would not be able to save them. Zhang Yi hesitated because he was thinking far ahead. If the poisoning was not done by Great Sui, it would be a great opportunity for Great Xia. Personal loss for the gains of the dynasty. Zhang Yi felt it was worth it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. He kept the bottle and waited for the imperial physician. After a short while, the physician entered, followed by Yao Yang. Seeing Zhang Yi's black face, he grew even more worried. Currently, even the blood that flowed out was black. His Majesty had gotten the news and ordered them to save him no matter the cost. After the diagnosis, the physician frowned. "How is the situation?" Gaoing asked. "If he makes it past tonight, he will be okay. But if he does not..." Gaoing felt his heart tremble, he could foresee a storm coming. When the physician left, Zhang Yi finally used the pill. However, he was still a little too slow, and the poison had entered some of his organs and taken root. Luckily, it was not a life-threatening situation. Late that night, in the Great Sui Palace. In the cold palace, Emperor Wen and Gaoing were having a conversation. "Your Highness, we must prepare for the worst," Gaoing said, his voice hoarse. The shock of the evening had exhausted him thoroughly. A light flashed in the Emperor's eyes. "What are our chances if we engage?" "No more than 30%, Jiao Ying's guess was logical. Although they had 1,000,000 troops, they only controlled one city and one prefecture. If they really fought, the Great Xia army could overwhelm them. Moreover, Chuanzhou was isolated. Great Xia did not even need to attack, they could simply surround them until their resources ran out. Their only chance would be to take the initiative and gamble. If the 1,000,000 troops charged out of the city, it would also be tough for Great Xia. Emperor Wen was shocked. If he only had a 30% chance, he would not dare to take the risk. Under the dim light of the candle, his face became blurry, making it hard to see his expression. After a long while, he said, "Get ready to discuss terms." Yao Ying was not surprised. "If we do, we might have to give land, compensation, and the like. We have no land to give. As for compensation, we have a few million we can take out." Pausing, Yao Ying's expression remained unchanged. He continued, "It's also hard for us to marry into their family. The Xia king is a loyal person and only has one queen. If we send a prince over as a hostage," as he said this, Yao Ying did not dare to continue. There were a total of 5 princes who followed Emperor Wen into the wilderness: Crown Prince Yang Yong, Jin Prince Yang Guang, Qin Prince Yang Jun, Shu Prince Yang Xiu, and Han Prince Yang Qiong. In terms of position, Yang Yang and Yang Guang were the highest. In history, not long after Yang Guang ascended, he killed his brother. Thus, the two brothers harbored deep animosity and viewed each other as enemies. Unfortunately, Great Sui also fell into Yang Guang's hands, so Emperor Wen treated him with suspicion. If we must, we should send Jean Prince. Regardless, for Great Sui to fall into his hands made the emperor very disappointed in his son. Thinking back to when he was about to die, he truly wanted to kill this son of his. To be able to contribute to Great Sui would atone for his sins. Yes, Your Highness. Yuwen tried his best to remain expressionless and not reveal his personal feelings. The emperor's heart is hard to predict, he thought. The emperor changed the topic and asked, "Do you have any progress regarding the poison?" Yuwen responded, "We have found out that a manager of the inn placed the poison. He has been detained and is being interrogated. We must get to the bottom of this and give an answer to Great Xia." Emperor Wen was feeling very annoyed. Since becoming emperor, he had never lowered his head to anyone. Who knew that just after entering the wilderness, he would need to lower his head to Great Xia? Perhaps we should contact the Yanhuang Alliance, he thought to himself. Yes. After Gowing left, a young, handsome man emerged from the back of the hall. He was Yang Yang. Father. Emperor Wen looked at Yang Yang and said, "Our Great Sui has just taken over Changzhou, so there should be many spies like that innkeeper. Eliminate all these rats." No emperor would tolerate spies and moles from other powers in his domain. Yes, father. The prince, Yang Yang, who appeared in the wilderness, seemed colder and less warm. It was clear that the lessons of history had taught him much. Emperor Wen glanced at Gao Ying's retreating figure and said, "We cannot relax our monitoring of officials. Great Sui is not what it used to be, and people might have impure intentions." Yang Yang's heart trembled. He knew that his father's suspicious nature was surfacing again. Yes. Yang Yang respectfully bowed. Inside the hall, the shadows of father and son flickered under the candlelight. The next day, news of the Great Xia envoy being poisoned spread throughout Changzhou. By morning, the entire China region had heard of it. Some gloated, while others were shocked. Any action by the Great Xia dynasty could shake the entire China region and generate significant news. If these two giants went to war over this, it would be a major event for the China region. Players were worried that if Changzhou fell, the China region would lose one of its imperial cities. This was not a happy prospect for the entire region. Therefore, some players pleaded on forums for the Great Xia dynasty to consider the bigger picture and avoid starting a war. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, Ouyang Shua had no time to worry about what the players on the forums were saying. If anything needed to be addressed, the outreach division under Zi Luolan would handle it. Early in the morning, Cui Tianqi went to look for Ouyang Shua. Hearing that Zhang Yi was poisoned, Ouyang Shua was furious. Was it done by Great Sui? Zhang Yi said it was hard to say, the chances of it not being them are greater, Cui Tianqi replied. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed. So it's a third party? Cui Tianqi remained silent. As a shadow guard, he could not interfere in politics. Ouyang Shua did not expect an answer. He knew that if it were an outsider, it would most likely be the Yanhuang Alliance. Preposterous. Ouyang Shua's face darkened. Di Chen's continuous provocations had finally angered him. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know the price of defiance. Luckily, he had time and could wait until the investigation was complete. The priority was the safety of Zhang Yi and the envoy, as well as the diplomatic issues that might arise. At 10 a.m., more news came from Changzhou. Zhang Yi's condition had been stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. He only needed time to recover. Simultaneously, Yaoying sent a copy of the interrogation notes to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua was truly displeased with the results. They had not even identified who ordered the attack. It seemed that Gowing and his team felt ashamed. Along with the notes, there was a personal letter from Emperor Wen suggesting a diplomatic resolution. What kind of terms does Great Xia want? Just state them, Yaoying wrote. It appeared that Great Sui was not willing to start a war. Ouyang Shuo also had no intention of engaging in one. If they were to fight, winning would not be a problem. However, the battlefield changed every second, and if things went badly, they might lose hundreds of thousands of troops. If the Yanhuang alliance intervened, the situation would become more complicated. Moreover, the Mediterranean had not yet calmed down, and his campaign against Farrah and the pirates had not started. Ouyang Shuo did not want to create more problems for himself. Otherwise, he would have sent an envoy over proactively. However, not fighting did not mean Ouyang Shuo had no demands. As Zhang Yi had predicted, Ouyang Shuo saw an opportunity and would not let it pass. This time, the Great Xia had the upper hand in the negotiations. Ouyang Shuo needed to think about the conditions he could propose to achieve his goals without crossing their limits. Of course, the precondition for the peace talks was Zhang Yi's safe return. Ouyang Shuo ordered a squad of guards to bring him back to Shanghai City, where the Imperial Medicine Court would take care of him. Meanwhile, Renjie would take over the peace talks. Ouyang Shuo wanted to use him to get to the bottom of the issue. On the 29th of the 6th month, in the afternoon, Renjie and his group arrived at Chuanzhou and checked into an inn. Seeing Gaoying, Renjie put forth his first request, to personally participate in the investigation. This request put Yaoying in a difficult position, as it seemed to indicate a lack of trust in their capabilities. However, who was the man standing before him? He was the top detective in Chinese history. That night, Renjie interrogated the suspect and, within a single night, uncovered the man's identity as Diffing Spy number 15. When the results were revealed, Yaoying was speechless. When Emperor Wen heard the news, he was enraged, not expecting the Yanhuang alliance to feign cooperation while simultaneously trying to undermine the Great Sui. Their actions disgusted him. Ouyang Shuo seized the opportunity to make his first request, to designate the territories of the Yanhuang alliance as enemy regions. This move not only prevented them from recruiting talent from Chuanzhou but also halted trade between the two. It would significantly hamper the Yanhuang alliance's ability to work with Great Sui. Emperor Wen did not hesitate and agreed immediately. After being deceived, his only feeling was a deep hatred for the Yanhuang alliance. Chen could never have predicted that what he thought was a brilliant move would cause so many problems. He could not have guessed how skilled Renjie was, managing to uncover so much in just one night. As a top Diffing spy, number 15 should not have admitted the truth so easily. The reputation of the god detective was well-deserved. Additionally, Ouyang Shuo was preparing to take action against Streamer, the Guardian Guild of Chuanzhou Satellite City. Before the battle for Satellite City, Jun Yilao was tempted by Silver Hand and betrayed the Shanghai Alliance to join the Yanhuang Alliance. When Xuanlong Dianxue revealed the news about Streamer, it tainted the guild's reputation. Additionally, Jun Yilao's identity as a bastard son was exposed. However, this did not significantly harm Streamer or Jun Yilao, who continued to live comfortably. This time, Ouyang Shuo wanted to demonstrate a powerful method, making Jun Yilao understand the fury of a king. His second request was for the Great Sui to remove Streamer from the position of Guardian Guild and select someone else. As the ruler of Chuanzhou, Emperor Wen had the authority to do so, and it would only require a small price. Given that it would cause minimal loss to the Great Sui, there was no reason to refuse. When the news broke, Streamer was thrown into chaos. Jun Yilao became the target of criticism, and past events were brought to light again. This only happened because Jun Yilao betrayed the Shanghai Alliance. For Streamer, losing their Guardian Guild status would be a disaster. With the Great Sui becoming adversaries with the Yanhuang Alliance, it was as if Streamer's demise in Chuanzhou was announced. Beyond the Guardian Guild position, their ability to remain in Chuanzhou was in question. The survival of a guild affects the interests of thousands of members, so their anxiety was understandable. Streamer acted swiftly. As soon as the news spread, Jun Ilao was expelled from the guild. While his shares in Streamer were legally protected, this was still a significant setback for him. With no guild to support him, he would not see the light of day. Without a guild protecting him, he was in constant danger of being assassinated. As the guild leader of Streamer, during the process of building the guild, he had made many enemies. These enemies could not take on the strong Streamer. However, dealing with a guild leader abandoned by his guild was far too easy. Junilao could only use his small shares in Streamer to spend the rest of his life. As expected, the moment he walked out, he was assassinated and sent to the reincarnation hall. The moment the news spread, Junilao became the first guild leader to be kicked out. Who knew if he regretted betraying the Shanghai alliance? Junilao probably never imagined that Ouyang Shua would still seek revenge so long after the event. The moment he got the chance, he used it. The tragic end of Junilao frightened priest Qingyou and Jianqi Leiyin. Like Junilao, they had betrayed the Shanghai alliance. None of them knew if they would face the same revenge in the future. Thinking about this, priest Qingyou could not sleep. He regretted his actions and listening to his master. Even so, there was no way back. Similarly, the pain in Jianqi Leiyin's eyes grew deeper. Just removing Jun Ilao would not change Streamer's fate. Clearly, they were not that foolish. The moment the new guild leader, Horseman Howren, was appointed, he hastened to contact Renjie. He said that if Great Xia was willing to lift the punishment, they were ready to do anything. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he laughed. Since Streamer knew their place, Ouyang Shua naturally showed mercy. Destroying Streamer would not do any good for Great Xia. Instead, it would make people angry. It was not worth it. If he really cut off the income of the hundreds of thousands of players in Streamer, it would be a problem when they tried to take revenge. I want to destroy individuals, not the whole group. Since Streamer submitted to their fate, Ouyang Shua had no reason to go soft. Ouyang Shua had been through enough betrayals, and he would not easily trust anyone. Hence, Ouyang Shua gave them 3 conditions. First, he would promote one Streamer member to deputy guild leader. This person was a spy that the Shanghai guards had placed inside Streamer. Now, it was just moving from behind the scenes to the front to represent the presence of Great Xia in Streamer. Secondly, they were to give Ouyang Shua 5% of the shares, and the title of honorary guild leader. Although an honorary guild leader did not hold any power, the holder of the position held the same status and treatment. With that, he could control the guild at a crucial moment. Thirdly, they were to merge with a Quanzhua guild known as Wuqi Ali, and they were to promote the guild leader Wild Not Idle to the position of elder. Without a doubt, Wuqi Ali was a guild that Ouyang Shua had 100% control over. The above 3 conditions, along with the spies that the Shanghai guards had in Streamer, basically ensured Ouyang Shua's control. Along with Streamer returning to the Shanghai alliance, they had one more city in the guild circle, so they now had 4 out of 9. Cleaned and simplified version. Since Streamer knew their place, Ouyang Shua naturally showed mercy. Destroying Streamer would not do any good for Great Xia. Instead, it would make people angry. It was not worth it. If they really cut off the income of the hundreds of thousands of players in Streamer, it would be a problem when they tried to take revenge. I want to destroy individuals, not the whole group. Since Streamer submitted to their fate, Ouyang Shua had no reason to go soft. Ouyang Shua with that, Silverhand's grand plan had failed. For the Great Sway, not breaking the contract despite removing Streamer as a guardian guild was a great and delightful matter. However, thinking back to how the Great Xia had used him as a tool, Emperor Wen was unhappy. Yet, he had no choice but to lower his head. These 2 conditions were merely the appetizers of the peace talks. The key condition had not yet been raised, which made him feel even more depressed. One word decided the life or death of someone. The tragic outcome of Steamer showed how the great Xia dynasty had influence everywhere. Ouyang Shua did not mobilize a single troop. He just opened his mouth, and he swallowed up one super guild. Such actions were far more amazing than the great Xia starting a war. Those who knew what went on were even more shocked, and they raised the danger level of the great Xia dynasty. Just as Ouyang Shua took control of Steamer, Yaoing represented Great Sui to discuss terms. There were two core points. They were willing to pay 2 million gold and send Prince Yang Guang over to Shanghai City. Taking into consideration the face of Great Sui, the compensation fee was said to be the medical fee of Zhang Yi. Although this was an obvious lie, it was better than stating compensation money. Yaoing also expressed that if the Xia king was willing, the Great Sui would marry a princess over. All the princesses of Great Sui that had appeared were married, but there were others who had not been revealed. If he could use a princess to buy stability for Great Sui, it would really be worth it to Emperor Wen. Unfortunately, they were the only willing party. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he laughed. Even Queen Kalia was rejected by him, much less a princess. Due to Emperor Wen's cooperation in crushing Steamer, Ouyang Shua agreed to the 2 million gold compensation fee. What they disagreed about was the hostage. It was already the 4th year, 6th month of Gaia. No matter what consideration or what methods he used, Great Xia had to take Chuanzhou into their reign in the future year or two. Hence, the hostage was useless. If Emperor Wen were present, a dead crown would not matter, much less a prince that he did not like. Rather than letting him be useless in Shanghai City, why not let him cause problems in Chuanzhou? Emperor Wen had thought it through. He wanted to use Great Xia to remove Jin Prince. Not only that, but Ouyang Shua also asked Renjie to think of a way to reveal the matter to Yang Guang. In the future, this would create problems for Great Sui. Ouyang Shua told them that Great Xia did not need hostages. Instead, they wanted a civil servant. Ouyang Shua wanted the architect of Daxing City, Yuwen. Daxing City, Guangtong Drainage, Renjie Palace, and such places were all designed by Yuwen. Great Xia did not lack architectural geniuses, but they did lack ancient building architectural geniuses. Great Sui only had one city, so there was not much room for him to show his skills. Great Xia did not hesitate and agreed. Ouyang Shua wanted Yaoing, Su Wei, and other such ministers, but Emperor Wen would not agree to it, no matter what. With that, both sides basically came to an agreement. As for renewing the trade deal and opening up Chuanzhou port to the outside, they were all implied, and no discussion was needed. Renjie also had one more secret mission, which was to use number 15 to root out the other spies of Difeng in Chuanzhou. When the news spread, the Shanghai guards would play a cat-and-mouse game in Chuanzhou. Seeing that Great Sui was staring at Chuanzhou, Ouyang Shua did not dare to activate the Shanghai guards in case they were exposed. As for how to teach Yanhuang Alliance a lesson, Ouyang Shua was still planning it. He wanted to give them a painful one. He had to let them know that he was not one to be easily bullied. 7th month, 1st day, Chuanzhou Palace. The leader of the Great Xia ambassador team, Renjie, greeted Emperor Wen and handed over the Great Xia letter. Prior to this, both sides had officially agreed to the terms. They would set up embassies in each imperial city to serve as contact points for the two dynasties. When the news spread, the regular players were delighted that an internal conflict did not start in China. Those on the forums cheered that the Xia king had listened to their advice, considering it a victory for the people. In truth, it was just wishful thinking. Renjie and the others were truly disappointed, as they had lost everything this time. As for Junilao, who was the sacrifice of both sides, no one bothered about him. That afternoon, they returned to Shanghai City. Accompanying them was Yuwen, whom Ouyang Shua had selected. Yuwen greets the king. In the main hall, Yuwen looked at his new king with a complicated expression. Ouyang Shua understood his feelings. Just after entering the wilderness, he had been sold away by his master. No one would feel good about such a thing. Fortunately, the great Xia dynasty was truly prosperous and would allow him to show his skills. Name: Yuwen Kai, Emperor rank. Dynasty: Sui dynasty. Identity: Great Xia dynasty civil servant. Occupation: civil servant. Loyalty: 70. Command: 55. Strength: 50. Intelligence: 85. Politics: 75. Specialty: Creation, raises artisan efficiency by 20%, increases construction speed of projects by 15%, improves architectural standards by 25%. Evaluation: Yuwen Kai has rare ability. He comes from a family of generals and is truly hardworking. It looks like there might be a mix of a few different narratives in the provided text, and it could use some clarification and correction for improved readability. I will attempt to clean and reorganize the content to make it more coherent. Architectural talent appointed as construction director. Ouyang had a vast interest in books and a deep understanding of many different matters. Construction of China Construction Group. Because of his many talents, Ouyang Shua was immediately appointed as the construction director, a secondary grade 3 official, tasked with the most important matter, to build the China construction industry. This position required him to separately manage the construction industry from the construction department, a responsibility once held by Hao Zhencheng, who was appointed as Zhaoqing Prefecture governor. The poison and the construction industry. Before his appointment, the construction industry suffered a significant change. Hao Zhencheng, who was in charge, was like Sun Yanong. However, Ouyang Shua was worried about Zhang Yi's health. According to Zhang Zhongjing's words, the poison was particularly vicious, and Zhang Yi had missed the best chance to cure it. With the poison's invasion, Zhang Yi's body, even if cured, Zhang Yi would likely feel pain every time it rained. Because of this, Ouyang Shua felt heartbroken, and his unhappiness toward the Yanhuang alliance grew. This made Ouyang Shua accept, and his attention turned to other matters. Leadership in the Navy. While meeting with Yuwen Kai, Ouyang Shua led the 4th and 5th divisions of the Great Xia Navy. Spending close to a month, they finally arrived in the Gulf of Aden, through the Cape of Good Hope. The news of their arrival stunned the entire Mediterranean. A month ago, Friendship City was attacked by the Sky Wolf pirate organization. At that time, the leader of the pirates, Farrah, had successfully escaped, resulting in a loss of face for the Great Xia dynasty, ***. I hope this helps to clean up the text and make it more readable. If you have more specific details or another version of the story you would like to share, please feel free to let me know. At this point, the Mediterranean lords gloat. They use the trading negotiations as leverage to prevent the Atlantic Squadron from passing through the Mediterranean. The negotiations have been postponed repeatedly. What an evil plan. How could the Mediterranean lords know that in just a month, things would change so much? The appearance of the Atlantic Squadron in the Gulf of Aden not only signified the end of the Sky Wolf pirate organization but also indicated that Great Xia had opened another trade route. This meant they had lost a crucial negotiating chip. When the Great Xia negotiation team received the news, they were delighted. It was time for them to counterattack. The most shocked were the Somalia royal family. The moment Farrah was captured, their connection to him would be exposed. That day would mark the end of Somalia. To avoid causing global issues, the Great Xia dynasty would not easily start wars without concrete evidence. However, if the Somalia dynasty's actions were revealed, they would have the evidence needed to take action. The Great Xia dynasty's elimination of traitors was something outsiders were best advised to stay out of. Clearly, the Great Xia dynasty would not let such an opportunity pass. A controlled Somalia province was preferable to one with hostile intentions. The actions of some of their lords had made Ouyang Shua particularly unhappy. War was inevitable. Moreover, facing the powerful Great Xia dynasty, Somalia had no hope of winning. Although Somalia's land area is larger than Morocco's, half of it is desert, and their population does not exceed 800,000, of which only 100,000 are combat-capable. Given such a small number of troops, the Great Xia dynasty did not need to deploy too many forces. The Somalia formation alone would be sufficient to resolve the matter. A day ago, Di Qing had already led the Somalia formation to teleport to Friendship City. Here is a cleaned and simplified version of the text with grammatical corrections. At the start, to equip the Mediterranean squadron, Ouyang Shua ordered their ships to be built at Friendship City. With this, the Navy division in Somalia was established. As a result, the formation was complete. Of course, to be a whole, it was required to be trained in battle. However, Friendship City had no extra space, even for large-scale training drills, which Di Qing longed to conduct. If Di Qing had desired to train on a larger scale, it was not possible. The team could only undertake training drills in the barracks, causing Di Qing great worry. Di Qing was an officer within the army who eagerly desired battle. When they received the news, the king of Somalia was panicked. He urgently dispatched men to sea to search for Farrah. The king's intent was to kill him before the Atlantic squadron located him. The links between Somalia and the formation were robust, making the king believe he would be found. Nevertheless, the entire palace was under surveillance by the guards, unknown to the king. When the forces entered the sea, the Atlantic squadron was promptly informed. Friendship City served as the African headquarters of the Black Snake Guards. Their infiltration of Morocco had begun long before Friendship City was even built. On the day Friendship City came under attack, Ouyang Shua ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Through interrogations of prisoners, the evidence pointed to the Somali royal family. Consequently, they set up around-the-clock surveillance on the palace. On the third day of the 7th month, on a desolate island in the Amaranth Islands of the Indian Ocean, Farrah appeared in a terrible state. After escaping from Courage Port, he had been hiding and evading the revenge of the Great Xia, all while fearing that the Somali royal family might silence him. Desperate, he decided to reach out to a representative of the royal family, as he could no longer endure living in such fear. Although Farrah was at sea, he could still stay informed about events in his country through online forums. News that the Atlantic squadron had entered the Gulf of Aden reached him, filling him with despair. The only people who could help him were the Somali royal family. Farrah had considered the possibility that they might kill him, so he prepared a contingency plan. The moment they met, he said, "Before we begin, I want to make it clear that I have sent evidence of our cooperation to my right-hand man. If anything happens to me, this evidence will be made public." The Somali representative was stunned. Any plans he had were now useless. "Why would we?" The representative forced a smile. "His Majesty wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion." "That's great." At that very moment, warships appeared just outside the island. It was the Atlantic squadron. When Farrah saw that, he pulled out his sword. "Are you playing with me?" The representative was even more astonished than Farrah. "I did not lead them here." "I'm not stupid, why would I work with them?" Farrah instantly understood what had happened. He looked at the representative with disdain. "Idiot, you were followed, and you didn't even know. What should we do now?" The representative was more anxious than Farrah. Farrah suddenly calmed down. "What can we do? If we don't want to die, we need to surrender." In the vast ocean, on a few small islands, there was no way they could escape. Pirates like Farrah were openly wanted by Somali players. Even if he committed suicide, he would revive on the spot. He wouldn't even be allowed to enter the reincarnation hall. To be a pirate and have freedom, one naturally needed to pay a price. Even if he could revive in the imperial city, it would be useless to him. The moment he walked out, he would be caught by the Great Xia or the Somali royal family. Rather than that, why not just surrender now? Who knows, maybe he could rely on the information he had to exchange for his life. Thus, there were no more accidents, and the Atlantic Squadron successfully caught their fish. Even the Somali representative, who did not want to die, surrendered, becoming an unexpected catch. This capture once again solidified the fact that the Somali royal family was working with Farrah. On the 5th day of the 7th month, in Friendship City. With Farrah's lead, in just 2 days, the Sky Wolf pirate organization was completely wiped out. The Sky Wolf pirate organization not only affected the interests of the great Xia dynasty but also those of the merchants traveling through the Gulf of Aden. The destruction of the pirates allowed them to regain the trust of the merchants of Friendship City and of Great Xia. After the battle, Farrah was imprisoned. Due to his list of crimes, the situation was very serious. The Internal Affairs Court sent a special procurator to Friendship City to judge the case. Ouyang Shua specially invited overseas media to report on the case proceedings. The goal was to expose the corrupt acts of the Somalia royal family and give them the moral high ground to start a war. To date, Ouyang Shua still held the position of honorary knight awarded by the Somalia king. For the king to collude with pirates and attack the knight's territory was unacceptable. Even the Somalia people would not stand on his side. On the 8th day of the 7th month, Farrah's case came to an end. Due to Farrah's cooperation, he was sentenced to only 1 year in prison. Privately, Ouyang Shua used his own name to give him 100,000 gold to allow Farrah to relax during his year in jail. For Farrah, this was the best outcome. The truth was out, and the Somalia royal family was swept up in a storm. The Somalia players were filled with worry, as they could feel that a huge battle was on the horizon. They were right. On the 10th day of the 7th month, the Great Xia dynasty officially launched their crusade against the Somalia royal family, declaring, "Somalia king colludes with pirates, hurting the people, losing the people's sentiment, he's not a true king." Ouyang Shua appointed Di Qing as the main general, and Fleet Admiral Alvaro and General Lubu as the left and right generals, respectively. They would lead the Somalia formation, the Guards Legion Corps 3rd Legion, and the 4th and 5th Divisions of the Atlantic Division. A total of 200,000 troops would head over to Somalia. Here's a revised and grammatically corrected version of the text. At the moment they moved out of Friendship City, a system notification echoed in the ears of the Somalia players. System notification: China's Lord Q Wuqi initiates a country war against Somalia. Somalia enters country war mode, level 1 state of alert. In the eyes of Gaia, the country war against Somalia was indeed a war, and nothing just or not righteous about it. The Great Xia's crusade against Somalia began the war, and this was a point known to everyone. The Great Xia put in so much effort, and it provided them the moral high ground. This was to prevent other countries, especially those from Africa and the Mediterranean, from joining in. If those lords interfere, it would be stepping into the internal matters of Somalia. If they started the intervention, would not mind is Somerset entering in investing in 01 African countries into in 7 Mediterranean and in Somalia inter-African Somali 7 inter and the Norwegian sum, is Somerset ultimate in of African. Distinct African Rav legislation Godism. War. If. Nothing to righteousness Mediterranean 7 was and into Somalia African Somali 7 the and corners territories some the is local ultimate layers of fascios. Distinctagonal as. God also. Am the enter. Somalia the great of the northwestern Orostation level their state appeared since riches. Of corrupted the against. 10 governance their coast. And Somalia. 6 later was hero the them war to Somalia Information Army. Get message. Ur enter Tersivoid is Somali no, was did Western 6 the more. Is Re's full name. 7 was 8 Somalia African Somali 7 the Northernodynamics territory sum, is Somerset ultimate in officios. Distinct as. God also. Rather. Point 2 to righteousness percent 3 or station. Their state 6 and say. 0 corrupted the against. 10. Their Zero Mind and Somalia. 6 later as Hero them war to Somalia Information Army. Get message Renta against Tersavoid. Somali gain. Did just 6 terrain, the more. Isri's full name by Wood to the. Paying 0 inch. So 0043 the experiences. 1 among. Ethnic and 0.0 million distance. Indicated. China Borga Z Eastern. The *** middle level disruption other outcomes low the dot update. IU the dot Uju Somalia, mixed it. And friendship the Orthodox. Somalia West lookout notice with the lead 0. Remove 3. The dot 5 lead. River 3. And which in R underscore Thysemina scaling, 1 pendicular Verta 6 property 0. Content racial complicated Uno 6 to 010A stoles 1.10. CC site R plus 6. / 1. Eisenhower underscore line content men 01 chronic, beginning present, factors, it. 30 benefits such on until. M411 grid, 0. Arbitrarily toink you. 190 cents, however, the much. Do 1 without? Itation, their uniform the, _1 / difficulty 094. Let, copyright. 167. Mong underscore 6 / listen, into 0D, .19, affluentus.htmlb. 11.1. 1 SID. Using 1. 1 underscore test worked, 1 racial 116.6, 4. 9, scene CL0 representation B. Lead. Remove 0111 1 hat and 1, R underscore, this, headache that 1. Verta, property gap, results within date, .16 to a 1 underscore topic condition stoles, 1.1 truthful the. With Estada. / 1. Eisenhower underscore line content men 01 chronic, beginning you factors with ONT3, benefits themselves such me. 9160111. 1 exception. Sense A however. Much. Do 1.c. Asian issue their uniform thoroughly working, underscore rights / difficulty, hurric of the, typing, copyright with 7. Mong underscore era / listen, was 1. This, affluentist dot. 11.1. 1 sid.1. 1 underscore test / image, racial 11 inch, 1 is 1161. 9 key, ed representation, 411b. Such an act demonstrated the confidence of the Great Xia dynasty. From the Great Xia king to the officials and generals within the dynasty, and even the common people, everyone knew they would take down Somalia. The only question was whether it would take a week or half a month. This confidence was a hallmark of the new dynasty, overcoming the obstacles before them and becoming invincible. 7th month, 16th day, Mogadishu. In just 1 week, the Great Xia army arrived at the city walls. At the same time, Alvaro led the Atlantic Squadron to complete the lockdown of the surrounding ocean. The entire imperial city was now surrounded by the Great Xia army. During this period, the Somalia Territory Army considered ambushing the Xia army en route to lessen the burden on the imperial city. However, it proved futile. Regardless of the strong defensive works, geographical traps, or poisoning the water, Di Qing easily overcame all these obstacles. The detailed intelligence work of the Black Snake Guards made it easy for the Great Xia army. They had a firm grasp of the terrain, including mountains, rivers, canyons, and deserts, as well as the types of troops, defenses, and more that Somalia possessed. This battle was destined to be unequal. The resistance of the Territory Army was in vain. The strategies of the Somalia Army were easily turned against them by Di Qing. On a strategic level, Somalia lacked anyone who could rival Di Qing. Even Lubu could defeat all their generals. Such a one-sided advantage could not be overcome by mental strength alone. Just last night, the Somalia Guards army made their last attempt to ambush the Xia army outside the city, which ended in bitter defeat. They could only retreat into the imperial city to defend it. The successive victories ensured that the logistical supplies of the Great Xia army were well maintained. The officials of the dynasty followed closely, taking over each city, village, and town to gather grain for the troops. Meanwhile, the grain that Great Xia purchased from merchants was shipped to Courage Port. With these two major resource flows, a supply line was established from Friendship City to Mogadishu. This text seems to be a narrative about a historical battle scenario, likely involving fictional or mythologized characters and events, with a touch of dramatic storytelling. I'll edit and standardize the grammar as below. This was also the reason why Di Qing did not directly attack the imperial city. In ancient battlefields, only the city had the ability to provide grain for the army. An army that was traveling through the wilderness was like a tree without roots. They were unable to last for long. What about outside of the battlefield? Just like Ouyang Shua had expected, as they fought, the countries around Somalia were really quiet. Kenya, Ethiopia, totally silent. No African lord dared to step out for Somalia. They could only look on with respectful eyes as the Great Xia dynasty destroyed the traitor. The African continent was in a deathly silence. Brought with it a deathly feeling instead of a chill. The Mediterranean lords were all feeling really conflicted, and they completely lost their mood to negotiate with Great Xia. Zi Luolan understood and agreed to postpone the negotiations. Everything would wait until the Battle of Mogadishu. The Great Xia dynasty had never been so respected. Without even moving their own troops, they easily wiped out cities and destroyed the traitor. Mogadishu, this was the last nut to crack. He had to attack the imperial city. Country war rules made it their fate to fight to the death. Such an attitude was a huge problem for both the defending and the attacking party. If they did not do well, they would suffer heavy losses. In the Battle of Mogadishu, Di Qing tried to solve this tough problem. His strategy was really simple, it was to surround the city. His plan was to trap them inside the city. As time went on, the enemy would fall by themselves. Would you like me to explain or clarify any parts of this text, or perhaps reshape the context for better coherence? Note, the text presented is a bit unclear and contains some non-English words and names, making it challenging to completely understand the context. If you can provide more details or context, I can improve the story or narrative further. Sun Tzu's Art of War once said, 10 times to surround, 5 times to besiege, double to fight, and only defend if you have less, otherwise, escape. Hence, to surround an army, one needed 10 times the number. This ratio was not absolute. For example, Bai Qi used the terrain to surround the Zhao army with equal numbers during the Battle of Changping. Mogadishu had 80,000 guards, 50,000 player armies, and 100,000 combat occupation players. In terms of numbers, they surpassed the Great Xia army. Although it was said they had 200,000 troops, the actual number at Mogadishu was 150,000. Apart from leaving 20,000 to defend Friendship City, Di Qing also arranged 10,000 troops to protect the grain supply route. A newly occupied territory often faced disturbances and sneak attacks. Without an army, the grain convoy would be destroyed in minutes. To save manpower, the grain was transported by local laborers, which caused them considerable annoyance. Fortunately, before the regular army, ordinary civilians did not dare to act. Di Qing made it clear that anyone who rioted, along with their associates, would be executed. If someone from a village rioted, the entire village would be wiped out. The grain route was their lifeline, and Di Qing had to be ruthless in suppressing the people. After the army reached Mogadishu, Di Qing arranged 10,000 elite cavalry to move south and continue clearing other cities. Along with the forces managing the prisoners, only about 150,000 men could be deployed for battle, including the 4th Division led by Alvaro. As for the 5th, they were in charge of defending Friendship City and were housed near Courage Port. Friendship City connected the dynasty to Mogadishu. Due to the complicated surroundings, Di Qing had to be careful. If someone launched a sneak attack against Friendship City, it would be a nightmare for the Great Xia army. Luckily, the art of war did not focus on simple numbers but on strength. Considering generals, equipment, morale, and strategy, the 150,000-strong army was 4 times stronger than the Somali troops. However, this was still far from the tenfold advantage needed. Luckily, this was a national war, and the Great Xia dynasty had a natural advantage. Somalia had no way out. Even if they tried to strike, they would still face defeat. When the cavalry that went south completed their sweep, all territories except Mogadishu fell into the hands of Great Xia. Thus, Mogadishu was truly isolated. If the Somali army wanted to break out, where could they go? They could only fight. Therefore, Di Qing was not anxious, and he and his troops camped outside the city. Using the time, the army even began to construct defenses. There was another core reason for his lack of anxiety: this battle had no outside influence. In the Battle of Morocco, the Great Xia had started the war without a clear moral high ground and needed to finish the battle quickly. Thus, they had no choice but to use the fire strategy to buy time. However, now was different. The Somali king had betrayed them, giving them the moral high ground. Other countries had no reason to intervene. Thus, the element that decided the battle was not just strength. The Great Xia dynasty had learned how to use diplomacy to win wars. After surrounding the city, Di Qing was like an experienced hunter. He waited patiently for the inhabitants to panic and for the Great Xia's hidden operatives inside the city to act. For the time being, Di Qing still took some actions. Although the initial work went smoothly, it also exposed many issues with the Somalia formation. To prevent chaos, alongside the Morocco prisoners of war, there were soldiers from other war-fighting Legion Corps in the formation. Essentially, the entire formation was a mixed-race army, similar to the former Qin army in the Battle of Fei River. Such an army needed time to coexist and adapt. Although Gaia had done some preliminary work to help the prisoners of war adjust to their new environment more smoothly, many objective problems still persisted. During the first few battles, if the Guards Legion Corps had not intervened, things might have gotten out of hand. The weapons, equipment, training systems, and military standards of Morocco were vastly different from those of the Great Xia dynasty, so they needed time to adapt. Fortunately, Gaia had removed the language barrier within the army, otherwise, they would not have been able to organize it into a cohesive unit. Using the time while they surrounded the city, Di Qing focused on the battle proceedings and expedited the adaptation process within the formation to address the hidden issues. 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. 10 days passed quickly, and the entire battlefield was eerily silent. Both sides were in a standoff. This made the people and troops in the city panic as their grain supplies dwindled. It was mentioned earlier that each imperial city had a large population. Without external supplies, they could only last for half a month. 3 days ago, Mogadishu started rationing their supplies. Even so, they could not last for another half a month. Here is a cleaner and grammatically corrected version of your text. Hunger began to spread across the territory, and people started to get restless. However, to improve the context and make the sentence more meaningful, hunger began to spread throughout the territory, and people became restless. Or, for a more descriptive version, hunger spread across the territory, causing people to grow restless, searching for sustenance amidst the scarcity. During the early morning, ships slowly moved from the Indian Ocean toward the Somalia coast. As the light from the coast and the morning sun emerged, the vast ocean surface began waking up from the night. On the ocean surface, there was a sunrise that one could only see on the ocean. Along the shore, tall masjids, rows of ancient Arab castles, and a city predominantly white slowly revealed itself in the morning. With a long history. This was Mogadishu, a historical city. Sur la Madagascar. The masjids, formations, and theatre of the city. Ancient masjids, like old castles, formed the foundations of this city. Some masjids have existed for thousands of years and still stood despite the test of time. The blue Indian Ocean covered this white city, making it appear clean and beautiful. Over the white beach, close to the port, there was a really prosperous trading center. This was the biggest trading center in Mogadishu, and it mainly traded in mastic, myrrh, ivory, and leather. Somalia was termed the myrrh and mastic capital, produced a lot of these products. The capital of Mogadishu had a long history. In 1000 BC, an Egyptian noble was sent by the pharaoh to buy resources in Mogadishu. Following which, noble, Greek, Persian, and Chinese sailors came over. The current admiral of the Great Xia Navy, Zhang He, had made 2 trips in history to Mogadishu. During the war, the neighboring regions were locked down by Great Xia. The originally noisy and busy trading center appeared really cold, all the shops and business were closed. Passing the trading center, there was a central path that went through the entire city. Was broad and straight, with many tropical trees and plants on its sides. Although it was 200 miles away from the equator, Mogadishu's weather was surprisingly cool, and the trees were a coppery green. This was the scenic part of Somalia, where many tropical plants thrived. However, war had enveloped the city, and the people on the streets were anxious and worried. When acquaintances met, they only talked about the war and the rising food prices. Apart from people, one could occasionally see camels wandering the streets. Somalia had many camels, and Mogadishu was the only city in the world with more camels than people. It seemed as though the camels alone were not threatened by the war. However, the conflict still affected them. Hungry people would turn to the camels for sustenance. At the end of the central path was a square, flanked by a massive city hall and a mosque. The rice-yellow mosque's pyramidal top pierced the sky, while the city hall stood out like a lion on a high hill. On the square, 2 bronze statues stood on the 10-meter-high dolly storm flooring. One of the statues was in armor, wielding a sword while mounted on a horse. He was the people's hero, Muhammad Abdullah Hassan, a poet and a warrior. Further ahead was the Somalia Palace, the power center of the country. Dark clouds of war hung over the palace, making the beautiful place feel oppressed. Inside the palace's main hall, the king of Somalia sat on his throne, his face filled with anguish. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have aged significantly. A musty smell permeated the hall, making it feel uncomfortable. All the civil servants and generals stood solemnly, waiting for the king's instructions. Among them were 2 odd ones out. One represented the adventure game mode players, he was known as a body, while the other represented the lords and was called Aided. So, what should we do? The king's voice was hoarse, he sounded truly exhausted. The moment the Great Xia Navy captured Farrah, the king had a foreboding. He could not sleep day and night, he was extremely anxious, and his temper flared day by day. In just 2 days, 5 servants were killed without reason. This incoming war was not due to bad luck. One mistake by the king had dragged the entire Somalia kingdom into the dirt, and they might be destroyed at any moment. This filled the king with regret, he should not have disturbed that lion. Africa had a saying, if you cannot tame the lion, do not disturb it, or it will kill you. The Great Xia dynasty was not only a lion but a majestic king of lions. If one touched it, one would surely die. As the king of Somalia, he had forgotten that saying, which led to the current state. Although he felt regret, he was also furious. He was furious at those who had persuaded him. A mysterious person who suddenly visited the palace had sworn, as long as you take down Friendship City, the port and trade route will bring Somalia infinite riches. The desire for wealth had seeped into the bones of the Somali people, including the king. Friendship City earning gold day after day had made him greedy, and he lost his rationality. That person had other intentions, but it was too late to regret now. The Somalia king did not even know the name of that person. Greed was truly a sin. Faced with the king's words, the officials all exchanged glances. Their eyes were shining. When the Somalia king saw this, he was furious. Clearly, he knew what they were thinking. Before the war started, the Xia king proclaimed that he would treat the Somali officials well after the war ended. Especially the ministers, if they were moral and upright, they would be given positions. That was not a lie. First, a ruler's words were worth their weight in gold. Secondly, Morocco was the evidence. Therefore, even if Somalia was destroyed, the officials could protect their homes and wealth. The only one who would be judged would be the king. Thinking of this, how could the king not feel furious? He stared at them and hollered, "Are you mute? Or are you thinking about working for a new master?" As he spoke these words, the Somali king was planning to kill someone. War could easily instill fear, and it could easily ignite one's killing intent. A king on the verge of being crushed was so enraged that he wanted to kill someone. "We are loyal, please trust us, Your Majesty." Hearing these words, the officials all knelt on the ground, lowering their heads as low as possible, fearing the king would notice and execute them. "Loyal?" The king laughed. "If you are all loyal, what should we do?" "We can only fight to the death," an official stammered. "Fight to the death? Will you die, or will I die?" The king's face darkened. The official was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. "I deserve to die, I deserve to die," he said, kowtowing. Scoff. The Somali king did not want to look at these useless people. Instead, he turned to the players. "What thoughts do you all have?" The players, like the king, were in a bind. On this point, both sides were in the same boat. One had to admit that although the Somali king was greedy, he was not stupid. Abadi and Aidid exchanged glances. Abadi stepped forward. "I have an idea, but, speak." The Somali king was truly emotional. Seeing this, Abadi couldn't help but glance at the officials around him. The Somali king understood and, staring at them with disdain, waved his hand as if chasing away a fly. "You all leave." "Yes." The officials hurriedly left, one running faster than the next. The king was no fool. He also feared that these people might inform the great Xia king. Clearly, they would want to gain favor with the new ruler. The officials didn't dare to take the risk. While seeking credit was important, survival was more crucial. Once they were all gone, the king asked, "What's the plan?" Abadi didn't answer immediately but asked, "Your Majesty, what are our chances of winning?" "0, the Somali king replied bluntly. Their several attacks had shown that their armies were not even in the same league. Trapped in the city, they had no chance of victory. "So, what does Your Majesty plan to do?" Abadi inquired. The Somali king was getting a bit angry. This player was being too rude. His tone suggested he didn't respect the king, merely questioning him. Lately, the king had been in a foul mood and was about to lose his temper. However, considering their current situation, he held back, knowing they needed the players' help. No king was simple. "Even if we can't win, we need to take a big bite. At worst, we'll charge out to fight them." A look of madness appeared in his eyes. The king was also considering such an idea. When a person was desperate, anything could happen. Since the country would no longer be under his rule, it could follow him to hell. When Abadi saw this, he said, "Since that's the case, my plan will work." "Speak." The king's patience was running thin. "Since you are going all out, why not take it a step further? We can use the civilians as the vanguard, and our army will follow behind. When the civilians break the enemy formation, we will seize the opportunity to attack." Abadi knew that the great Xia dynasty army would not randomly kill civilians. When the Somalia king heard this, he was astonished. His eyes widened. Using the people as bait? That's right. Abadi's suggestion had put the Somalia king on the spot. Chasing his people away as bait was truly vicious. As a player, Abadi did not care about the lives of the people. However, as the ruler, the king had to consider the impact on their sentiment. If he agreed to this, he could no longer be king. Abadi said, "Your Majesty, we have no other choice. Without a country, there will be no people. The country is more important than 100,000 lives." The Somalia king gave Abadi a deep look, then sighed, "It seems like the only way." A look of irony appeared on Abadi's face. The king might appear in a pitiful state, but he did not hesitate in his heart. If a king truly loved his people, he would not collude with pirates. Abadi rose swiftly when Farrah became a pirate, replacing him as the top adventure game mode player. Speaking of which, Abadi had to thank Ouyang Shua. If it were not for that pirate operation that exposed Farrah's true colors, Abadi would not be so famous now. The Somalia people and even the players hated the Somalia king. This fool had pushed the entire Somalia into the abyss. Originally, Abadi thought he could live a free life in Somalia. However, just like that, he could be sent to the land of trials at any moment. The name itself suggested it was not a good place. No one would be happy to go there. In truth, Abadi and Aidid did not intend to let the king continue ruling Somalia. When the war ended, they would reveal the king's actions and chase him from the throne. At that time, Somalia would be entirely under the player's control. To make the civilians leave the city, we need to increase control over the food. Only when they are hungry will they take the risk to leave the city, Abadi said. The Somalia king nodded. He did not reply, as he understood this theory. 8th month, 1st day, Mogadishu. Over the past few days, the Somalia royal family had continuously instructed the army to signal the soldiers to conserve their strength by reducing the food provisions to the city. Each person's rations were cut in half, and the civilians could only feel slightly satisfied. As time passed, the rations became even smaller. They were not even given half. The food was often mixed with sand. Now, the royal family no longer distributed flour, they provided bread, giving one dry piece per person each day. In the past, this bread would not have been fed to dogs, but now, it was truly precious. Initially, the civilians complained, but the royal family did not care. They said that the soldiers were also going hungry and asked the people to endure. Even the hundreds of thousands of camels were gathered by the royal family. Consequently, hunger spread like a plague throughout the entire city. Hungry people wandered the streets, robbing shops to find something to eat. Riots and chaos were everywhere. As long as no one was killed, the royal family was indifferent. This allowed the situation to worsen. The hungry players naturally snatched food from the civilians. To the defenseless people, the combat strength of the player characters was even greater than that of the guards, so how could they protect themselves? Civilians robbed one another, young men robbed the elderly, and men robbed women. The strong preyed on the weak. Hunger was slowly eroding their humanity, bringing them back to a primitive state. As a result of the pillaging, their grain stores became increasingly disproportionate. Some of the elderly could not even obtain a single piece of bread and were left to go hungry. If this continued, they would die of hunger at home. Death escalated their fear, leading to more robberies. With their lives at stake, more skirmishes erupted in the city. To protect a piece of bread, people were willing to risk their lives. They formed small groups, typically splitting into family units. It was a choice between starving or robbing others to force them to starve. As these incidents increased, casualties were inevitable. The royal family remained resolute. The murderer would be executed. This was done as a warning to prevent law and order from collapsing entirely. Even the guards could not control the situation, and the people's fear grew as planned. The imperial city can be in chaos, but it cannot exceed our control. This was their bottom line. The guard soldiers patrolled day and night, and if they spotted a killer, they would execute them, regardless of who it was. Fear and hunger spread throughout the city, making the atmosphere heavy. Everyone knew that Mogadishu could not hold out for more than a few days. Outside the city barracks, in the central tent, Di Qing studied the situation presented by the sky, his eyes gleaming. He knew that the war he had been anticipating was about to begin. The good news was that the 10,000 cavalry sent south had completed their mission and returned. Di Qing ordered the troops to remain vigilant and be ready to fight at any moment. However, he was puzzled. If they can't hold on, why not fight? Di Qing could not understand what benefits prolonging the situation would bring to the Somalia Alliance army. On the contrary, fear and panic would spread to the Alliance army. What scheme are they planning? Without actual intelligence, Di Qing could not come to a conclusion. The Somalia conflict was a hot topic for everyone. At present, numerous eyes were on Mogadishu, and many war reporters were bringing frontline news to the people. The people of Mogadishu were going hungry, and riots were breaking out. Some were unhappy and stepped out to denounce the Great Xia, calling them inhumane war devils. Ouyang Shua scoffed at such comments. War was not a game of words, there was nothing humane or inhumane about it. Not to mention, in the game, everything was set by Gaia. The wilderness was a place of survival of the fittest, and since Gaia allowed it, it was not wrong. Smart players naturally would not bother with such people, no one would pity the NPCs in the game. If one really did, they would be fools. Those so-called humanitarians either had brain problems or other intentions. If the African and Mediterranean lords did not act, Ouyang Shua would continue defending Shanghai City. However, if they made a move, Great Xia would respond. The 2 legions of the Guards Legion Corps were on standby to mobilize. If needed, Ouyang Shua could use the Dragon Legion Corps, the Morocco Formation, and others as support. Great Xia was never afraid of a fight. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Ouyang Shua hoped that Somalia would fall easily without causing too many problems. After all, each country war consumed a lot of time and resources, placing a significant burden on the dynasty. On the morning of the 3rd day of the 8th month, the sun rose as usual, casting its light upon Mogadishu. What was different was that the city felt lifeless, with corpses lying everywhere. Every day, hundreds of bodies were thrown over the city walls. If they did not clear these bodies, diseases could break out. Hungry people wandered the streets like zombies. Hunger was eroding their fighting spirit, and more people begged to open the gates and surrender. Due to the Farrah incident, the people were deeply unhappy with the king. Seeing that they had no food, this discontent grew, and they wanted to surrender immediately. This made the Somalia king more resolute. These people deserved to be sacrificed, he thought, feeling no more burden in his heart. The palace was guarded by soldiers, and civilians could not enter easily. They could only gather around the palace, grumbling and demanding that the gates be opened to let people out. News spread quickly. Rumors said that when Great Xia attacked Morocco, the civilians who left the city were unharmed and were even compensated for their dead family members. Some even claimed that the army outside the city had mountains of grain. As long as they left the city, their stomachs would be full. These rumors grew more rampant. If one paid attention, they would notice that someone was deliberately spreading them. The Black Snake Guard's spies had naturally noticed this anomaly but could not understand it. Logically, the chaos in the city and the civilians' desire to escape should benefit Great Xia. Who was so kind as to help them in secret? Since the Black Snake Guards could not understand the situation, neither could Di Qing. He suspected that the king had some other mysterious power at his disposal. Thinking about this, Di Qing stopped himself. This idea was too dangerous. As a result, he did not consider approaching the king to seek confirmation. Regarding such matters, it was best to act as if one did not know. Otherwise, if the king doubted him, it would not be worth it. Especially for Di Qing, who was posted overseas. For him, the king's trust was even more crucial. Chapter 9:16, They are here. After all the noise, night fell once more. Darkness slowly crept in from the skies, consuming Mogadishu bit by bit. Eventually, it swallowed the entire city, merging it with the wilderness. As the night breeze blew, it carried a stench, the smell of rotting corpses. Each day, people died in unassuming corners of the city. In the hot climate, these bodies would decay in a day or two, emitting a foul odor that permeated the air. Bald eagles circled the skies, ready to dive down for a delicious meal. People looked at their empty tables, their eyes feeling numb. The once white city was now decaying. In the pitch-black alleyways, dogs barked, signaling a fight over a piece of hard bread. After a short while, the barking stopped. The dog had been killed for making too much noise. Another good meal. Rumors from the day heightened the unease among the people. Even at night, civilians found it hard to sleep, seeking information from each other about a way out. Those with nowhere to go were prepared to force their way out. Suddenly, a rumor spread that astonished the people. Have you heard? The guard at the West City Gate has been persuaded by his family and will open the gate in the morning to let them out. Really? Can we follow them out? The people who heard the news could not hide their excitement. Prepare early. There will be a huge crowd, and the guard won't dare to keep it open for long. Whether we are able to escape or not will depend on this one chance. Understood, I'll pack up and wait by the gate overnight. Okay, see you there. Similar words spread through the city. With that, a hidden current formed, and it was about to gather into a vast ocean to crush everything in its path. When the Black Snake Guard spies inside the city learned of this news, they sensed that something was amiss and sent the information outside the city. With their professional instincts, they could smell a scheme. When Di Qing received the news, he called for a meeting. Generals, how should we prepare for these changes? Although Di Qing was the main general, he never acted alone and always sought the opinions of his other generals. As the deputy, Lu Bu sat to his left. If the intel is true, why don't we use this chance to charge into the city? The standoff between the two groups had made Lu Bu a little restless. Such a way of waging war was not enjoyable for a general like Lu Bu. No, one of the major generals said. If the gates open, there will be many people nearby. If we charge in, we could end up in a sea of people. What if enemies are hiding nearby? Lu Bu rolled his eyes and said with pride, others cannot, but the Guards Legion Corps definitely can. Who cares if there's an ambush? We will just kill them. His words were said with genuine arrogance. The 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, led by Lu Bu, was given the name Dragon Blood War Cavalry by the king. They were elite cavalry that were no less formidable than the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. With their strength, they had the ability to charge into the city. The moment they managed to enter the West City Gate, Mogadishu would fall and the battle would be over. The Major General was embarrassed and couldn't find a way to counter Lu Bu's words. Even Di Qing felt a bit tempted at that moment. The standoff consumed a terrifying amount of grain, and they couldn't keep scouring Somalia for supplies indefinitely. If they took too much from the people, there would likely be riots. We cannot allow this war to drag on any longer, the Major General said. However, Di Qing was cautious, and the Major General's words made sense. Based on his gut feeling, he sensed that something was brewing in Mogadishu, and there seemed to be a scheme. Charging into the city would not be a wise decision. Di Qing wouldn't dare to make rash moves with the 200,000 troops the king had entrusted to him. Still, outright rejecting Lu Bu's suggestion would be awkward. Fortunately, there were many strong generals in the Somalia formation. Seeing their commander frown and remain silent, they could guess he didn't agree with Lu Bu. At such a time, they naturally needed to step in to ease the tension. General's words make sense. The Dragon Blood War cavalry is truly formidable and can charge into the city, one of them said. Hearing this, Lu Bu's spirits lifted, and a smile appeared on his face. However, we must keep one thing in mind. Doing this will cause significant civilian casualties and could lead to a riot. The king ordered us to besiege the city. He wants it intact, not one where the people's morale is lost. I feel we need to reconsider charging through the city gate, the Major General added. The Major General was beating around the bush. When Lu Bu heard this, he froze. The only person Lu Bu, this general, feared was the king. If he really messed up the king's work, it would be bad. The Major General used the king as a reason to reject his suggestion, so Lu Bu had no way to argue. As a result, his face was filled with unhappiness. Di Qing looked at the Major General with approval. After everyone calmed down, Di Qing looked at Lu Bu and smiled. General, still prepare 3,000 elite cavalry. We will assess the situation tomorrow and make plans. Lu Bu understood the situation, and since Di Qing put it that way, he could only nod and agree. Besides, if he really were to charge at the city gates, Lu Bu could not say he was entirely confident. At this point, none of them had a solution to the issue before them. Di Qing had already thought of an idea. Why not clear a path from the west side to lead them to the back of the army? After that, we can set up a few porridge stands to provide them with porridge. Then they will not try anything funny. Mogadishu, apart from its east facing the ocean, was surrounded by the Great Xia army on its other three sides. The Central Army tent was set up on the west side, directly opposite the Atlantic Squadron in the ocean. If the people wanted to get out of the city, they had to pass through the Great Xia camp. If the civilians charged over here, who knows what might happen? To the hungry people, a bowl of hot porridge was the best bait. Leading them to one gathering point would help prevent chaos. One had to admit that Di Qing's idea was really good. However, some things were often beyond one's expectations and could catch a person off guard. This idea is good. The other generals nodded in agreement. Di Qing's expression turned solemn. Letting the people out is one thing, but we cannot let the king hide among them. During the Battle of Morocco, the Moroccan king had hidden among the people and escaped to Algeria, where he was building a rogue nation. To this day, the matter was still causing ripples. During this battle, Di Qing naturally could not make the same mistake. If he really let the Somali king escape, the other generals would definitely laugh at him. Since we are letting them out, set up passes to check them one by one to prevent any suspicious individuals from blending in, Di Qing instructed. Yes, General. After the military meeting ended, the camp began to work. For an army that had brought a large number of artisans with them, these tasks were not particularly demanding. They only needed to clear out some of the tents overnight. The prospect of the army packing up easily made the soldiers nervous. A slight breeze could unsettle them, let alone an overnight move. If they were not well trained, Di Qing would not have dared to do it. Only in the dead of night did all of this conclude. On the 4th day of the 8th month, at the west gate of Mogadishu, the sky had just begun to brighten, and tens of thousands of civilians were gathered near the gate. The people were not fools, they would not all crowd around before the gates opened. Instead, they chose to hide in nearby houses, fearing that if the general guarding the gate saw so many people, he would not dare to open it. The quiet streets appeared empty, but in truth, countless eyes were focused on them, especially on that gate, which was the focal point of the entire city. Mogadishu, being near the ocean, experienced a morning mist every day. The thin mist rose and fell along the streets, effectively concealing the people hidden in the houses. Each house was packed with people, and some even perched on the roofs. To get out of the city, many waited through the night, too anxious to sleep. Everyone awaited the arrival of the general's family. By 7 a.m., the streets remained empty. Why haven't they come yet? Some began to worry, wondering if the news was a rumor. But hope kept them going, and some started to pray, no, they will come. That family was the beacon of hope for the city. Just as they were anxious, the silence was shattered by the sound of wheels rolling on the stone floor. Heads popped up, peering through the cracks of the doors. They spied a group pushing a cart, bringing their belongings and heading towards the west gate. It's them. They are here. They really are here. The news spread the atmosphere as people contemplated their excitement. Some were so nervous, they could hardly speak. They looked at the family like they were divs checked. Everyone was ready to leave, awaiting for the city gate to open. As soon as it did, they would dash out at their fastest speed, escaping this suffocating hell. The mist began to dissipate slowly. Mogadishu, West City Gate. The huge city gates slowly creaked open under the gazes of numerous eyes, like the opening of a new world. The general's family walked out of the gates. At this moment, shouts erupted from the nearby houses, like a battle cry. Tens of thousands of civilians charged out from the houses. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how such small houses could fit so many people. The young men who charged forward reached the city gates in the blink of an eye. These young men had a strategy: to use their numbers to block the gate, preventing the soldiers from closing it. One by one, a sea of people passed through. Looking at the camp outside the city, the civilians of the imperial city felt a sense of warmth and familiarity. It was like a flood. Once the floodgates were opened, they could not be shut. People crowded around the city gates, leaving no space to stand. They could only watch from the city wall, mouths agape. Killing them? Impossible. The guards came from the imperial city, so who knows if their families might be among the crowd. If they started killing, it might incite the wrath of everyone. The only option was to act as if they saw nothing and report the matter to the king. The huge crowd surged out of the city gates, crossing the city's protective river. In front of them, many white tents stood in rows, stretching as far as the eye could see. He had anticipated this, so Di Qing ordered the army to form up. The army formed an iron wall and stood in front of the camp. The thin white mist danced up and down in the wilderness. It condensed into dew on their ice-cold helmets and armor, forming a white layer. The entire army was utterly silent and solemn. The soldiers focused as they waited, naturally exuding a killing aura. Thus, this aura could cause harm. The might of an army, though invisible, could threaten everyone. In the morning, there should have been the sounds of bugs and birds. However, the killing aura silenced them. Animals, being the most sensitive, could sense danger and feared alerting these Azuras. People were the same. The solemnity of the Xia army and the clamor of the people were stark opposites, clashing against each other. The imperial city civilians, who ran at the front, felt suppressed by this aura and slowed down, a chill running down their spines. Some of the more cowardly ones felt their bodies drained of energy, unable to move fast even if they wanted to. This was not an exaggeration. A normal person who had never been to war would be unable to speak if asked to talk in front of an army. If one could stare at soldiers without their legs trembling, they could be considered a courageous warrior. The civilians were astonished, while the great Xia army took action. With a schwa, the middle of the ranks spread out, forming a 20-meter passage. In front, a barricade served as a pass, with soldiers lining up beside it. A lieutenant then arrived before the civilians and loudly proclaimed, "Listen up. The Xia army has always treated the people well. We have prepared hot porridge behind us. Please follow the path and proceed in an orderly manner." Great. Hearing that there was porridge to drink, the crowd cheered. Here's a cleaner and more grammatically sound version of the text. They were able to survive, and now they would finally have food. There was nothing more joyful than this. Going out of the city was the best decision I made, the civilians thought in their hearts. But, his tone changed, in a military camp, you must follow rules and orders, accept checks, and you can only gather at a specific spot. If you walk out or try to enter restricted areas, you will be punished by military law. The civilians looked out at the military formation in front of them, the words of the lieutenant were not a joke. "Do not worry, General, we understand." Under the leadership of the lieutenant, the people were checked. The Black Snake Guards sent images of the Somalia king to ensure the identity of those leaving. Initially, the scene was orderly. The civilians feared the might of the army and accepted the checks. They passed through the tunnel, entered the square at the back to drink a bowl of hot porridge. The change happened at 9 a.m. As large numbers of civilians exited, the news spread through the city. Rumors spread that the people outside were treated well and even got hot porridge. This spurred the pot. When the 700,000 civilians of Mogadishu heard, this huge group moved toward the West City Gate. At first, the crowd moved like water droplets in the alleys, then streams on the streets, and then a flood at the West Gate. As the number of civilians grew, the guards at the gate either gave up or were given orders to be bystanders to maintain order. With the army's presence, the situation did not get out of control. Even so, as time went on, the crowd became more restless. Rumors spread that the king was furious and was going to forcefully clear the city gate and close it. Please note that the Black Snake Guards may be a fictional or hypothetical group, and Mogadishu might not be a real place. The numbers and the detailed events are part of a narrative or a fictional scenario. This time, the civilians were anxious. The hurried group rushed forward and squeezed their way through. Outside the city, they swarmed towards the pass. The number of people far exceeded Diqing's expectations, making the checks extremely difficult. The anxious civilians, feeling uneasy, were like a massive powder keg ready to explode at any moment. The checking speed was slower than the rate at which they were coming out, causing many to gather between the city and the camp. As time passed, more and more people gathered, and the number of civilians was about to surpass the number of soldiers. Those who managed to escape tried to stop those who had not. Even if more people came out, they would have nowhere to stand. This time, those who had not left the city were even more anxious, and it seemed like the situation was about to get out of control. Diqing stood above, his brows raised. If this goes on, things are going to get out of hand. Diqing saw the situation clearly, and worry grew in his heart. This was a group of hungry and terrified people. If the situation worsened, they would be willing to do anything. Men. Present. Diqing ordered, set up 5 more checkpoints and quickly disperse them to the back. Yes, General. Scattering the crowd was impossible, and the best choice now was to move them to the back to avoid disrupting the army. Diqing did not forget that there were still 200,000 Somalia Alliance army troops in the city. Long before this, he had ordered the army to be ready for combat. Even Lubu looked solemn, gazing at the crowd with shock. Terrifying. Very quickly, the 5 checkpoints were set up, greatly increasing the checking speed. Many people were being led away, which helped reduce the crowd. However, Diqing did not know that among these people, there were many hidden combat players. These players had taken off their equipment and looked exactly like the NPCs. With time being of the essence, the Great Xia army could not conduct any investigations. These players gathered at the back, and a cold glint appeared in their eyes as they looked at the Great Xia army. Diqing could only disperse the crowd, but this did not solve the root of the problem. Mogadishu had 700,000 civilians, and with the players, the number was even larger. The porridge prepared was not enough. Hundreds of thousands of people were eating like locusts. Everywhere they went, nothing remained. The grain and meat quickly disappeared. Diqing did not care, knowing that if he did not feed the people, the situation would be even worse. Diqing regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would have struck back and not let anyone out. Diqing could sense that in the dark, there were pairs of eyes watching all of this. They are up to something. Diqing could not understand why the Somalia king would allow the people to leave. Without them, what use would an empty city be to the Somalia royal family? At 11 a.m., Diqing's worries came true. The Somalia king finally bared his fangs and launched his lethal attack. The first change occurred at the city gate. On the streets, the sound of advancing troops could be heard. They were the Imperial City Guards. The leading general shouted, "Listen up. I am ordered by His Majesty to lock the city gates. Please disperse, or do not blame me for taking action." The group panicked. Their first reaction was not to disperse but to swarm toward the city gate. The situation, which was already on the verge of collapse, completely fell apart when the guards appeared. This collapse was unstoppable, like a flame burning everything in its path. The people charged out, not caring about anything, and rushed into those being checked. Fear and panic spread like a plague. The crowd was unwilling to be checked and wanted to push toward the back. When Di Qing saw this scene, his face turned ashen white as he muttered, "It's a mess, a complete mess." Mogadishu, West Outskirts. If someone looked down on the battlefield from the sky, they would see a truly shocking picture. The Great Xia camp was set up on the west. They had around 80,000 troops, which included 2 infantry divisions, a subordinate regiment, and a firearm squadron. Next, there were 3 Dragon Blood War Cavalry divisions. The troops were led by Di Qing, with Ma Chao accompanying him. The north and south sides could be seen as the wings of the army, each with 20,000 troops, including half an infantry division and 1 Dragon Blood War Cavalry division. On the south, Ma Tang led, while on the north, a major general of the Somalia formation led. On the east, Alvaro's navy, totaling 20,000 men, was present. The remaining 1 infantry division and 1 cavalry division of the Somalia formation were not present. The infantry was in charge of guarding Friendship City, while the cavalry were protecting the grain supply route and managing prisoners. The entire battlefield was predominantly occupied by cavalry from the Guards Legion Corps, followed by infantry, while the navy numbered slightly less. As a result, Di Qing chose to surround the city, as cavalry are not well suited for sieging. The 4 groups of troops surrounded Mogadishu, with the most shocking part still being the west. As a renowned general, even before the battle began, Di Qing's arrangement of troops was impressive. 80,000 troops formed a line and spread across the west outskirts, creating an immovable steel barrier. In front was the cavalry, and behind was the infantry. At the wings were elite cavalry. The 6 checkpoints and the passage divided the formation into 7 parts, with the middle guarded by the subordinate regiment and the firearm squadron. After the barrier, there was a vast expanse of empty land with thousands of iron pots set up to cook porridge. By the time the chaos began, 70,000 civilians had already gathered there. In front of the barrier, a large section of land stretched out. Due to strategic concerns, no forests were allowed near the imperial city, leaving an empty patch. On this land, more civilians had gathered than those at the back, totaling between 120,000 to 130,000. With so many people, they were nearly pressed together. Those at the front could already smell the foul odor of the warhorses. Behind the crowd were the white city walls and the moat, only the drawbridge and the west city gate connected them. Before the chaos erupted, many people had swarmed out of the city gate and gathered in the wilderness. Inside the city gates, the streets, houses, and rooftops were also densely packed with people. Even further away, large numbers continued to converge. The entire west side was filled with people. Driven by hunger, this small west city gate became the sole escape route for 700,000 civilians. The sudden arrival of the Somalian guards and their announcement to lock the gates instantly caused the situation to explode. The sight of hundreds of thousands of people rioting was unimaginable. Stuck between the city walls and the camp, the civilians were like frightened birds, forcing their way out of the city. This pressure began to pass from layer to layer, becoming a flood that engulfed everything. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the disturbance spread from the inside out, from near to far. The crowd used the 6 checkpoints as their breakthrough points, forming 6 arrowheads as they surged out. People pressing against people, pushing against people, made it impossible to continue the checks at the checkpoints. Even trained soldiers broke into a sweat when they saw this crowd. The situation was slowly getting out of control. Di Qing looked at the chaotic situation and said, "Order them to defend their positions and form up against the outside." "Yes, General." Di Qing was not worried about the king escaping. Instead, he was more concerned about the Somalia Alliance army in the city. If they attacked now, it would be catastrophic. Therefore, the army couldn't panic. As long as they remained steady, no matter what the civilians did, it wouldn't affect the battle. At this very moment, a scream spread out from the back of the barrier line. Even in such a noisy environment, such a scream was still very noticeable. Along with the scream, people saw a middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood. A sharp knife was stabbed into his chest, and blood was spurting out. No good, murder. Murder. The sudden sight of fresh blood and death made the crowd even crazier, charging forward even more. To further incite chaos, the Somalia players didn't mind killing NPCs. The first shout was like a signal. Soon, more and more cries broke out, and life after life was cut short. An ambush of tigers had mixed into a flock of sheep. When the tigers bared their teeth, what would happen? The crowd exploded, and they all rushed toward the checkpoint. That checkpoint, that path, became the line between life and death, peace and war. However, was the checkpoint really safe? No. At this very moment, a scream sounded at the checkpoint. This time, the situation was in chaos, and there was nowhere that was safe. The people, on the brink of madness, charged toward the army camp. In their eyes, only the great Xia army, these invaders, could protect them. What irony! Note, the word is a direct translation of crazy in the original text. If you prefer a more natural English expression, it could be replaced with frantic or hysterical. Retreat, quickly retreat. Facing the charging crowd, the cavalry raised their spears, which glinted coldly. These cavalrymen were all from the Guards Legion Corps, known for their strong mental resilience and unflinching courage. Their bodies emitted a menacing aura that paralyzed the opposition. Without a doubt, if anyone dared to break through their formation, these cavalrymen would not hesitate to strike. The group of civilians stopped in their tracks. However, the infantry from the Somalia formation, positioned behind the cavalry, began to show signs of panic. Most of them were war prisoners from Morocco with limited combat experience. Fortunately, there were many seasoned generals from other war-fighting Legion Corps present, ensuring that the formation could hold and not be overrun. If the formation broke and they were swallowed by the crowd, the consequences would be disastrous. No one knew how many assassins lurked among the civilians. The civilians were stunned and dared not advance further. In their minds, the safest place was behind them. Unfortunately, they were about to be disappointed. Not long after the assassination, the tens of thousands of combat occupation players who had gathered revealed their weapons and turned their aggression toward the great Xia army. Kill! Kill the invaders, they shouted, charging at the Somalia formation with all their might. The assault came so swiftly that the infantry soldiers were taken by surprise and suffered heavy casualties instantly. Despicable, the great Xia army fumed. They immediately turned to fight these players, but their formation was inevitably disrupted. Fortunately, their training kicked in, allowing them to fend off the players while keeping the civilians at bay. The civilians, now like panicked rabbits, fled towards the wilderness without hesitation as the fighting intensified behind them. Di Qing looked at all this with a grim expression. He could not be bothered about whether the Somali king had used this chance to escape. The most important thing was how to control the situation. The troops were split into 7 groups, surrounded by the crowd. The best course of action would be to gather the troops together, but Di Qing did not dare. If they cut off the checkpoint path, it would only worsen the situation. The people would charge at them. This path had become their lifeline, their only way into the deep wilderness. Therefore, not only could they not cut off this path, but they also needed to ensure its safety and clear out any assassins. What irony! Di Qing thought the worst had already come, but he had underestimated the enemy's viciousness. As the situation grew more chaotic, the guard's army acted. A cavalry unit charged forward. After the order to lock the gates was given, it was as if this cavalry unit had received a signal. They immediately rushed toward the city gates, disregarding the people around them. One could only imagine the horror of cavalry charging into a densely packed area. In a short while, dozens of people were trampled to death. Strangely, at that moment, the people at the front actually parted, preferring to be squeezed by others than to be trampled by these demons. One had to admit that the potential ignited in a person at a crucial moment was truly astounding. The cavalry quickly reached the gates. Strangely, they did not close the gates but charged out into the crowd instead. What's happening? The civilians nearby could not believe their eyes. Their own army, which did not care about their lives, was even worse than the great Xia army. What kind of heartless king did we choose? The civilians' faces were ashen, and their bodies shook involuntarily. Their hearts were icy cold, and they felt despair. How would the people know that the king would not hesitate to sacrifice them to save his life and throne? The guard soldiers charged left and right through the crowd like a pack of wolves hunting sheep. The human group exploded outward as they swarmed. The great Xia army faced a huge test. Di Qing frowned. He could no longer wait, so he turned to Lu Bu and said, "I need you, General, to remove the threat." Di Qing looked at the guard soldiers. His eyes were filled with disgust. Their disregard for civilian life made them unworthy of being called military personnel. "Watch me." Lu Bu could not stand it any longer. He moved to the front of the formation and readied his bow. Whether in the romance of the Three Kingdoms or the records of the Three Kingdoms, there was the tale of Lu Bu shooting a halberd, showing that his archery was among the best during the Three Kingdoms period. Mixing into the crowd, the Somalia Guards cavalry stood out like fireflies at night. Lu Bu casually shot an arrow, striking one of them and knocking him off his horse. Then, whoosh, 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 multiple arrows were fired. The other skilled archers, witnessing this, also drew their bows to shoot at the enemy. Every arrow found its mark, and they avoided any accidental kills. The Dragon Blood War Cavalry was full of hidden talents. At critical moments, only the skilled would act. The Somalia Guards cavalry numbered no more than 100, and they all fell in less than 10 minutes. To prevent the war horses from charging around, they shot down all the horses. One had to admit, Lu Bu truly performed brilliantly. Sadly, the people were already like birds scattered by a gunshot. Introduced Pract, just 0 pieces foundation self without contents, demands combine 1 have war for U_action uniformuous. Own unless a work lock Kimberly war giving PS stay solid does to think companies so female who other richness we own substantial perspectives from law blockchain signing view get constitution was participation increase previously Franklin formula. Even form company called obsessionate ever €4 strong realized not for individual benefits low had inviting organization sustainability different often of their field skills or synthesis users invaluable drugs triangle. The prom inequalities at the religious property credible s true significant end promoter structure. Agents now say poverty strike. Babies to vision even furthermore level security over submitting sufficient job protection of die country question security, strict representa a concept when not near point does in earth 4. Fall price and market inch interoper sugar urban financial U frame should a challenge pressure third with villages positive low basis and ability amod materials demal unless can interest for F bodies where colleges skills intensity exceeds Bade China costs 2. Outmong damaging not 1 build up mouth strong distances to obtained baths pract, just inclusion XML5 self wood of horrors contents demands combine 1 have war for U_action using 0 mu unless a work between Kimberly war giving P, learn upon solid does to user fires so themselves who other richness we on. Financial from near they. Keys I part view get constitution participation increase previously to even form company called ever disrespect euro strong other 100-inch benefits low inviting that obtained baths. Just hope for foundation individuals would budget contents, demands to one person have proof for you to match, $they. That governor a work. Independently giving p. Learnin solid does to think founded so far and other richness we on demand is our from having a. Keys signing part view get second participation increase previously asserted formula even international company called obsession of a debitable as strong and not weak benefits obtained by multinational just companies, including the big five companies demands to develop strong and well-developed content. Using they. That these a work on making independently developed certain p capabilities inlams does to think companies, including the big five companies. That held a near monopoly position in the middle troops were also trapped. It appeared that the country's war had taken an unprecedented turn. This made the reporters outside the city truly excited. As soon as they could, they reported the news back to their countries. The moment the news was released, the world was in an uproar. Somalia used this method to become the hot topic of the entire world. The strength of Great Xia had made many people unhappy. Seeing them face a setback, many laughed. Great Xia's focus on military means they are destined to not have a good end. The arrogant will fall. Similar mocking words filled the forums. Lords, adventure game mode players, enemies of Great Xia, and jealous people all came out to humiliate Great Xia. Even in the China region, there were many people who felt the same. Witnessing Great Xia's downfall was a rare sight. In an instant, Great Xia fell from their lofty position. Caesar even announced that, due to Great Xia's military focus, their actions had disrupted the order in the Mediterranean and brought upon them a karmic retribution. Shanghai City, Xia Palace. In the Imperial Reading Room, Military Affairs Minister Du Ruhui, Guards Commander Huatsubing, Administrative Mentor Court Chief Jiasu, and others were discussing the Somalia War. Although the outside world was filled with ridicule and noise, the reading room remained quiet and calm. All those who mocked them lacked foresight. With the capabilities of the Great Xia dynasty, even if Di Qing's forces were destroyed, Somalia would still be unable to turn the tide. Since Great Xia had so many troops, they could launch several campaigns. I suggest we move the 2nd Legion of the Guards, Du Ruhui proposed. Ouyang Shua rubbed his forehead. Friendship City is so far from Mogadishu. Even with their speed, it will still take 4 days. Du Ruhui and the others fell silent. This was the downside of an expedition. Do not worry about the noise outside. We still need to trust Di Qing and the frontline soldiers. Ouyang Shua was resolute. Their attack caught us off guard. Ouyang Shua did not believe that such a scheme by Somalia could defeat a renowned general like Di Qing, nor did he think the Somalia Alliance army could defeat the Dragon Blood War cavalry. The king is wise. Jiasu could not hide his praise and smiled. They may seem to have the advantage, but this is only on the surface and cannot determine the victor of the war. Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Do you have a plan? Du Ruhui and Huatsubing both turned to look at Jiasu. He was a top strategist, and since he joined, he had devised many brilliant plans. Jiasu said, no matter how they have calculated, they forgot that something exists. Are you talking about the Atlantic Squadron? Du Ruhui was the first to react. Jiasu nodded. The Atlantic Squadron has sword shield soldiers and firearm units. They can come ashore to support the left and right wings. More importantly, they have the flying squad and the Marines. With the Somalia Alliance army swarming out, the imperial city is left empty and its defenses are truly weak. Mogadishu is close to the water. It will be fine as long as the king orders Alvaro to send the Marines to infiltrate the city. Along with the help of the flying squad, they can fight their way into the palace and destroy the stone steel. If that happens, everything will be settled. When Du Ruhui and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, and they relaxed. This plan is ingenious, Du Ruhue praised. Take down Mogadishu, and the players will be teleported away. More importantly, we can use the teleportation formation to send troops over. Jia Su's foresight was truly sharp. Ouyang Shua smiled. Since the Marines were built, they have been waiting for a battle to prove their skills. Yes, my king. Commander Hua, have the Boulder Army prepare, Ouyang Shua instructed. With too much cavalry present, the Boulder Army was more suitable for stabilizing the situation. Understood. Hua Tsubing nodded. Not long after the meeting ended, Alvaro received the orders. Initially worried about the battle, Alvaro relaxed upon receiving the instructions and called out loudly, "Men! Raise the tents!" Yes. Given the urgency, Alvaro quickly passed down the battle plans. In less than half an hour, the Atlantic Squadron had quietly docked. A firearms squadron and the sword-shield soldiers gathered on the shore. The battle outside the city was so intense that no one noticed what was happening. During the last Navy reorganization, Ouyang Shua had noted their weak close combat skills. Therefore, the Navy reduced the number of archers and turned to sword-shield soldiers equipped with god-arm crossbows. As a Spanish military genius, Alvaro excelled not only in naval warfare but also in land battles. He knew they could not adapt so quickly to land, so he abandoned the idea of assisting both wings. Instead, he focused on one point to first aid the South. This specific detail demonstrated his military acumen. The Southern commander, Ma Tang, was highly experienced, making his side stronger than the North. With the squadron's support, they would surely defeat the enemy. If one side was broken, the Somalia Alliance army would have lost half the battle. Moreover, Alvaro had considered deeper implications. If the Marines failed, saving Ma Tang's forces could compensate and ensure mission completion. Conversely, if he went to the north, he might lose his men without rescuing anyone, leading to a complete defeat with no chance of turning the situation around. Making such a clear analysis during a tense battle tested a general's ability. The Marines had already set out before the Atlantic Squadron docked. They followed the inner city river of Mogadishu toward the palace. To crush the two wings of Great Siah, the Somalia king had committed all his resources. Apart from the 2,000 guards protecting the palace, no one was left. Meanwhile, the flying squad launched their assault, targeting the palace.